If someone told me that such a happy-go-lucky kid like this would later turn into something like this, I'd call him crazy. But that's exactly how crazy the story of Hunter x Hunter is. To give you some context, the show premiered on television in late 2011 and ran all the way until 2014. The story is based on the manga series by Yoshihiro Togashi, whose multiple year-long breaks means less content for the anime to adapt. Hunter x Hunter follows the journey of a young teenager, Gon Freaks, who wants to follow in his mysterious deadbeat father's footsteps and become the best pro hunter. He soon tags along with other characters like Killua, the white-haired ex-assassin who just wants to be normal, then Kurapika, a beautiful man on an ugly revenge arc, and Leorio, who's either a selfless future doctor or just in it for the money. We're still not sure. And just a heads up, there are a ton of enemies so cool you'll hate how much you love them. Now with that out of the way, let's go hunting already. The first episode is called Departure and Friends, and it starts with a brief narration about who these so-called hunters actually are. Hunters are elite, licensed individuals who explore uncharted frontiers, hunt dangerous mythical beasts, and uncover hidden treasures. Anyway, our first location is Whale Island. We're introduced to Mito, who is basically Gon's guardian. She's just minding her own business, sorting fish like a pro, when the townsfolk start chatting about her 12-year-old nephew, Gon. Gon's actually her cousin's kid, that cousin being Jing, the mysterious, legendary hunter who pieced out to chase adventure and left baby Gon behind. Gon wants to take the hunter exam, a yearly event that one must undertake to become a hunter, but Mito doesn't want him to follow in his father's footsteps, so she gives Gon a test. He has to capture the massive Master of the Swamp, a fish so ridiculously huge it hasn't been caught in 20 years. Despite the odds, Gon actually catches the monster fish and drags it into town like it's no big deal. The next morning, after tearful goodbyes and with his fishing rod closely tucked in, Gon hops on a ship heading to the hunter exam site.
Millions of the world's most skilled applicants apply for the hunter exam, but only a handful make the cut.
On board and ready for the hunter exam, Gon's scanning the crowd when he sees Katsuo, a poor crew guy getting bullied. The captain storms out to yell at Katsuo, but before things escalate, Gon casually announces that a storm is coming. The captain shows interest in the young kid, especially as his prediction proves correct shortly after. This is our first glance at Gon exhibiting some pretty insane observation skills, and we'll see more of it as the series progresses. While the storm goes wild and everyone else is getting sick, Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio are just chilling like it's a breezy boat ride. The captain, noticing these three abnormals aren't spewing their guts out like the rest, calls them in for a little heart-to-heart.
I see. Seems there are a few with some iron in them after all.
He wants to know why they're taking the hunter exam, and it turns out he's not just being nosy. The old man had actually been hired to thin out the herd before they even reach the exam site, so how they answer really matters. Damn. Gon is an open book, and he says he wants to be a hunter because he wants to understand why his dad left him to be a hunter. Sounds crazy, I know. Kurapika explains that he wants to become a hunter so that he can go after the Phantom Troop, the infamous group responsible for wiping out his entire clan. Leorio isn't exactly impressed by the revenge motive and questions why Kurapika would take the whole exam just for that. Kurapika fires back, pointing out that being a licensed hunter means access to exclusive info, restricted areas, and the kind of freedom that you just don't get otherwise. Reluctant at first, Leorio finally shares his reason to be a hunter. Money, money, and more money. It's all about the Benjamins, not for some noble cause. Kurapika throws a little side comment about that, and Leorio makes a jab at Kurapika's clan, which definitely crossed a line. Next thing you know, they're storming off to the deck mid-hurricane to settle things the old way, but the duel gets disrupted. Due to strong winds, Katsuo gets thrown off the ship, and we get a glimpse of just how insane Gon can be. In peak recklessness, he dives straight towards the sea to save Katsuo, and is only saved from drowning by Kurapika and Leorio jumping in just in time to grab his legs. The captain is too impressed by this group and promises to drop them off at the port nearest to the exam site. In other words, our boys passed the preliminary test. In the next episode, titled Test of Tests, Gon and the gang arrive at Dolly Harbor, where the captain tells them that if they head to the cedar tree on the hill behind the city, they'll reach the hunter exam site. As the three boys check the map, they notice something odd. The tree is in the opposite direction of Zebon City, where the exam is supposed to be. So Youre points out that there's a bus that goes straight to Zebon City. It's only logical to follow the straightforward path with the bus. But as Leo soon discovers, the bus is a trap, so they end up taking the longer route. As they head towards the cedar tree, a group of masked people suddenly appear and block their path. These weirdos even set up a small stage, and sitting on it is an old woman who clearly means business. She tells them that they have to take a quiz to go any further. The quiz is simple but quite tricky. She asks a question with 2 choices, and they get a whopping 5 seconds to answer. The problem is, the question has no right answer. It's one of those impossible moral questions, and if they refuse to answer, they fail the exam. The question goes like this. You learn that your son and daughter have been kidnapped, but you can only rescue one of them. Who will you rescue, the son or the daughter? The old woman waits patiently until the time runs out, and none of them give an answer.
There's no right answer. I see. Youre! That's enough!
Youre, already frustrated by that question, grabs a stick and looks about ready to commit elderly abuse. But thankfully, Kurapika stops him. He tells Leo to calm down and explains that staying silent was the correct answer. And turns out, he's right. The masked people then move aside, letting them continue on their way. Our 3 MCs are told to go meet some navigators who live by the cedar tree, as they'll guide them to the hunter exam site. They get to the cedar tree and are shocked to find that the navigators, who are just a nice-looking couple, are being attacked by a shape-shifting creature called the Kiriko. Youre runs to help the wounded guy, while Gon and Kurapika spring into action because the Kiriko has snatched the woman and is making a run for it. Not on their watch. Gon pulls out his trusty fishing rod and actually lands a perfect hit on the creature. It drops the woman and Kurapika heroically saves her mid-fall.
You're pretty fast for a kid, you know? You really hit me. I didn't expect that from you.
Kurapika then spots a sus-looking tattoo on the woman's hand just before Youre shows up again, proudly announcing that he gave the wounded man some painkillers. But Kurapika isn't buying it. He turns around and BAM! Sucker punches Youre right in the face, and surprise, that's not Youre at all. It's another Kiriko in disguise. Kiriko Youre, now unmasked, wants to know how he was discovered. Kurapika explains that he would have decked him anyway for abandoning an injured guy. Real Youre or fake? Damn, Kurapika has no chill. As the Kiriko disappears into the shadow, Kurapika turns to the woman and demands answers. Turns out both she and the injured man are siblings and the children of the Kiriko. And we then learn that this Kiriko family provides support for the hunter exam, kinda like contractors. After acknowledging Kurapika's superb knowledge, Gon's powerful observation skill, and Lioreo's display of empathy, they all pass. As a reward, they get a free flight to the hunter exam site. I'm sorry? They haven't even started the exam already? Sheesh. By episode 3, titled Rival for Survival, the gang is safely in Zebon City. Safely in the loose sense of the word. You see, the hunter exam attracts all sorts of freaks. Like this guy, called Tonpa, whose hobby for years has been to join the hunter exam just to crush the dreams of aspiring hunters. Literally psychotic. But on the bright side, we get introduced to one of my favorite characters of all time, Hisoka. According to Tonpa, this menacing man with a literal face card almost killed an examiner from last year's examination. And as if that's not a scary enough detail, just watch what happens when an applicant bumps into him by accident. Holy sh**. Just keep an eye on this guy, that's all I'll say.
Seems this poor man's arms have turned into flower petals. Now you see them, now you don't.
Meanwhile, Tonpa here tries to poison the gang with cans of juice packed with laxatives, but Gon quickly smells that the juice is bad, and so the plan gets busted. Tonpa tries to play it off with a half-hearted apology, and this is the moment we meet best boy Killua, whose first official act involves deliberately taking the poison juice from Tonpa and gulping it. The skateboard-wielding kid tells Tonpa that his body has been trained to handle poison, so nothing to worry about. What? Anyway, right after that little flex, the first examiner, Satots, introduces himself and instructs the applicants to follow him, well, more like chase after him, through a tunnel as part of the first phase of the exam. This man has no mouth for whatever reason, and yet you can clearly see his mustache moving. This world is full of freaks, so brace yourself. By the next episode, titled Hope and Ambition, the applicants have been running for 2 freaking hours, and it doesn't look like there is light at the end of this tunnel. At the front, Satots glides effortlessly forward, steadily increasing the pace without uttering a word. Our boy Youre is not doing very well. He's frustrated, drenched in sweat, and increasingly irritated, not just by the examiner's merciless cardio, but also by the white-haired kid next to him casually cruising on a skateboard like it's a skate park. That kid is Killua, effortlessly coasting along as if this is all a fun detour. While Youre fumes, Gon points out that Satots never said anything about no wheels, just that they had to follow him through the tunnel. So technically, Killua's not cheating. Killua overhears this and is instantly intrigued by Gon, and when he finds out that they're the same age, he ditches the skateboard and runs alongside him. Just like that, instant friends. Youre, meanwhile, is fading fast and on the verge of giving up, but Gon slows down and patiently waits. Killua doesn't get it. Why not leave him behind like everyone else? But Gon believes in something called sticking together. Wow, look at that. Youre catches his breath and finds a spark of motivation, and, with a sudden burst of energy, sprints past both of them like it's the Olympics.
Got it!
Eventually, Youre, now shirtless, catches up with Kurapika, who's been gliding forward with steady focus. The two begin to talk, and the conversation turns serious. Kurapika opens up about his past. His clan, the Kurta, was known for their scarlet eyes. Their eyes glow brilliant red when emotional, but that beauty became a curse. The Phantom Troop, also known as the Spiders, slaughtered his entire clan to steal those eyes, and now Kurapika wants to become a blacklist hunter to retrieve what was taken and avenge his people. A blacklist hunter is a bounty hunter or mercenary who can work as a contractor for wealthy clients. Youre questions how Kurapika can reconcile working for the wealthy elites who are part of the problem. True story. Kurapika replies that nothing else matters compared to avenging his clan's suffering. When Kurapika asks Youre his actual reason for becoming a hunter, Youre sticks to his claim. It's all about the money. Kurapika doesn't believe it, and Youre just suddenly snaps, saying that money can buy anything, even people's lives. Kurapika mistakes this for another insult to his clan and is ready to throw hands once again. Youre then reveals that his friend wouldn't have died from illness if only there was enough money for surgery. That personal tragedy fuels his goal of getting enough money to study and become a doctor to treat the sick, free of charge. Damn, so that's how it is. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime of running, the tunnel comes to an end and the applicants step into a thick, misty swamp. Satots turns to them and announces that they've arrived at a place called the Swindler's Swamp, a terrain filled with monsters that deceive and feast on human flesh.
I will have no choice but to report you for attacking an examiner and have you immediately disqualified. Is that clear?
Of course.
Horrible as it sounds, this is not the second part of the exam. The exam is divided into different phases, so this is just a link between the first phase and the second phase. These examinees have no idea what's about to hit them. In the next episode, titled Hisoka is Sneaky, the candidates enter the heart of the Swindler's Swamp, a foggy nightmare realm where the land itself seems to want you dead. First up, there are giant man-eating tortoises luring poor souls in with a mirage and killing them. Then, there are the sneaky, evil plants that explode into clouds of poisonous gas when stepped on. And just when you think it can't get any weirder, cue the parrots. But not just any parrots. These are human-voiced tricksters that literally talk you into stepping on spiky death traps. Nature is not playing around here.
Now, everyone, please make sure to follow close behind me.
At first, Gon and Killua get casually swallowed by a massive frog. But no worries. Killua just hands the beast some of Tonpa's laxative juice, and voila, the frog vomits out the boys like yesterday's bad sushi. Deep in the swamp, a group of overly confident NPCs tries to confront Hisoka, the flamboyant, menacing magician, and demand he quit the exam because he's too dangerous. Yeah, what a compelling argument. As expected, Hisoka makes quick, stylish work of the fools. They drop like flies, and watching it all unfold from the bushes are Kurapika and Youre, who quickly decide to make a very tactical retreat. But Youre, bless his prideful soul, turns right back. He wants to be brave, to show Hisoka he's no pushover and that he wants the smoke. Unfortunately, the smoke knocks him out in one hit. Gon sees his buddy get demolished and quickly steps in. Hisoka barely takes him seriously, however. He lifts Gon into the air like a prize at the county fair and watches him squirm with cold amusement. Gon struggles, refuses to back down, and somehow earns a sliver of Hisoka's twisted respect. Then, Hisoka finally lets go and assures Gon that Youre is still alive. In the next episode, titled A Surprising Challenge, the Hunter exam basically turned into a deadly survival game. Kinda like Squid Game, if you will. Out of the original 405 brave souls, only 148 are left standing. Wobbly maybe, but still standing. Youre somehow survives all the chaos thanks to Hisoka not ending his entire career permanently at the Swindler Swamp. At the location of the second phase of the exam, Satots clocks out and passes the torture baton onto the next pair of examiners, Menchi and Buhara. These two aren't just examiners, they're gourmet hunters, which means they're professional chefs who literally risk their lives for rare and exotic ingredients from around the world. Naturally, their test involves cooking. Half the applicants think it's a big fat joke. Menchi, however, is about 2 seconds from going full-on Gordon Ramsay on their asses. Long story short, after feeling insulted, she cranks the difficulty of the cooking challenge to impossible.
To pass the exam, you must create a dish to satisfy our discriminating palates.
But we won't be evaluating taste alone. So take this seriously.
And fails every single person. Failing everyone at this stage means the exam might as well be over, which prompts the intervention of the head of the exam committee that is in charge of the Hunter exam. And oh boy, what an entrance. His name is Chairman Netero. He suggests to the examiners that maybe, just maybe, they should give the kids another shot. Menchi agrees and takes everyone to Split Mountain for a little field trip. The new task? Steal a spider eagle's dream egg. To demonstrate how to catch the dream egg, Menchi leaps off the edge of a cliff, grabs the egg, and rides an upward air current back to safety like it's no big deal. The participants, sensing that they have no choice but to risk it all, start jumping. Some of them fall to their deaths, failing to realize that they should have waited for the updraft. The smarter ones stick close to Gon, whose animal-like senses help time the perfect moment to leap.
What about you guys? I'm guessing you quit?
Those who survive the jump cook up their eggs, discover they're absolutely delicious, and probably wonder if boiled eggs are worth risking their lives for. At the end of the day, only 42 candidates are left. They're battered, bruised, and slightly traumatized, but hey, at least they got a good meal out of it. And with the worst still ahead, they're going to need every bit of strength they've got. In the next episode, titled Showdown on the Airship, the remaining examinees are launched into the air by an airship. We also learn that Chairman Netero isn't just some higher up, he's the head of the Hunter Association, which is a non-governmental organization responsible for the testing and licensing of hunters. Kinda like the Bar Association for lawyers. That aside, the third phase of the exam will begin by 8 o'clock tomorrow. So in the meantime, the applicants are now free to dine and rest.
I quite like the rookies this year.
Yeah, same here. I like number 294. I really think he's got a good shot at winning.
I'm partial to number 99 myself.
After some much-needed downtime, Gon and Killua exchange stories about their families, since they're new besties now. When asked what his parents do for a living, Killua casually says that they're freaking assassins. Gon's face immediately turns into a cartoonish mix of shock and confusion, because he was not ready for that answer. Seeing how hilariously serious Gon is taking it, Killua just laughs because to him, dropping that his entire family are professional killers is like saying his parents run a bakery or something. Killua goes on to explain, like he's talking about a weird family tradition, that he's actually from a whole lineage of assassins. It's a family business, and he's supposed to be the heir or something like that. And how did he break free from this cozy home life? By stabbing his mom and brother and running away. You know, just normal teenage rebellion. On his part, Chairman Netero decides to have a little fun with the rookies and challenges Gon and Killua to a game. If they can steal a ball from him, they'll become hunters on the spot. Easy, right? Yeah, not even close. Killua goes full assassin mode, pulling out his fancy move Rhythm Echo and tries to confuse the old man with afterimages. He even lands a hit on Netero's leg, but jokes on him, because he's the one who ends up hurt. Seriously, what's up with this grandpa? Gon jumps in too, and the two of them tag team it, trying everything they can to grab that ball. Killua figures out that Netero isn't even using all of his limbs yet, which is just honestly rude.
got you now!
Not bad, but still not good enough.
Getting frustrated, Killua decides he's had enough and calls it a day. He heads off for a nap and then bumps into two examinees in the hallway and then confront him for not apologizing. Instead of saying sorry, Killua kills them in less than a second. At this point, bumping into someone is the second leading cause of death in Hunter x Hunter. Yes, I've been keeping tabs. Meanwhile, Gon somehow, through sheer stubbornness, actually gets Netero to use his other arm. I mean, that's something, I guess, but he immediately passes out from pure exhaustion, falling asleep right there on the floor. The next episode is called Decision by Majority? After a wild ride on the airship, Gon and the gang touch down at their next nightmare, Trick Tower, a giant vertical prison stuffed with the worst criminals you can imagine. This is where the third phase of the exam is supposed to take place. The goal of the third phase sounds pretty simple. Get to the bottom of the tower within 72 hours. But the examinees have to fight their way to get to the bottom. And as for the prisoners, they get a year off their sentences for every hour they delay the examinees. What a sweet deal. After falling down a trapdoor, Gon and the gang are given their first task. They have to form a group of 5 persons to proceed, and the group must follow the vote of the majority whenever they're faced with 2 conflicting choices. It's called the majority rule vote, so the gang of 4 needs a 5th person. It sure takes a while, but a familiar face conveniently makes an appearance. It's Tonpa. It doesn't take very long before this bum tries to sabotage the group. First, by pressing the X button so the exit door won't open, and later on when he is facing off against a prisoner, Tonpa decides to surrender before his opponent can even land a single punch.
I said I admit defeat! That means you win, right? So I give up. I lose.
He also admits to Youre what we've known for a while. He's here to just crush the dreams of rookies like him, which absolutely sends Youre into a fit of rage. In the next episode, titled Beware of Prisoners, the group has to compensate for the lost point they suffered because of Tonpa. They have to win at least 3 out of 5 matches to pass this phase. Second match is between Gon and Serokan, a prisoner who suggests a rather unconventional match that doesn't involve physical or mental activity. It's a simple candlelight game, and the one whose candle goes out first is the loser. Gon picks the long candle, which Serokan gets the short one. Unbeknownst to Gon, his candle has been soaked in oil, which means his will burn faster. Oops!
There's a pretty strong wind coming up from below. They'll have to stay still. Keep an eye on those flames.
So how does he deal with this trickery? He swiftly bolts to the other side and blows out Serokan's candle like it's on a birthday cake. Next up on this insanity tour is Kurapika's match, and his opponent is a real piece of work named Majtani. This criminal wastes no time setting the mood by proposing a death match. No weapons, just pure violence, and the only way out is to kill or surrender. Majtani, it turns out, is all bark. He tries to intimidate Kurapika by flashing his tattooed body, each heart tattoo supposedly representing a life he's taken. But Kurapika isn't impressed. No. As they start fighting, Majtani turns his back deliberately, and then it happens. Kurapika spots something that flips a switch inside him. A spider tattoo inked on Majtani's back. This is the same tattoo famously associated with the band of thieves known as the Phantom Trope. For Kurapika, that's like waving a red flag at a bull. Except Kurapika's eyes literally turn scarlet when he's triggered. Bad news for Majtani. Without even breaking a sweat, Kurapika clocks the blowhard with one devastating punch that sends him flying into unconsciousness. No drawn-out fight, no drama, just lights out.
What are you?
After the dust settles, Kurapika drops some serious warning for an unconscious Majtani. And to any other Phantom Troop fanboys listening, don't ever bring up the Phantom Troop if you want to live. The team is left staring at Kurapika like he's suddenly grown devil horns. Even the prisoners on the sidelines are trying to reevaluate their life choices and what the heck Kurapika's got against spiders. Okay, that's the sort of friendly info that actually saves lives. In episode 10, called Trick to the Trick, the drama in Trick Tower keeps escalating. Youre is up next, and if he wins, the group's victory is assured. But not so fast. After Kurapika knocked Majtani into Dreamland, another prisoner called Leroot pipes up with a sneaky technicality. This is supposed to be a death match. Mashtani is only unconscious, not dead or surrendered, so technically Kurapika's match isn't over. Youre and Killua try to convince Kurapika to just finish the guy off and call it a win, but Kurapika refuses to fight someone who's already lost the will to stand. It's a matter of honor.
This was a fight to the death. One of them had to either die or admit defeat. He's still alive.
Unfortunately, honor doesn't help you win the exam, and time is ticking. Frustrated and desperate, Youre proposes using the majority rule vote to force a decision, but nobody backs him up. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the tower, things are getting pretty spicy. Hisoka is confronted by Togari. He's the former hunter examiner that Tonpa referenced from last year who almost got killed by Hisoka, and he's looking for revenge. Togari attacks with a wild four-bladed move. It looks impressive, for about 5 seconds before Hisoka casually slices through him with a single clean strike. Just like that, Hisoka becomes the first applicant to clear the third phase of the hunter exam.
Take this!
Back with the gang, suspicion starts brewing. They realize Mashtani might be faking unconsciousness to stall for time. At some point, Youre dangles Mashtani over the edge of the platform, causing him to panic and expose himself. Busted. Gon's team now has the advantage. The following episode is called Trouble with the Gamble. It's now Lyoreo's turn to face Lerute. Their match? Good old rock, paper, scissors. Sounds easy, but Lerute starts messing with Lyoreo's head. Poor Youre panics, starts overthinking everything, and ends up losing.
Very well. Wow!
That's 2 losses for the team. If they lose another match, they can say bye-bye to getting their hunter license. The final match is between Killua and Jones the Dissector, a mass murderer so scary that even Youre warns Killua to stay away. But Killua has other ideas. When the match starts, Killua casually asks Jones how they should handle things. Jones says he doesn't care about winning, he just wants to kill. Then, before anyone can react, Killua is already holding Jones's still beating heart in his hand. Freaking insane!
With just my bare hands, you got it.
Everyone is shocked except Gon, who's quite aware of Killua's assassin backstory. Gon's team narrowly wins in the end, having 3 wins and 2 losses. But they're sent off to a tiny room where they have to stay for 50 hours before they can proceed. Because, nothing says congratulations like being locked in a prison room for 2 days. The next episode is titled Last Test of Resolve. After 50 hours, the gang is ready to bolt out of the door. But of course, it's never that simple. They're hit with a new problem. There are 2 paths that lead to where the other applicants are gathered. The first path is short and easy, but there's a catch. Only 3 people can go through it. The second path is long, dangerous, and exhausting, but at least everyone can stick together. Now, nobody wants to leave anyone behind, well, except maybe Tonpa, but he doesn't count. The group starts stressing out, not sure what to do.
If X is selected, 2 applicants from your group must be chained to the wall with handcuffs before the door will open.
That's when Gon, bless his simple but brilliant heart, has an idea. Why not just break down the walls separating the 2 paths and then follow the short path? And that's exactly what happens. Our gang basically cheats the system, and just like that, all 5 of them make it down to the base of the trick tower with time to spare. So I guess it's all about working smarter, not harder. Episode 13 is titled Letter from Gon. It is a letter to his Aunt Mito. Gon tells her that he's passed the 3rd phase of the hunter exam and is looking forward to what lies ahead. In episode 14, titled Hit the Target, the 4th phase of the exam begins on Zevil Island. This is the second to last phase, and I can only describe it as a deadly game of hide and seek. Let me explain. Every examinee pulls a random number out of a box, and that number decides who their target is. The rule is simple. Steal your target's ID badge to earn 3 points, while keeping your own badge safe for another 3 points. Now, snagging some random examinee's badge gives you 1 point. Get 6 points in total, and boom, you pass. Hope that helped. The examinees are also given free reign to kill each other in the process of badge hunting. Anyway, the game sounds doable, until Gon draws his target. And it's none other than Hisoka, the murder clown himself. Gon immediately realizes he is in big trouble, because going after Hisoka is like hand-delivering your own obituary.
Never say die, right?
everybody? Wow, that went over well.
He starts practicing different strategies to steal Hisoka's tag without directly confronting him. And he finally decides that the best moment to strike is when Hisoka is concentrating on, or distracted by, his own target. This is the most stressful game of tag ever. The next episode is called Explosion of Deception, and the fourth phase of the Hunter exam is already in full swing. It's early morning, and the murder clown Hisoka feels like someone's hiding nearby. Gon, who's hiding in the bushes, holds his breath, thinking he's been caught. But nope, Hisoka is actually walking toward another guy named Gauze, who jumps out and challenges him to a fight. This is great news for Gon, because while Hisoka is busy, he might be able to sneak in and grab Hisoka's badge.
It's about to happen.
But it turns out Gauze was already badly hurt before he even showed up. Hisoka looks at him and concludes that he's already half dead, so he isn't even worth fighting. Gauze gets super mad, and just when it looks like there might be a real fight, a bunch of massive needles come flying in out of nowhere. Gauze gets hit and falls over for good. That's when another examiner, a creepy alien-looking life form, shows up. His name is Gitaraka, and he suddenly starts undoing his hideous makeover, pulling giant needles out of his own face. Ew. Removing the needles morphs him into a completely different, more human-like person. It turns out this guy's actually a secret ally of Hisoka, and both have been exchanging intel since the beginning of the exam. He gives Hisoka another badge to help him pass the tag hunting test. After briefly reunited with his comrade, Gitaraka digs a hole with his bare hands and decides to take a nap until the deadline for the fourth phase.
That's always so much fun to watch.
These guys are working on easy mode. Episode 16 is suitably titled Defeat and Disgrace, and you'll soon find out why. First off, Hisoka wakes up from sleep, and wow, he is in a terrible mood. His killing aura or bloodlust is so strong that all the nearby animals freak out and run for their lives. I mean, look at that shot. Sheesh. Gon, who has been spying on him this whole time, is absolutely terrified, but stays hidden like a trained ninja. He knows that Hisoka is desperate for a fight and that whoever crosses his path next is toast. The next morning, Gon keeps tailing Hisoka, who is now ready to act on his bloodlust. In the distance, Gon spots a guy named Aegon, heading straight in Hisoka's direction. Gon races ahead, finds a perfect hiding spot, and tries to slow down his crazy fast heartbeat while hiding in the bushes. Then, the showdown starts. Hisoka senses someone and charges like a wild animal. As Aegon tries to attack, Hisoka throws one of his sharp playing cards at him, while Gon's fishing hook snatches Hisoka's badge right off him. Aegon drops to the ground, while Gon grabs the badge mid-air. He can't believe it actually worked. But when he looks up, he sees Hisoka staring straight at him, with a mix of confusion, shock, and amazement. Gon immediately realizes this is not a good time to celebrate. He sprints off into the forest as fast as his legs will go, but before he can really get away, he feels his whole body freeze up and he crashes to the ground. Turns out, he's been hit with a dart loaded with paralyzing drugs. Garetta, another contestant who's been stalking him, pops out and explains that Gon got so focused on Hisoka, he forgot to check his surroundings. So, ironically, Gon became a victim of his own strategy. Garetta scoops up both Gon's and Hisoka's badges and strolls away. Ah, that sweet savory sensation of looting the spoils of someone else's war. But wait, there's another twist. As Gon lies on the ground, Garetta suddenly falls over after getting off-screened by the murder clown. Hisoka appears, smiling with admiration for Gon's sneaky skills. He then casually tosses Gon's badge and his own badge back to him, like he's handing out freebies. He doesn't need those anymore, because turns out Garetta was Hisoka's target. Gon doesn't feel great about Hisoka's act of kindness, though. Ugh. Before leaving, Hisoka smashes Gon in the face with a brutal punch, like he's saying, "Good job, kid," in a super weird way.
And I plan to let you continue living for as long as it suits me. Until someday, you become truly worthy of killing.
And adds that he'll take his badge back when Gon is strong enough to punch him back just as hard. Kinda reminds me of a straw hat from a certain pirate show. In episode 17, titled Trap in the Hole, Killua has his eyes set on the three Aomori brothers. One of them is his target, so he makes them an offer they can't refuse. Give up their badges or heads will start rolling. Or at least, the head of this guy. In some other part of the island, Kurapika and Youre are crouched behind some bushes, scoping out the starting point like a couple of undercover spies. They're hoping to catch someone slipping up so they can grab another tag and earn some points. Gon suddenly shows up and Youre fills him in on the situation at hand. They're looking for examinee number 246, a girl named Ponzu. The good news? Ponzu is known for using strong-smelling drugs, so Gon suggests he can track her by scent, which isn't surprising as his perception and observation skills have been heightened on different occasions. With Gon leading the way, they start trekking through the forest. He calls out directions like he's a police dog, sniffing the air and steering them closer and closer. After a long hike, they finally find where Ponzu's hiding, deep inside a creepy-looking cave. Youre, full of bravado, or maybe just impatience, decides to go in solo. Gon and Kurapika hang back, trusting him to handle it. Big mistake. Just moments later, they hear Youre shouting from inside the cave. Without thinking, Gon and Kurapika rush in to find Youre sprawled on the ground, looking like he got into a fight with a nest of angry bees. Only he'd been pumped full of snake venom. Ponzu is there too, and she quickly explains the situation. Turns out the guy with her, Bourbon, had rigged the cave with a trap. If anyone tries to leave, a bunch of snakes will attack.
There's still no way you're ever getting out of this cave.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Bourbon had already been taken care of. I mean, unalived thanks to Ponzu. But that just leaves them all stuck inside a cave surrounded by slithering, slimy trouble. Man, I hate snakes. Yeesh. The next episode is called Big Time Interview, and it continues with the snake-filled cave, where things are looking pretty grim. Ponzu has pretty much thrown in the towel. She's done fighting the snakes and figures she'll just wait until the examiners find her via the tracking device in her badge. Sounds like a plan, except for one major problem. Youre is definitely going to die if they sit and wait for rescue. Gon, being Gon, decides he's not about to let his friend die just like that. So what does he do? He gets up, brushes off any fear, and heads straight for Bourbon's body. Yeah, the same Bourbon who rigged the place with deadly snakes. The snakes swarm him instantly, snapping and coiling, but Gon keeps calm, pushes through, and finds the antidote. Take note of this moment, because things will get very dark at some point. Thanks to Gon's fearless move, Youre is saved and everyone manages to escape using Ponzu's sleeping gas to knock the snakes unconscious. With that, Gon, Kurapika, Killua, and Youre all have 6 points, meaning they've officially passed the 4th phase. Now, it's time for the final stretch of the Hunter exam. Back at HQ, the chairman and the examiners gather to talk about the last test, but this one's going to be different. The chairman wants to shake things up with a bizarre one-on-one fight format. Before that, he sits down with each remaining applicant and asks them 2 simple but revealing questions. Who do you want to fight, and who do you not want to fight? Everyone gives their answers, and the chairman uses that info to finalize the bracket for the final phase. 1 win is all it takes to become a hunter. Just 1.
It has to be 44. He's obviously the most dangerous applicant. The one I'd least want to meet in combat is also 44.
Oh boy, it's about to go down. Episode 19 is called Can't Win, But Can't Lose. The final stage of the Hunter exam kicks off with just 9 applicants left. The chairman explains the rules. Each person only needs 1 win to pass, but the losers keep fighting each other until one unlucky soul ends up without a single victory and fails the whole thing. Victory is secured the moment an opponent admits defeat. The first matchup is Gon versus Hanzo, an actual ninja with feather eyebrows. Gon rushes in, full of energy and confidence, but Hanzo is way more skilled and takes him down with ease. Hanzo tries to get Gon to surrender before things get worse.
I'll keep some distance.
But Gon refuses and keeps standing back up no matter how many hits he takes. Youre and Kurapika watch nervously. Youre is especially upset and nearly jumps into the match, but he knows that interfering would disqualify Gon, so he holds back. Despite being clearly injured and exhausted, Gon doesn't give in. Hanzo warns him that the next move will result in a broken arm if he doesn't surrender. Yeah, tell that to the birds. Hanzo follows through shortly, breaking Gon's arm, Almost everyone watching is furious, but Gon still refuses to quit. This little dude is insane. And you know what? Here's how Gon responds when Hanzo threatens to amputate his leg.
I don't want to have my legs cut off, but I don't want to surrender either!
Jeez! Hanzo finally decides to go all in. He stabs Gon in the forehead to show he means business. Gon, bleeding and worn down, starts talking about his goal to find his father, who is a hunter. Giving up now, he believes, would mean giving up that dream. Seeing Gon's determination, Hanzo unexpectedly forfeits the match. Gon technically wins, but he's not happy about how it happened. There should be a better way, he thinks, so he keeps pestering Hanzo about what seems to be a pity victory until Hanzo, completely done with the conversation, knocks Gon out with a punch. And with that, Gon becomes the first person to officially pass the 287th Hunter exam. Guess the lesson here is, if you can't beat him, use toxic positivity. In the next episode, titled Baffling Turn of Events, Gon wakes up from a well-earned nap to find Satots sitting by his bed. Satots congratulates him for passing the Hunter exam and offers a handshake, but Gon isn't exactly thrilled. He takes a moment, thinks it over, then finally accepts both the Hunter license and the handshake. Then the mood shifts as Satots breaks the bad news. Killua is the only one who didn't pass. Gon once answers, so Satots gives him the rundown of what happened after his fight with Hanzo. Kurapika went up against Hisoka, who whispered something creepy in his ear and then just gave up. Kurapika wins. Next, Hanzo fights Pakal and pulls the same intimidation move he used on Gon. Pakal surrenders, then comes Hisoka versus Botaro. Botaro refuses to quit, so Hisoka whispers something in his ear too. Seriously, what is he saying to these people? And then suddenly, Botaro forfeits. In the next round, Killua is supposed to fight against Pakal, but Killua just forfeits without a fight as he deems his opponent too weak. With Botaro too beat up to continue, his match with Leorio is delayed, so next up is Killua versus Gitaraka, the alien freak show, who actually turns out to be Killua's older brother, Illumi, in disguise. Killua is shocked. Illumi goes full older brother mode and tells Killua he's not cut out to be a hunter. He should stick to being a cold-blooded assassin, and he drills into Killua the importance of running away from stronger opponents. Killua protests, saying he doesn't care about the exam license, he just wants to be friends with Gon. Leorio jumps in to support him, telling him Gon is already his friend and he has to stand up to Illumi like he did with the others. That clearly backfires because Illumi suddenly decides Gon is a threat and must be eliminated. Illumi starts walking towards Gon's room to make good on his twisted plan, but Hanzo, Kurapika, and Leorio block the exit. Realizing that killing Gon now would get him disqualified, Illumi decides to play the long game and pass the exam first. He asks Killua if he wants to continue their match. Traumatized and afraid, Killua gives up. Illumi wins. He also admits he lied about killing Gon just to mess with his little bro. Jeez. Finally, the postponed match between Leorio and Botaro is back on, except Killua suddenly shows up and kills Botaro, instant disqualification. Just like that, Killua fails the Hunter exam. Gon, furious, marches straight to the new Hunter's orientation to confront Illumi head on. Family bonds ain't getting in the way of this beautiful friendship. We move to episode 21, called Some Brother Trouble, and Gon is very much ready to throw hands. He marches right up to Illumi in front of everyone, grabs his arm, and breaks it. Oh! Everyone is watching in stunned silence. Gon demands to know where Killua is, and says he just wants to be Killua's friend, but Illumi insists Killua doesn't need friends. Gon argues that Illumi has manipulated Killua and he's the reason Killua has vanished. Netero steps in to hold a meeting and calms the temperature. The meeting isn't just about Gon's anger, it's also about Killua's disqualification. Kurapika and Leorio both defend Killua. Kurapika believes Illumi hypnotized Killua and forced him to commit murder during the final round. Leorio adds that Killua's deadly attack happened during his match with Botaro, and suggests that Killua might have done it to help him. Leorio even says he himself should be disqualified instead of Killua.
Assassins raised Killua, and murder was commonplace. So it's natural that he would lack the proper ethical restraint.
However, Netero isn't convinced. He He points out that these are just assumptions, there's no solid proof that Killua was manipulated. But at any rate, the kid can still retake the exam next year. In the end, 7 new hunters are inducted: Gon, Kurapika, Leorio, Hisoka, Pakal, Hanzo, and Illumi. With their newly acquired hunter licenses, they now have access to 75% of restricted areas around the world. They can use 95% of public facilities free of charge, and if they feel like it, they can sell the license for an amount that'll last at least 7 lifetimes. Wow. Anyway, outside the orientation hall, Gon confronts Illumi once more. He continues pressing him for Killua's location. Illumi warns him that taking Killua away is a bad idea. Kurapika and Leorio appear behind Gon, showing they're ready to help rescue Killua. Illumi finally gives in and tells them that Killua has gone home, to Kukuru Mountain. After they leave, Illumi starts gossiping with his buddy Hisoka. He says it's not a big deal that Gon knows the Zoldic family's location. You see, Killua is a Zoldic, which is like the most notorious family unit of assassins. Their whereabouts is public knowledge. They reside in the Republic of Padokia, which is the island where Kukuru Mountain lies. But geography aside, Illumi is starting to realize just how much potential Gon has. Illumi, totally in his psychopath era, even considers killing him. Hisoka, however, warns him to never lay a hand on Gon, or he'll face serious consequences. Nothing to see here, folks, just 2 unironic predators fighting over their prey. After that, Satots hands Gon his hunter license, which he forgot, and tells him a story about a legendary hunter he once knew. A man who explored ancient ruins and chased long-lost mysteries. That hunter was Jing Freaks, Gon's father. Satots once tried to find him, but it was all in vain. He says even he himself looked up to Jing. Hearing this, Gon feels proud and even more inspired to continue his journey.
His work was documented in manuals. Manuals which are now used in restorations throughout the world.
With that, Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio prepare to head off on their next adventure, to rescue Killua from the grip of the Zoldic family. The following episode is called A Dangerous Watchdog. Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio finally arrive at the Republic of Padokia, the island country where Killua's mysterious and dangerous family lives. Eager to find their friend, they start asking around and end up hopping on a tourist bus headed towards Kukuru Mountain, which is like, carry the 2 times 3,722 meters tall? On the ride, their cheerful tour guide Coco Lu shares some spooky facts about the place. When the bus reaches the front gate, nicknamed the Gate to Hades, Coco gets even more ominous. She explains that visitors can't go through the giant gate. Instead, they must use a tiny door next to the security checkpoint. Then, she drops a terrifying detail. Everyone who's ever gone in through that little door has never come back out. But of course, for some people, seeing is believing. And right on cue, 2 loudmouth punks step up and mock the guard. They grab the key, swagger inside, bragging that they'll take pictures of the Zoldics and get rich. But a few moments later, a massive furry hand tosses their mangled bodies back outside. Coco screams. All the tourists scatter, running for their lives, except for Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio.
Hey, you guys! What are you doing? Time to get back on the bus!
That's when they meet Zebro, a gruff old man who explains that the deadly beast behind the gate is named Mike. Mike is a loyal Zoldic pet who brutally attacks anyone who enters without permission. He only obeys the Zoldics, so trespassers are good as Gonzo. Get it? Gonzo? I'm sorry, I'll Zebro says he can't give them the key. It would be suicide. Leorio tries but fails to open the gate. Zebro steps in and casually opens the first door, which weighs like 2 freaking tons. Gon watches closely and realizes he's nowhere near strong enough to do the same. According to Zebro, the real way into the Zoldic's mansion is through a massive front gate, called the Testing Gate. Entering through it means Mike won't attack. Seeing how serious Gon is, Zebro decides to help and leads the team through the Testing Gate. The following episode is called The Guard's Trouble, and the gang starts training hard to open the gate by themselves. We're also introduced to a few new characters. Inside the Zoldic mansion, Kikyo, Killua's mother, and her youngest son Kaluto, yup, that is a boy, walk into a dimly lit room. There, Killua is chained up with handcuffs, his back covered in painful whip marks. Maluki, his older brother, is standing nearby, still holding the whip, clearly enjoying himself a little too much. He tells their mother that Killua still refuses to apologize for stabbing them before he ran away. When Killua learns that Gon is coming for him, he yells at his mother in anger for not letting him know much sooner. Despite the lashes that follow, Killua's eyes say everything. He's angry and definitely not sorry for the attempted familicide.
Why the hell didn't you tell me?
Don't you ever talk to Mama like that again!
Meanwhile, Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio soon run into a girl butler named Canary. She's standing in their path and tells them to leave. Gon explains they've already passed the gate and just want to see Killua, but Canary says no one has ever gotten permission to visit. She draws a line in the sand and warns him not to cross it. But hey, this is Gon we're dealing with here. Wait for it. Ouch! Even after she opens a whole can of whoop-ass, Gon still doesn't give up. He even tries some bits of Talk no Jutsu, which seems to have an effect on her. He says he knows she's not really heartless or dangerous like Mike the Watchdog, and that she has feelings, especially when Killua's name comes up. Canary flashes back to when Killua returned home and quietly told her he made a friend. That friend was gone. Her tough act slowly but surely starts to crumble. Canary breaks down crying. She admits she wants them to help Killua, but before she can say more, bang! A projectile hits her in the head and she collapses. Kikyo appears, holding what resembles a gun.
Help Master
Cold as ever, she tells the group that Killua is thankful that they bothered to come, but he doesn't really want to see them. Yeah, that's almost as convincing as me saying I'm the new Bishop of Pedokia. In the next episode, titled The Zoldic Family, we go back in time to when Killua was much younger and first met Canary, a new apprentice butler. Killua noticed she was sneaky, like ninja-level sneaky. He guessed she learned some secret moves growing up in a poor district called Meteor City. He even offered to teach her a cool technique called Rhythm Echo and showed her how it worked. But before their little lesson could go anywhere, Canary sensed trouble. Some bounty hunters had snuck in. She handled them like a total boss. One by one, she knocked them all out, even the leader, who managed to hurt her a little. Canary used Rhythm Echo to beat the leader, then asked Zebro to clean things up. Killua was a little sad to learn Canary already knew the move he wanted to teach her.
It's time to die!
He then asked if she'd be his friend, but she said no since Kikyo was watching nearby. That made Killua run off, disappointed. Back in the present, Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio are taking care of Canary, while meanwhile, Killua is getting whipped, again, by his big brother Maluki, who's still mad about getting stabbed. Killua apologizes for the stabbing, but says he doesn't regret leaving. Then, Kikyo calls Maluki to warn him that Killua's friends are getting close. Maluki thinks it's funny and threatens to do something about them. But Killua is done playing nice. He yanks out one of his chains and threatens anyone who touches his friends. Okay, easy there, Tiger. Just then, Killua's grandpa Zeno walks into the room where Killua is chained up. He tells Killua he can leave now. Killua easily breaks the remaining chains and tells Maluki he isn't sorry anymore. But before Killua can head out, Zeno tells him that his dad Silva wants to talk to him. Oh, and we learn that Canary has finally woken up and offered to guide the boys to the butler's quarters. Inside the Zoldic mansion, Killua and his dad Silva are having a serious chat. Silva wants to know what kind of people Killua's friends are. As they talk, Silva realizes Killua is different now, more kind, more thoughtful. He asks Killua if he truly wants to see his friends. Killua says yes, so Silva makes him promise one thing, to never betray his friends.
You are indeed my son, and still a person all your own. Live your life.
Then just like that, he sets Killua free. Episode 25 is called Can't See If You're Blind. After Killua's dad Silva sets him free, Killua heads straight to the butler's quarters, the same place Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio are heading. Killua arrives at the quarters and tells Goto, the lead butler, to call him when Gon shows up. Not long after, Gon and the gang arrive. The butlers greet him and Goto says Killua is on his way. But before they can see him, there's a game to play. It's a coin guessing game, but not your usual kind. Goto flips a coin around and the group has to guess which of his hands it lands in. Sounds simple, until Goto adds more intense rules. You guess wrong, you're out. You take longer than 3 seconds, Canary gets hurt again. If they all fail, then no Killua reunion. Leorio goes first and gets it wrong. Then Kurapika tries and also messes up. Now it's all on Gon. But Gon's got a swollen eye from the beating he received earlier from Canary, so he grabs a knife and slices it open to see better. Wait, how does that even work? Gon ends up winning and all the butlers start clapping. Turns out, the threats were just a joke to make the game more intense. These guys have a weird sense of humor. Anyway, Killua finally walks in and reunites with his friends. Then they say goodbye to the butlers and Canary. On the train, Killua asks why Gon hasn't used his hunter license yet. Gon explains he wants to pay back the people who helped him first, like returning Hisoka's badge. But there's a problem. He doesn't know where Hisoka is. Lucky for him, Kurapika does. Remember that strange moment during the hunter exam when Hisoka whispered something to him? Yeah, Hisoka claimed to have info on the Phantom Troop, the terrifying group that wiped out the Kurta clan. So Kurapika says Hisoka will probably be in York New City. Hisoka also told him to meet him there on the first day of September, which is like 6 months away.
Meet me in York New City on September 1st.
That's also where the Phantom Troop are expected to gather for the world's largest auction. Anyhow, Kurapika says goodbye so he can start working as a hunter. Leorio heads off too, ready to study and become a doctor. Before they split, they promise to meet up again on September 1st in York New City. Now, with new goals and big dreams, Gon and Killua set off to their next stop, Heaven's Arena, a giant tower where they can fight, train, and make some cash. Episode 26 is called Then and After, and this is another recap episode. Gon sends a letter to Mito narrating every single detail from the end of the hunter exam to the rescue of Killua. Mito laughs and looks at Jing's picture hanging nearby, wondering if he's out there watching his son grow up to be just like him. Now, moving on. The next episode is called Arrival at the Arena. Gon and Killua arrive by airship and spot a giant tower reaching high into the sky. Killua tells Gon that it's called Heaven's Arena. It has 251 floors and is the 4th tallest building in the world. Gon is amazed, but Killua says they've got to focus on the mission, earn money, and train at the same time by fighting in matches inside the tower. After registering, Gon and Killua win their match with ease. Another kid wins his fight too and introduces himself as Zushi. Zushi is super polite and is thoroughly impressed by Killua's match. Suddenly, Zushi's teacher Wing appears. He praises Zushi and then talks to Gon and Killua about taking their fights seriously. The boys collect their prize money, 152 Jenny each, and Killua immediately buys a drink. He tells Gon and Zushi that wins on the 50th floor get you 50,000, the 100s give you 1 million, and past the 150th floor, 10 million per win. Gon is floored, and Zushi's eyes go wide. Killua then casually mentions that he made it to the 200th floor at the age of 6 and earned about 200 million Jenny total, but spent it all on snacks over the course of 4 years. Now, I don't know what the exchange rate is, but with that kind of money, I'd be forced into early retirement. Later, Killua and Zushi get matched to fight on the 57th floor. Zushi puts up a strong fight and surprises Killua by continually getting back up after being knocked down. When Zushi uses a new stance, however, Killua actually looks scared. From the audience gallery, Wing yells Zushi's name, stopping him in his tracks. Looks like the teacher and student duo are hiding something. Afterward, Killua tells Gon that the weird aura Zushi used reminded him of his brother Illumi. He didn't know what it was, but it definitely felt dangerous. Over the next few days, Gon and Killua breeze through their matches and reach the 100th floor. They each get their own room and keep racking up prize money. That aura thing still remains a problem, however, and they know nothing about it. So they decide to just ask Zushi. Zushi explains that he did something called Ren. And Ren is one of the 4 big techniques used to train your mind and body. It's part of something bigger, which is called Nen. This Nen thing is the power system in Hunter x Hunter, kinda like chakra in Naruto or stands in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Zushi remarks that the 4 big techniques that make up Nen are Ten, Zetsu, Ren, and Hatsu, and Killua stares at him like he's trying to decipher a doctor's handwritten prescription. This Nen information is supposed to be a secret, by the way, so when Wing walks in, he's surprised to see that Zushi is talking about this stuff to strangers. Killua says he needs to know, especially since it's tied to his brother's power. Wing asks if Illumi uses Nen, but Killua admits he has no clue what Nen even is. Still, he and Gon agree to learn it properly. Wing invites them to his house to start their training. The next episode is called Nen and Nen. Wing finally starts teaching Gon, Killua, and Zushi in his room. He explains the 4 major principles of Nen and their meanings. Nen itself means the strength of one's will, and the 4 major techniques are the training regimen that strengthens one's will. Ten means to focus the mind on a single point. Zetsu means to express one's desired intent either mentally or verbally. Ren means to intensify one's will, and Hatsu means to release or put one's will into action. To show them how it works, Wing uses Killua as a test subject. First, he focuses on his energy to demonstrate Ten. Then, he quietly declares that he'll kill Killua, showing Zetsu. Then, he cranks up his energy, giving off an aura of killing intent using Ren, and it's intense. Killua immediately leaps back and ends up hanging from the ceiling like a startled cat. Yeah, it's that scary. After leaving the room, Killua told Gon that he believes Wing ain't telling them the whole truth. Killua says that even though Wing's explanation sounded good, and his power is clearly real, it doesn't explain how Zushi was able to survive Killua's attacks just by sheer willpower. Something's definitely off. Back in the room, Zushi asks his teacher why he lied to Gon and Killua. Wing sighs and admits that the stuff he taught earlier was only the basics, a kind of beginner version of Nen. He explains that he can't teach the real Nen to people who aren't officially his students. To prove how powerful the real thing is, Wing rips a page from a book, uses Nen to sharpen it like a blade, and slices a soda can in half, from across the room. Zushi is completely stunned. Wing warns him, Nen is something anyone can learn, which is exactly why it's so dangerous if taught carelessly. Meanwhile, Gon and Killua have been climbing fast. In no time, they move on to the 200th floor, where the likes of Hisoka are lurking. Upon seeing our boys entering the floor, Hisoka unleashes a large amount of aura which paralyzes Gon and Killua. He tells them that they're not ready yet to be on this floor. Wing intervenes, feeling he has no choice but to equip our MCs, else they'll be in a world of pain when they start fighting much stronger opponents. So he offers to teach them the real Nen. First, he tells them that Ten isn't just about focusing your mind or energy. It's actually a way of creating a shield or barrier that cushions the effect of an enemy's attack. And, to show how dangerous Nen really is, Wing destroys a whole section of the wall with just a touch. Gon and Killua are so looking forward to mastering this incredible power. The next episode is titled Awakening and Potential. Wing's lesson continues late into the night, and there's a deadline. Gon and Killua need to learn Nen before midnight if they want to stay in the 200s. Wing explains that everyone has the potential to use Nen, but only a few people actually unlock it. In this world, there are 2 ways to awaken Nen: the slow and steady way like Zushi did, or the fast and risky method. And since Gon and Killua are racing the clock, you can already guess which method they're using.
Not only was he a quick learner, but he was tireless in his training, so he was able to master Ten in a very short time.
Wing says Zushi took 6 months to learn Ten the slow way, but Gon and Killua don't have that luxury. So Wing says they'll use the aggressive method, even though it's usually avoided because, well, it can kill you. Yikes. Killua's a little unsure, but Gon trusts Wing, pointing out that he's not evil or weak, which are basically the only 2 ways this could go horribly wrong. Wing explains why he's doing this. Once you hit the 200th floor, everyone uses Nen, and if you don't, you'll get your ass kicked. In fact, the pros up there love blasting rookies with Nen, so yeah, learning Nen is kind of a survival skill now. Wing tells the boys to drop their stuff, take off their outer shirts, and turn around. He puts his hands near their backs and starts the process. The boys feel a blast of heat and pressure as Wing unlocks their aura nodes. It works. A strange misty energy starts pouring out of them. That's their aura. Gon says it feels like steam. Killua worries it's leaking too fast, and Wing warns that if you lose too much aura, you'll pass out. To stop the leak, Wing teaches them how to use Ten to contain aura. They close their eyes and focus, imagining the energy flowing through them like blood through their veins, wrapping around them like an invisible coat. In no time, they nail it.
From the top of your head to your right shoulder, to your hand, through your legs.
Gon says it feels like he's covered in warm slime, and Killua describes it as wearing clothes made of air. Wing tells them to memorize that feeling. They'll need it to maintain 10 even while they're asleep. Now comes the final test. Wing warns them that before, his Nen would have crushed him like a blizzard. But now, they should be able to handle it. He blasts them with his aura, and Gon and Killua hold their ground, yelling but standing firm. Later, they return to the 200th floor and come face to face with Hisoka. He releases his Nen again, just like before, but this time, Gon and Killua push right through it like it's nothing. How cool is that? Hisoka smiles, drops his aura, and officially welcomes them to the 200s. He figures Gon came looking to fight him, and Gon admits that running into him here actually saves him the trouble. Hisoka chuckles and warns Gon not to get too cocky. Just because he learned 10 doesn't mean he's ready. He forms shapes with his aura and teases that there's way more to Nen than they've seen so far. He then makes a deal. If Gon can win just one match on the 200th floor, then he'll accept his challenge. Gon's first match is against a guy called Guido, who uses spinning tops as a weapon.
Here we go! Battle Wolf!
One of the tops strikes Gon and sends him flying. To Gon, it felt like being hit with a hammer, despite having the defensive aura of 10. Being force-fed with a power system in half a day isn't working out as planned. Shocker. Episode 30 is called Fierce and Ferocious. Gon continues his fight against Guido, but he's struggling because of Guido's spinning Nen tops. Guido also uses a new technique called Tornado Top, where he spins his whole body like a top to defend himself. Who would have guessed that a guy shaped like a top would spin like a top? Anyway, Gon keeps trying, and without realizing it, he hides his presence using Zetsu, one of the 4 main Nen techniques, thereby throwing off the aura-charged attacks. Wing, who is watching, is surprised by how Gon naturally does this.
Small objects require only a small amount of aura. The larger the object, the more aura is necessary.
But he's also very worried. The fight continues, and Gon manages to dodge Guido's tops for a while, but eventually, Gon gets distracted and gets his arm broken and loses the match. After the match, Wing is upset that Gon fought so soon after just learning Nen. He gives Gon a condition. He must not practice or use Nen until he fully recovers. To help him remember this prohibition, Wing ties a thread around Gon's fingers. Meanwhile, Kurapika is looking for a job. He meets an agent who helps hunters find work. The agent tests him by using a Nen-based image, but Kurapika fails to see it because he hasn't learned Nen yet. While walking later that day, a mysterious man steals Kurapika's hunter license without him noticing. Later, in a forest, the same thief throws a small stone at Kurapika, but Kurapika dodges it, and it hits a tree, causing a powerful impact. The mysterious man remarks that Kurapika can sense Nen aura even though he can't see it. The man then flaunts the stolen license and challenges Kurapika to take it back. He eventually gives it to Kurapika and makes him an offer he can't refuse, to teach him Nen. The next episode is called Destiny and Tenacity. A whole month has passed by now, and Gon is casually doing handstands using the arm that was definitely broken not long ago. Oh, and we soon get a front row seat to the hottest match in town, Hisoka versus Castro. Killua did a little digging and found out that Hisoka's got an 8-3 win-loss record. But those 3 losses were just the matches he never showed up to, which means in reality, Hisoka has never lost a match in Heaven's Arena. This guy's like a boss battle waiting to happen. Elsewhere, Castro's getting ready for his big comeback. He lost to Hisoka 2 years ago, and now he's back, stronger than ever, with a 9-1 record.
His record is 8 wins and 3 losses, but only because he failed to show. Hisoka the Magician is the Grim Reaper who's prone to taking days off.
Killua, being the sneaky ninja he is, sneaks past the guards and peeks into Castro's room. He's using Zetsu to hide his presence and sees Castro sitting on a couch. until Castro suddenly appears right behind him. When Killua asks how he pulled off the trick, Castro just smiles. A magician never reveals his secrets. Finally, it's fight time. Castro charges up his signature move, Tiger Bite Fist, a technique that can mutilate an enemy real quick. The crowd goes wild. Hisoka, ever the showman, teases him by offering his left arm, so Castro takes his right one instead. Hisoka's arm goes flying like a paper airplane, but Hisoka just grins. This was all part of his twisted plan. As Castro prepares to strike again, Hisoka catches his arm and reveals the truth. Castro's secret power is creating a perfect double of himself. The trick? The double disappears, and the real Castro attacks. Wing explains to Zushi that this kind of double drains a lot of nen. Castro might look cool, but he's burning energy fast. The next episode is called A Surprising Win. We continue from the last episode, with Castro's double doing several swings, but Hisoka moves like a breeze, dodging every hit. By the way, Hunter x Hunter has a lot of narration when it comes to its fights, but I'll try as best as I can to tell what's happening without getting bogged down by the tiny details. Okay, so Hisoka simply explains that Castro's body double can't fake things like bleeding or getting dirty, so it's easy to tell them apart actually. That's another one of the flaws of the technique, aside from excessive use of nen.
That's the bizarre behavior we expect from Hisoka!
Would you like a souvenir?
In a moment of self-awareness, Castro looks down and sees blood on his clothes. Oopsie. Hisoka's gaze has been on the real Castro for some time. Just then, Hisoka's left arm, yes, it had also been chopped off during the fight, comes flying out of nowhere and punches Castro right in the face. Castro is stunned, and before he can react, a bunch of playing cards shoot through the air like ninja stars and stab into him. He falls down, and the fight is over.
Creating a new double using nen requires intense focus.
Far below the arena, a woman waits in the hallway for Hisoka. Her name is Machi, and she's with the Phantom Troop. When Hisoka arrives, she fixes him up using magical thread made from nen. Hisoka flirts with her, but she just wants her money. 20 million for one arm, 50 million for the other. He says he'll pay and surgery begins. Once she's gone, Hisoka uses his two special tricks. First, bungee gum, which makes his aura act like super sticky rubber. He uses it to attach a handkerchief to his arm. Then there's Texture Surprise, an ability that changes the appearance of a surface. He uses it to distort the appearance of the handkerchief, covering his stitched arm with what resembles a layer of skin. Before leaving, the woman reminds him, all Phantom Troop members have to meet in York New City on August 30th. If he doesn't show up, the boss might come after him. Hisoka tries to ask her to dinner, but she's already gone. Outside, the woman looks back at the tower and thinks about Hisoka. He never talks about his past. He forgets people quickly. He only cares about himself, because he thinks he's the strongest. Then, in Hisoka's bathroom, steam fills the air. On his back is a big spider tattoo with the number 4 on it. But as he dries off, he peels it away like a sticker.
I found some new toys to play with. Time to start the hunt.
It was fake. In the next episode, titled An Empty Threat, 2 months have zoomed by like a race car, and Gon has been playing fair. No nen training, just like he promised his teacher after his match with Guido. But now, it's game time again. Wing, their super wise and kind of mysterious mentor, tells Gon and Killua that it's finally time to train nen again. And their buddy Zushi is joining too. Wing gives them a new mission, master the exercise of Ren, which makes your aura stronger, and learn a super cool trick called Gyo. Gyo is like putting on magic sunglasses that let you see hidden powers. Zushi tries it first and pulls it off, but he's so tired afterward he looks like someone who just ran 10 laps with a backpack full of bricks.
I tied the thread to your finger with my own nen, so if you had broken your promise, the thread would have broken as well.
Now, just a quick recap, Ten is the defensive aura. Zetsu is used to hide one's presence or shut off one's aura completely. Ren is used to intensify one's aura before an attack, and last but not least, Hatsu is used to launch an attack. These are the 4 elements of nen. The next day, things get exciting. Gon and Killua finally learn Gyo. Killua tries it and figures out Hisoka's secret abilities using his new aura vision. Yup, Killua is that good. Wing, proud of their progress, gives them the green light to start battling again. In the next episode, titled Power to Avenge, Gon and Guido have their rematch, and the kid comes out on top. This time, he used the old fishing rod.
Well, if you're not going to make a move, I will! Shotgun Blues!
Killua fights a guy who can use electricity, but it's no biggie. We're talking about a kid who was trained to handle poison, so zapping him isn't exactly the biggest flex. He also comes out victorious.
Will fall victim to the mighty Thunder Serpent!
Now, moving on to the next one. Episode 35 is called The True Pass. After Hisoka gives Gon the green light for a future fight, Gon trains like a rocket-powered hamster on a wheel. He, Killua, and Zushi keep pushing themselves harder and harder, learning new Nen skills with their awesome teacher Wing. One day, Wing gathers them around for a big Nen lesson. He talks about Hatsu, which sounds like a secret ninja move, but is actually just about using your aura in cool and unique ways. He explains that there are 6 types of aura, or in other words, 6 categories of Nen. First is enhancement, which can be described as the ability to boost your strength, kinda like supercharging your muscles. Second is transmutation, which is the ability to change your aura into something else, like turning your powers into jelly or lightning. Third is conjuration, the ability to create stuff out of thin air. Number 4 is emission, the ability to blast your aura outward like laser beams. Number 5 is manipulation, the ability to control stuff like a puppet master. And finally, specialization, which covers everything that doesn't fit with the other 5 categories. Wing tells them it's super important to know your natural aura type, because using a power that doesn't match your type just doesn't work well.
The ability that you're born with, and of course, the ability that you've refined later in life.
He brings up some famous Nen users as examples. Hisoka turns his aura into sticky, stretchy gum. Yep, he's a transmuter. Think of him as the human version of bubblegum that fights back. Guido, the spinning top dude, tries to power up his tops and enhance their ability, and control them like they're remote control toys, a manipulator ability. But those 2 aura types don't play nice together, so his attacks are like trying to juggle several bowling balls with spaghetti arms. Then there's Castro, who had a super cool move called Tiger Bite Fist, which was probably an enhancement power, but then he tries to create a shadow clone of himself, that's conjuration, and control the shadow clone, which is manipulation. Problem is, those powers don't mix well with his natural type. It's like trying to wear 3 pairs of shoes on 1 foot. Impressive, but completely pointless.
As for Castro, his Tiger Bite Fist was incredibly strong. Had he mastered it, he would have been among the strongest Nen users.
Next, Wing introduces something called water divination, a fancy way to find out your aura type using a glass of water and a leaf. Wing does a demo, and then the kids try it out. Gon makes the water overflow. That means he's an enhancer, strong, direct, and totally in your face. Killua makes the water taste sweet, like someone dumped cotton candy into it. That makes him a transmuter, just like Hisoka, but way cooler. Zushi makes the leaf dance around like it's doing the cha-cha. That means he's a manipulator, able to control stuff like a puppet master. Weeks go by and the trio never let up on aura farming. Finally, Gon feels ready to rumble. He marches up and schedules his big match with Hisoka. Wing gives Gon the biggest surprise. He's secretly passed the hunter exam. Gon's face is like, wait, what? All that training was just a test all along? Yep, it was. Then the big day comes, July 10th, the showdown everyone's been waiting for. The arena is packed with fans shouting and cheering like it's the final boss of a video game. Gon and Hisoka finally face off. Gon charges in with fists flying, but Hisoka, he just stands there smiling and dodging every attack like he's swatting away flies at a picnic. But watch this. Gon rips a flagstone out of the floor like it's a giant cookie, hurls it into the air, and smashes it into rubble right in front of Hisoka's face. The pieces fly everywhere like popcorn in a microwave. While Hisoka's busy batting away the flying chunks, Gon pulls a ninja vanishing move, disappearing from sight, and then boom! Gon lands a solid punch right on Hisoka's creepy-ass clown face.
He shattered the tile to create a hail of rubble.
The crowd goes wild. It's a huge moment, even for me. Gon finally hit the guy he's been chasing since day 1. and that's just the beginning of the showdown. The following episode is called A Big Debt and a Small Kick. After Gon finally lands that punch to Hisoka's face, the referee excitedly gives him a critical hit point. The crowd buzzes with confusion. Did that punch even hurt Hisoka? Anyhow, things get even stranger from here. Gon pulls out Hisoka's old number badge, the one from the Hunter exam, and calmly hands it back. The whole crowd goes quiet. Hisoka, curious as ever, starts reading Gon like a fortune cookie. He guesses that Gon is an enhancer, people who are honest, direct, and as straightforward as a punch to the face. Hisoka says he's a transmuter, which means he's more slippery and unpredictable, like a magician who tells lies for fun. He then rattles off about how different personality types match different Nen abilities. Enhancers are straight arrows, transmuters are tricky, emitters are hot-headed, specialists are lone wolves, conjurers are anxious thinkers, and manipulators love to argue. Damn, I guess that makes me a specialist. Anyway, after all that, Hisoka's elbow swings out like a snake, and Gon gets slammed. Gon uses his special vision, Gyo, and spots a tiny thread stuck to his cheek. It's Hisoka's bungee gum, a trick that pulls Gon straight into Hisoka's fist like a yo-yo returning home. Gon hits the ground and Hisoka racks up more points. Hisoka, being the master trickster he is, stuck the bungee gum earlier when he was rambling on about the different personality and Nen types. Then, he pulls one last trick. He distracts Gon, making him look the other way, and boom! A rock smashes Gon right in the head. It's game over. Hisoka wins. As he walks away, Hisoka compliments Gon's growth, but says he's still not ready. If Gon can win 10 more matches, maybe they'll fight again, but not in a ring. Next time, it'll be out in the real world, where the stakes are life or death. Gon feels ready to train even harder, to one day stand as Hisoka's equal, or better. With the battle now over, Gon and Killua say goodbye to Wing and Zushi, grateful for all their lessons and kindness. They leave Heaven's Arena behind, hopping on a ride to Whale Island where Gon's Aunt Mito awaits. Episode 37 is titled Jing and Gon. Gon and Killua finally take a break from all of the punches and head back to Whale Island, a peaceful little place where the loudest thing around is probably a seagull fighting a breeze. As they step off the boat, Mito, Gon's loving aunt, is already waiting outside the house with the biggest smile and arms open wide. She greets Killua too and welcomes both of them into the cozy house that smells like fresh food and childhood memories. After devouring a home-cooked meal like two bottomless pits, Gon and Killua wander off into the island's forest until the sun sets. Killua, tossing a twig into a bonfire, wonders what comes next. Gon says he'll stay home for a while, then head to York New City to find clues about his mysterious dad Jing. Killua admires Gon's determination and quietly admits he doesn't really know what he wants in life. He's just sort of tagging along, hoping to figure it out.
Being stuck in that house all day, and spending all my time learning how to kill people. You were my first real friend.
Gon then throws out a brilliant idea. They should travel the world together. Gon can chase his dad, and Killua can chase whatever dream catches his heart along the way. Killua, a little surprised, likes the sound of that. Later that night, back inside the house, Gon tells Mito he'll stay for a month before heading out again. That's when Mito brings out a small, mysterious box, something Jing left for Gon long ago. The next morning, Gon and Killua examine the mysterious box. It's locked up tight like a puzzle chest in a video game. They try everything to open it until Killua gets an idea. Why not try Nen? They manage to open the box using Nen, and inside are 3 items: a ring, a memory card, and a cassette tape. Of course, they go for the cassette tape first, popping it into an old player. As the tape begins to roll, a strangely familiar voice breaks through the speakers. It's Jing. He asks a question that sends chills down Gon's spine. Do you really want to find me? The next episode is called Reply from Dad. For the very first time, Gon hears his father's voice, and it's not exactly a warm welcome. Jing starts off all congratulatory, like a distant uncle who just remembered your birthday. He tells Gon he's proud he became a hunter, but then things get weird. Jing gives Gon a dramatic ultimatum. If he really wants to see him, he should keep listening. If not, hit the stop button. Then he awkwardly gives Gon a whole minute to decide. Gon, of course, keeps listening. That's when Jing drops the bomb. He says Gon must want to see him, but he doesn't want to see Gon. Not yet, at least. Why? Because he, Jing, is selfish. He admits that he chose adventure over fatherhood, and even after 10 years, he's still the same guy. Wild, reckless, and kind of a jerk. As the tape plays, we get a sneak peek of Jing literally riding 2 giant strange animals like he's out on a safari from another planet. Yep, he's in deep hunter territory, doing who knows what. Jing says if Gon really wants to find him, he's going to make it a challenge. Like trying to find a needle in a haystack that's moving, and possibly on fire. Gon, instead of being discouraged, lights up hearing the word adventure, proving that he's Jing's son after all. Then suddenly, the tape starts erasing itself. Turns out, Jing used Nen to booby-trap his own message, just to make it hard to locate him.
He's close! He's gotta be! No. Over 10 years ago, he imbued it with aura.
Classic deadbeat dad energy. With the tape closed, the boys turn their attention to the other item in the box, the memory card. Killua jumps online and orders a game console. When the console arrives, they plug in the card and a wild name flashes across the screen. Greed Island. They quickly learn that this is not your average video game. This thing is super rare, costs more than 5 billion Jenny, and has more mystery surrounding it than a magician's hat. Online searches get them nowhere. Just rumors, dead ends, and weird message boards.
Look at that price tag! 580 million! It's 5.8 billion! Say what?
So Killua does what anyone would do in a pinch. He calls his nerdy shut-in brother Maluki, who basically lives buried in electronics and junk food. Maluki reveals he's got 2 leads on the game, but like any true collector, he wants something in return. Killua promises a copy of the memory card in exchange for the scoop. Maluki then spills the tea. A few copies of Greed Island are going to be up for grabs at the York New City auction. Jackpot. Gon and Killua pack their things and then say goodbye to Mito and Grandma. And goodbyes are always bittersweet. The next episode is called Wish and Promise. As Gon and Killua say goodbye to Whale Island, somewhere far away, Kurapika is getting ready for his next big mission. He wants a job so he can get closer to finding the people that hurt his clan. He walks into a fancy office building and meets a lady who remembers him from before. We then enter a flashback featuring his Nen training with the hobo who'd stolen his hunter license. The guy's name is Izunavi. Izunavi gives Kurapika a water divination test to see what kind of Nen user he is. When Kurapika focuses his energy, the water inside the glass starts to sparkle, showing he's a conjurer. Izunavi explains that this means Kurapika is best at creating things with his aura. He also gives him a score chart showing how good he could be at other types, like Enhancer and Transmuter. The Specialist category gets a big 0 though. Ooh, if only he knew.
Can you conjure a sword that's able to cut through anything?
You can't.
Why not?
Because it exceeds the bounds of human capacity.
Back to the present. Kurapika is revisiting the job agency. This time, the lady is impressed and shows him 3 job choices. All of them lead to something called the Underground Auction, which will take place in York New City. Kurapika picks the creepiest job, protecting a guy who collects human body parts like their baseball cards. Yikes. As Kurapika walks away, he passes a small toothy woman. She listens closely to his heartbeat. Her name is Melody, and she can actually hear people's feelings through their heartbeat. She also goes to the agency to find a job related to the auction, so we haven't seen the last of her. Later, Kurapika arrives at a fancy mansion. A butler leads him into a room full of people who are all trying to become bodyguards. They sit down and a video starts playing. The head bodyguard, Dalzolin, explains their test. They each have 1 month to complete a mission, and only the successful ones will be hired.
Here you go. These are the data cards you're assigned.
But wait, the door suddenly locks. Then, ninjas with swords break in. Everyone panics, everyone except Kurapika. He stands tall, eyes focused, and calls out his chains. Super cool shiny chains that glow with immense power. Ooh, goosebumps. The next episode is titled Nen Users Unite. Kurapika and other aspiring bodyguards are still trapped inside the mansion. Kurapika soon realizes that some of the applicants aren't getting attacked. He confronts 2 of them, including a guy named Squala. who nearly shat his pants. Both guards admit that this was all set up to test everyone's skill, and in the end, only 4 applicants passed the test. The 4 applicants turn out to be Basho, Melody, Baze, and Kurapika. Meanwhile, Killua's brother Maluki gets the Greed Island memory card that Gon and Killua sent. He checks the data and sends Killua a message through a special eagle.
It's starting to look like the memory card Kill found might actually be the real deal.
I figured that you could analyze the data.
Gon and Killua are walking toward York New City, just 2 weeks away from meeting Kurapika and Leorio. As they talk, the eagle arrives and drops off the message, giving them a new clue for their next adventure. The next episode is called Gathering of Heroes. Gon and Killua finally step into the dazzling chaos of York New City. Think flashing lights, towering buildings, and a crowd that looks like something straight out of a video game. They're not here to sightsee though. They have one thing on their minds: Greed Island. They hustle over to an internet cafe where Killua's got a secret URL from his genius brother Maluki. After a quick swipe of their hunter licenses, they're in. Suddenly, they're not just on a regular website. They're inside a virtual tavern, and it's pulsing with Nen energy. The NPC bartender, who's clearly seen some weird stuff in his time, gives them the lowdown after they drop a hefty fee.
I can feel aura coming from the monitor!
He says Greed Island isn't just a game. It's a full-on life or death experience. It was created by Nen users, and you can only play if you're one yourself. Once you're in the game, you can't just log out. You're stuck there. And if you die in the game, you die for real. Seriously. To add more to its deadliness, someone once hired 50 Nen users to try and beat the game. Not one of them came back. Oh, and if you want to play, it'll cost you a whopping 8.9 billion Jenny. That's the starting price at the underground auction in York New. Unfortunately, that's way more than Gon and Killua have in their pockets. Meanwhile, Kurapika and the other 3 applicants are officially hired as bodyguards for the Nostrad family. The head honcho Dalzalin lays out their first mission: escort the boss around York New. They meet their boss and, surprise, it's not some grumpy old guy. It's Neon Nostrad, a young girl with a ridiculously fancy bedroom. Neon's not just a regular rich girl though. She's got wild power called Lovely Ghostwriter. She can predict the future by writing out fortunes. As the Nostrad team heads to a hotel, they unknowingly pass by 4 members of the Phantom Troop. The troop guys don't want a hotel room. They're here for the auction, and they've got plans.
Talk is as cheap as it ever was.
Their leader, Crollo Lucifer, who is extremely hot by the way, gathers them all together for a brief meeting. As that's happening, Hisoka finally shows up to join the troop. Crollo gives the final order: steal everything at the auction. If anyone gets in their way, they will pay. No exceptions. Ooh boy. The next episode is called Defend and Attack. Gon and Killua hit the busy streets of York New City's marketplace, where you can find everything from grilled octopus to sparkly phone cases. Gon decides it's time to level up his tech and buys a shiny new cell phone. But surprise! While checking out his purchase, they bump into their old buddy Leorio. Big hugs, big smiles. It's a beautiful reunion. The 3 of them catch up, swapping stories about Nen, their wild adventures, and of course, Greed Island, that crazy dangerous game they're determined to find. Meanwhile, over at the Nostrad mansion, Kurapika and the other bodyguards are suited up for action. Their boss, Dalzalin, lays out the plan for the big underground auction happening that night. 3 guards will cover the auction room. 2 will guard the back entrance, while Kurapika and Melody will be on front door duty. It's like setting up for a heist movie, but this time they're guarding the treasure.
This auction is built on a foundation of trust, and that's the reason you won't see any surveillance cameras on site.
Night falls, the auction is about to kick off, and Kurapika and Melody are at their posts. Kurapika wonders aloud if the Phantom Troop will show up, and Melody catches something in his voice, an echo of deep anger. She's heard it before, back when she first met him. As they wait, Kurapika finally opens up about his past and the scarlet eyes that were stolen from his clan. He shares his vow to track down every last one and retrieve them. Melody listens quietly. then shares her own haunting tale. She tells him about the Dark Sonata, a terrifying piece of music believed to be written by the devil himself. She only heard a flute version played by a friend, and it twisted her body horribly. Her arm is now scarred and mutated, and her friend didn't survive. In return, she gained a strange gift, the ability to hear the sounds of a person's heart. Her goal is to find the rest of the sonata and destroy it forever so no one else suffers like she did. The next episode is called A Shocking Tragedy. The underground auction, where the world's most powerful mafia bosses flex their cash like it's a muscle competition, is in full swing. Suddenly, two very sketchy hosts walk onto the stage. It's Phaeton and Franklin from the Phantom Troupe, dressed like they just came from a funeral of a clown. Phaeton starts his speech with a smug smirk, then abruptly cuts it short. That's Franklin's cue. He lifts his arm and bam! Out of his fingers comes a flurry of Nen bullets that rip through the room like a nightmare fireworks show. Baze and another guard start bolting, running for their lives, only to be stopped by Shizuku, another troop member who does not fight with fists or guns, but with a conjured vacuum cleaner called Blinky. Yeah, you heard that right. Her vacuum doesn't clean floors, it slurps up people. Bodies, blood, and bones vanish in seconds. Jeez. Back at HQ, Kurapika radios in to Dalzalin with the worst news possible. Everyone's dead. The merchandise is gone, and the troupe pulled a disappearing act. The Mafia is furious and launches an all-out manhunt. Meanwhile, the Phantom Troupe is drifting away from the chaos in a hot air balloon, of all things. Uvogin, the musclehead of the group, munches on snacks and casually tells Krollo that the treasure safe was already empty when they got there. He suspects that someone in the gang is a traitor, but Krollo waves it off.
That is why I believe that while someone did tip them off, it wasn't terribly specific.
Turns out that someone who had accessed the treasure safe before the Phantom Troupe was actually a part of the Shadow Beasts, the Mafia's elite hit squad made of actual monsters disguised as humans. The troupe's new mission is to take out as many Mafia goons as possible to lure the Shadow Beasts into the open. Not long after, some Mafia goons spot the balloon and blast it out of the sky. The troupe comes crashing down near a cliff, but they're totally unfazed. Suddenly, the ground rips open and out crawls Worm, looking like a giant lump of hemorrhoid. He's followed by Rabid Dog, Leech, and Porcupine. 4 of the Shadow Beasts have arrived, and they're ready for some chaos. Episode 44 is called Build Up to a Fierce Battle. The battle with the Shadow Beasts begins as Uvogin faces off alone while the rest of the Phantom Troupe lounges nearby, casually playing cards like they have all the time in the world. Worm charges in first, landing a punch on Uvogin's face, but Uvogin responds with a punch so powerful it sends shockwaves through the ground, leaving Worm startled. Worm quickly retreats underground, trying to drag Uvogin down with him, but Uvogin unleashes his devastating Big Bang impact. The attack leaves a massive crater, severely injuring Worm and blowing him out of the fight. Porcupine steps up next, managing to stick his needle-like hairs into Uvogin's hand. As Uvogin tries to shake him off, Rabid Dog joins the brawl, slicing and biting into Uvogin's body. His bites inject a dangerous poison that begins to weaken Uvogin, eventually bringing him to his knees. That's when Leech makes his move. He releases a swarm of spotted leeches he had stored inside his own body, forcing them into Uvogin's bloodstream. But even poisoned and swarming with parasites, Uvogin doesn't give up. With sheer fury, he bites off nearly half of Leech's head, killing him instantly. Then, with incredible precision, he spits part of Leech's skull like a bullet, striking Rabid Dog in the head and taking him down too. Still stuck to Porcupine, Uvogin lets out a thunderous scream that knocks Porcupine unconscious, finally freeing himself from the painful quills.
Hey, what the hell, you idiot! How about a warning next time?
Do you want to burst our eardrums too?
Sorry about that.
Now badly injured and full of parasites, Uvogin turns to Shizuku for help. She explains that her vacuum Blinky can only remove non-living matter, so she can suck out the poison but cannot get rid of the leeches still crawling inside him. At a distance, Kurapika watches with intensity as his eyes begin to glow a deep scarlet. With sharp focus, He uses his chain jail to wrap Uvogin in unbreakable chains and pulls him straight out of the crater. He and the rest of the Nostrad team pile into a car and take off with Uvogin in their custody. We then learn that Kurapika has made a self-imposed contract, whereby his Nen technique will get stronger, but will only be used on members of the Phantom Troop, and no one else. Breaking this contract means instant death for our red-eyed MC. You remember when we talked about binding vows in JJK? Yeah, this legendary thing inspired that legendary thing. Classic anime stuff. The next episode is called Restraint and Vow. Kurapika has captured the walking tank known as Uvogin, and now he and the Nostrad bodyguards are making a speedy getaway. But the Phantom Troop isn't far behind. Thanks to Machi's sneaky little Nen thread, which she stitched into Uvogin like a ninja tracker, they're hot on his trail. Just as they're closing in, Owl from the Shadow Beasts pulls off the superhero landing of the year, right in front of their car. Without missing a beat, he whips out his magical Fun cloth, yeah, that's really what it's called, and wraps the whole car like a giant Christmas present. Most of the troop wriggle their way out, except for poor Nobunaga, who ends up gift-wrapped because he picked the wrong seat. The escaped troop members instantly recognize Owl, but before anything else can happen, another group of shadow beasts arrive. Owl, knowing the troop is basically a pack of wild wolves in stylish outfits, warns his gang to take it slow. But they don't listen. The beasts charge in full of confidence and are wiped out just as fast. Only Owl is spared, but only because the troop wants answers. Back at the Nostrad hideout, Uvogin wakes up groggy and irritated. He's still paralyzed from the poison and starts talking like he just woke up from a nap. Dalzalin tries to be intimidating and stabs him, but his sword shatters against Uvogin's Nen-hardened skin. Uvogin barely flinches. The bodyguards question him about the missing auction treasure. Surprisingly, Uvogin gives them the truth. The shadow beasts already ran off with it. Then he offers what he thinks is a generous deal. Let him go, and he won't kill anyone. Meanwhile, Phaeton is busy giving Owl the worst interrogation session ever, and Owl cracks instantly. He hands over the treasure's location, no fight needed. At the same time, Hisoka asks Chrollo for permission to go meet someone, who turns out to be Kurapika. They meet in an abandoned park, and Hisoka proposes a temporary alliance. If Kurapika teams up with him, Hisoka will spill the secrets of 7 troop members. An alliance makes sense because their goals are currently aligned, because Hisoka is always horny for strong opponents, and he's itching to fight the big boss Chrollo.
It just gets me so excited. Even the mere thought of fighting the boss turns me on.
That voice, man, gets me every time. Back at the base, Dalzalin calls the Mafia to arrange Uvogin's surrender. But when the Mafia arrives, surprise, it's just the Phantom Troop in disguise. They break Uvogin out, kill Dalzalin without blinking, and reunite with their giant comrade. Shizuku uses her vacuum cleaner Blinky to suck out the poison from Uvogin, and just like that, he's back in full smashing mode. He tears through the building like a wrecking ball, howling like a wild beast and looking for Kurapika. But Kurapika is already gone. Hearing Uvogin's rage-filled screams, the other bodyguards wisely run for their lives. The next episode is called Chasing and Waiting. Kurapika learns about the troop attack and just tells Hisoka to meet him at the same spot tomorrow. Later, back at the hotel, things are really tense. With Dalzalin out, there's a leadership vacuum in the Nostrad security structure. It turns out that Neon isn't their actual employer. Her father, Light Nostrad, is. The group tells Neon about the other bodyguards who died during the auction massacre, and they decide someone has to talk to her dad. Naturally, they all look at Kurapika. And for Kurapika, this is perfect. He wants to climb closer to the heart of the Mafia anyway, all to get closer to his goal. Elsewhere, Uvogin lounges in a random dead guy's apartment, casually chugging beer. Not for fun, but to try and flush the leftover leeches out of his system. Another Phantom Troop member, Shalnark, is nearby, glued to the Hunter website, digging through data like a detective. He finds out exactly where Uvogin had been held, the Nostrad hideout. Uvogin jumps up, ready to go on a rampage. Franklin, the troop member with the flappy earlobes, grumbles at him to hurry up, while Shalnark reminds him not to go full monster mode again. Sorry, but am I the only one who loves it when the bad guys show concern for each other? Anyway, back at the hotel, Kurapika stares at the same online database and realizes something chilling. If he found this information so easily, the Phantom Troop won't be far behind. Without wasting a second, he orders the others to switch rooms. He's staying behind alone. He knows what's coming. Meanwhile, over in another corner of York New City, Gon, Killua, and Leorio are stuck on a much more relatable problem. Money. They're still trying to figure out how to buy Greed Island, and their little arm wrestling hustle is only getting them very far. But luck strikes when a mafia boss points them towards an underground fighting ring where the payouts are much higher. Gon's all geared up and ready to throw punches, but right before his match starts, it gets cancelled. The mafia has shifted gears. Everyone's now on high alert, ordered to hunt down Phantom Troop members. The bounty is sky high, either dead or alive. Gon and the boys quickly call Kurapika to fill him in, but he doesn't pick up because right now, Kurapika is standing face to face with Uvogin. The air between them crackles with tension. One man is rage incarnate, the other, a storm barely contained behind scarlet eyes.
I'd prefer somewhere remote so we won't be a nuisance. I don't want your screams to bother anyone.
This was a match destined to happen. In the next episode, titled Condition and Condition, Kurapika and Uvogin take their showdown somewhere a bit more scenic. And by that, I mean a deserted wasteland. With the leeches finally flushed out of his body, thanks to beer therapy, Uvogin eyes Kurapika and senses something strange. This guy isn't your average Nen user. He's got that dangerous MC energy. Uvogin asks who he is, and Kurapika responds with a question of his own. Do you even remember the people you've killed? Uvogin scratches his head, because of course he doesn't. That's when Kurapika drops the emotional hammer that he's one of the last survivors of the Kurta clan, the people of the Phantom Troop slaughtered for their scarlet eyes. Uvogin stares blankly. Nothing rings a bell. He admits he was part of the massacre, but hey, no emotional baggage. He just doesn't feel anything when killing. Kurapika, filled with righteous fury, calls him scum and declares that his atonement starts now, with his death. Uvogin smirks and replies that people like Kurapika are the exact reason he enjoys killing. And with that preamble, the fight begins. Uvogin lunges first, fists flying like wrecking balls. Kurapika narrowly dodges, his chains flashing through the air like silver vipers. Uvogin's instincts scream that these chains are not normal. They hum with deadly Nen. So he changes tactics, go full berserker mode and hit Kurapika before the chains can catch him. So Uvogin does just that. He smashes the ground with his Big Bang impact, creating a smoke screen thick enough to hide multiple tanks. Then, he appears out of the dust and lands a full-powered punch directly on Kurapika's arm, breaking it. Uvogin grins in triumph, but that smug smile doesn't last. Kurapika calmly praises Uvogin for his in technique, then activates his own in. Now wait, what the hell is in? In is basically Zetsu Pro Max. Zetsu allows one to hide their presence by shutting off the aura nodes of the body, but in is an advanced form of Zetsu that allows one to keep the aura nodes open but hide their Nen aura anyway. I hope that clears it up pretty well, cause it becomes pretty important shortly. In the blink of an eye, thanks to his use of in, Kurapika's chains wrap around Uvogin, locking him in place. Kurapika steps forward, and with chilling precision, removes his contact lenses to reveal those legendary scarlet eyes. Now Uvogin remembers. The Kurta clan, the massacre, the eyes that the boss really wanted. And suddenly, this fight feels personal for both of them. Uvogin roars and tries to break free, but Kurapika isn't just any Nen user. With his scarlet eyes active, he transforms into a specialist, a jack of all Nen trades. And those chains, they were built to be unbreakable, with one brutal catch. You know, the one about the self-imposed contract where his chains only work against the troop members, but will kill him if he uses it against someone else. Kurapika shows just how insane this power is. He heals his shattered arm in front of Uvogin's eyes, and he goes on to explain his logic. Uvogin was chosen first because he's the physically strongest troop member. If he can't escape the chains, then none of the others can either. Kurapika demands to know where the troop is hiding and what their abilities are, but Uvogin doesn't flinch. He stares death in the face and asks Kurapika to kill him. Kurapika punches him again and again, dragging out the pain, trying to understand how someone can kill so many innocent people and feel nothing.
Where can I find the others?
Kill me.
Uvogin gives the same heartless answer. That's when Kurapika finally snaps. He uses his deadliest chain, Judgment Chain. It wraps around Uvogin's heart. Kurapika lays down the rule: answer his question or die. Uvogin stares him dead in the eyes, grins, and calls him the B word. The chain does its job. It pierces through Uvogin's heart, ending the fight instantly. Meanwhile, back at the Phantom Troop's hideout, Krollo isn't worried about the rest of the Mafia, but this chain user, he's a real threat. Shalnark, clearly feeling guilty, regrets not telling Uvogin when he had the chance. Krollo tells the group they'll wait until dawn. If Uvogin hasn't returned by then, it's time to change the plan, because for the first time, the spiders realize they may have underestimated their prey. Damn, what an episode! The following episode is titled Very Sharp Eye. Gon, Killua, and Leorio set off on their mission to track down the Phantom Troop and gather information about Greed Island. They start by using Gon's hunter license to make some money, hoping to find rare items for auction and clues along the way. Anyway, they meet a guy named Zapil, who saves them from getting scammed, and they treat him to a meal. Oh, and for some reason, Leorio still hasn't learned Nen. Like, come on dude, it's time to catch up. Anyway, moving on to the next one. Episode 49 is called Pursuit and Analysis. Gon, Killua, and Leorio are on the move again, this time heading to a location where 2 members of the Phantom Troop were spotted. Once they get there, they stay hidden, watching from a distance as Machi and Nobunaga discuss whether Uvogin is dead or alive. While talking, they both realize someone's probably following them, and suspect it might be the chain user. Nobunaga, sticking to their boss's orders, is determined to either bring the chain user back, dead or alive. Meanwhile, Shalnark and Krollo are busy digging into the Nostrad family, particularly interested in Neon Nostrad. At the hotel, Light Nostrad tells his bodyguards to make sure his daughter stays safe. He orders Basho and Melody to escort her home, promising she'll get to go to an auction soon. Once Neon leaves, Light reveals to his guards that the underground auction will continue at night. Back with Machi and Nobunaga, the troop members are about to make their move. Gon and Killua are assigned by Kurapika to tail them, and if they get noticed, they're supposed to bail out. If they can't keep up for any reason, they're to call it off. Killua gives Gon a signal over the phone telling him to follow Machi if they split up, while Leorio will stay with Zapil to help with the auction. As they start to follow Machi and Nobunaga, Killua and Gon realize the 2 spiders are aware they're being followed. Nobunaga looks directly at Killua's hiding spot. Both Gon and Killua quickly try to escape, but the doors are blocked by troop members Finks and Pakunoda. Killua's fast and agile, bouncing around the room, but Finks catches him easily by the leg. It dawns on Killua. He and Gon have been stalked this whole time. Meanwhile, Gon is surrounded by Machi and Pakunoda, who start questioning him about the chain user, though they don't know it's Kurapika just yet. Nobunaga demands to know why they're following them, and Killua explains that the Mafia put a huge bounty on the Phantom Troop, which has caught their attention. When they ask if he knows anyone who uses chains, Killua replies in the negative, because he actually has no idea what Kurapika's ability is. In the end, both Gon and Killua are taken to the troop's hideout. This can't be good. Episode 50 is called Ally and Sword. Gon and Killua are stuck inside the Phantom Troop's hideout, surrounded by some of the most dangerous members of the group, with no idea what's going to happen to them. They notice Hisoka is nearby, but they make sure to completely pretend like they don't know each other. After learning that Shizuku lost to Gon in arm wrestling before, Nobunaga immediately challenges Gon to an arm wrestling match. It's clear this is not going to end well for Gon. Nobunaga slams Gon's hand into the concrete with such force, it's like he's trying to break a rock in half. Gon's hand starts bleeding, and the whole thing looks brutal. While this friendly competition is going on, Nobunaga starts talking about Uvogin, and goes on this emotional rant about how he knew Uvogin was better than anyone else in the troop. He starts crying, which is a weird contrast to his usual tough guy persona. He then swears that he's going to find the chain user no matter what. Suddenly, Killua's brain starts working overtime, and he starts piecing things together. He realizes that the chain user could be Kurapika. Gon, frustrated and fed up, finally activates his Nen and slams Nobunaga's hand down into the concrete. The sound is like a thunderclap.
Why couldn't you feel that for them? What the hell is wrong with you?
But before things get even more out of hand, no pun intended, Phaeton steps in to restrain Gon, and Hisoka's chilling presence is felt as he casually holds a card to Killua's neck. It's like something straight out of a mafia movie. The rest of the troop members start asking if Gon and Killua know anything about the chain user. Pakunoda has already used her Nen ability to check their memories, but nothing came up. Some members of the troop want to let them go, but Finks is still unsure, especially since the chain user hides his chains. Shalnark, always the strategist, suggests they look into the Nostrad family since they know the chain user works for them. He hands out flyers of the bodyguards working for Neon Nostrad, and the troop starts to split up to gather more information on the chain user. Since Nobunaga's stuck keeping an eye on Gon and Killua, Machi, much to her dismay, is stuck with Hisoka. Oh, come on, Machi. It's not like he's asked you out on a date or anything. Oh yeah. Back in their makeshift prison, Gon is holding his injured hand while Killua is processing the tense situation. Nobunaga tells them as long as they don't make trouble, they can leave when Chrollo gives the word. Gon then has an idea. He and Killua charge their Nen and rush towards Nobunaga, but instead of attacking, they both crash through separate walls of the room, running in different directions. Nobunaga chases Gon, but Gon tricks him by leading him into a dead-end wall. Both Gon and Killua use In to keep their Nen hidden, and while Nobunaga uses N to search for them, Gon and Killua manage to escape the building unnoticed. Unlike In, which is used for hiding aura, N is a surveillance technique that allows one to cover a field with aura when searching for another Nen user. It's a combination of Ten and Ren. Anyway, as they head back to York New City, Killua finally admits that Kurapika is likely the chain user and that they need to talk to him if they want to learn more about the spiders. The next episode is called A Brutal Battlefield. Neon Nostrad is out shopping and manages to slip away from her bodyguards and servants. Meanwhile, a powerful clique of mafia bosses known as the 10 Dons are gathering some top-notch hitmen, including Silva Zoldic and his father Zeno, to take on the Phantom Troop. Now, Kurapika is on his way to the auction when he gets a call from Basho and Melody that Neon has managed to escape. Her father, understandably, starts freaking out, imagining all the worst-case scenarios for his daughter. But no worries, Kurapika uses his dowsing chain to track her down, pretty much like a GPS with magic. Light Nostrad quickly alerts the police to keep Neon out of the auction building, but she's already inside thanks to some smooth moves from Chrollo, who helped her get past security. Jeez. Once inside, Chrollo and Neon are having a casual chat about her fortune-telling skills. Neon does her thing and reads his fortune, but when Chrollo looks at the first verse of the prophecy, he gets all emotional. Tears start streaming down his face, and he realizes everything the fortune says is true. It predicts he'll mourn his lost compatriots, get hurt, stay strong, and find new companions. This also makes him realize that Uvogin might actually be dead, which makes him switch gears instantly. As the two leave the restaurant, Chrollo knocks Neon out cold. It's super quick, like a blink and you'll miss it moment. Afterward, he acts all concerned, asking for help from security like he didn't just knock her out. Phaeton then gets a message from their boss, telling the troop to go wild at the cemetery building where the auction was supposed to happen. Finks asks Phaeton about the others, and Phaeton casually replies that their team is on their way, just cleaning up some trash along the way. The other troop members doing the trash cleaning are out in York New City, causing havoc and getting rid of all the police and mafia in the streets, except for Hisoka, who's just chilling off to the side enjoying the show. Back at the auction building, Chrollo uses his Nen ability, Indoor Fish, on a bodyguard, and holy is it terrifying. This ability is seriously messed up. It tears the guy's body apart but keeps him alive thanks to the presence of the Nen Fish. Once the Nen Fish disappears, the guy is dead. As if that wasn't enough, Chrollo starts reflecting on the prophecy Neon gave him. In a strangely poetic moment, he performs a blood-soaked requiem dedicated to Uvogin, mourning his loss and the prophecy that looms over him.
Well, Uvo, can you hear it?
It's intense, dramatic, and the tension is building to a crazy climax. We then move on to episode 52, titled Assault and Impact. Kurapika and Light Nostrad are holed up in the room where Neon is recovering. Later, Kurapika gets a call from Gon and Killua telling him how they were kidnapped by the Phantom Troop, which definitely doesn't help Kurapika's already short fuse. He gets all riled up, and the boys keep insisting that they want to help and give him information. Kurapika's not having it though, saying he's already got a reliable source and doesn't want them getting tangled up in his mess. The troop is still wreaking havoc outside, getting dangerously close to the auction building, which is now a total circus. Mafia members are losing their minds as the situation seems to have gotten out of control. Enter Zeno and Silva Zoldic, the badass father-son duo. They stroll in like they owned the place, delivering a big ol' warning to the Mafia. There's a Phantom Troop member outside, and he's strong enough to kill everyone in less than 10 seconds. Well, not like the Mafia needed any more reason to freak out. Anyway, Zeno and Silva track down Chrollo's location and jump into action. This isn't the first time Chrollo is encountering the Zoldics, as they had killed a Phantom Troop member in the past. As the fight begins, Chrollo uses a poison knife to cut Silva. Silva skillfully stops the poison from spreading. Poison stuff doesn't work against the Zoldics anyway. Zeno starts analyzing Chrollo's techniques, as they know quite well that Chrollo has the power to steal Nen abilities. But it comes with a catch. He can't use them all at once. Zeno even realizes that Chrollo can't just steal Nen abilities willy-nilly, which is why Chrollo's using this toxic knife just to be careful. Realizing Zeno's onto him, Chrollo decides to toss the knife and switch up his game plan. Chrollo pulls out a book containing a list of all the Nen abilities he's stolen. Zeno, being the smart cookie he is, figures out that Chrollo is trying to get closer to him, so he keeps his distance while trying to use his dragon technique to trap the troop leader. Chrollo dodges Zeno's attacks, but he's also keeping an eye on Silva, not giving him an opening. Finally, Chrollo gets a little too distracted and Zeno traps him with his technique. It's like a classic gotcha moment. Now, with Chrollo all locked up, Zeno signals Silva to finish the job. Silva doesn't need any more prompting. He releases 2 huge glowing balls of Nen energy straight at Chrollo. It feels like the ultimate power-up move that just shakes the whole place, as if someone dropped a bomb in the wine cellar, and Chrollo definitely didn't look ready for it. Next episode is called Fake and Psyche. Chrollo and Zeno pop out of the basement rubble barely scratched like anime characters always do after massive explosions. Well, not all explosions of course, as you'll eventually find out. We then learn that Chrollo had commissioned Illumi Zoldic to assassinate the heads of the Mafia world known as the 10 Dons. This is interesting, because the 10 Dons were the ones who hired the Elder Zoldics to take out Chrollo. Anyhow, Illumi accomplished his mission first, so he called his dad to find out if Chrollo is still alive, and if so, to inform the troop boss about the successful assassinations and to wire him his paycheck as agreed. This means the Elder Zoldics have been discharged from their mission automatically as their Mafia clients are now dead. Chrollo rallies his gang, giving a troop member Cortopi the go-ahead to make fake corpses to fake their deaths. The Mafia world is led to believe that the big bad Phantom Troop leader is now dead and the auction can go on as usual. Outside, Kurapika learns that the Phantom Troop leader is dead, but he's not buying it without a corpse in front of him. The Mafia later finds Chrollo's supposed body and a few more spider corpses, and begin gossiping about how surprisingly young the troop boss looks. Then, Kurapika rushes back into the auction house, and just in time, sees the Scarlet Eyes being auctioned off, his people's sacred treasure. He calls his boss Light Nostrad, who gives him permission to bid on it. In the end, the Scarlet Eyes go for a jaw-dropping 2.9 billion, and for Kurapika, it's worth every Jenny. Meanwhile, in a much cheerier corner of Yorknu, Gon and Killua find Leorio and Zapil having the time of their lives, kicking back and enjoying drinks.
How's about another?
Really? We were captured and these two were sitting here drinking?
Leorio offers them booze like it's a slumber party, but Killua reminds him they're still underage. They catch up and recount their daring escape from the spiders. Then they decide to head to Kurapika's to learn more Nen, because right now there's some mysterious fast track to power that Kurapika's found, and they want in on the details. Back at the hospital, Neon wakes up and is instantly hypnotized by the Scarlet Eyes. She calls them beautiful, unaware of the many years of suffering behind them. Although Kurapika got the eyes, it's Neon's father who paid for it as a gift to his daughter. Melody, ever the empath, senses Kurapika's crushing sadness and comforts him. Kurapika calls Gon to let him know the spiders are dead. At least, that's what everyone thinks. Meanwhile, Hisoka tries calling Kurapika, but he gets ghosted. So he just sits back, watching the troop drink and toast to the success of their mission as if nothing ever happened. In the next episode, titled Fortunes Aren't Right, Gon, Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio finally reunite in York New City, and it's a mix of heartfelt moments and intense conversations. Kurapika takes the time to explain how he unlocked his Nen powers, revealing the painful sacrifices he made along the way. It's not your everyday training montage, but he basically signed a magical contract with terrifying consequences. Kurapika also mentions that he's been working with none other than Hisoka, everyone's favorite chaotic wildcard. Over at Phantom Troop HQ, Chrollo gives the gang the heads up. They're leaving York New by nightfall. Most members are on board, but Nobunaga isn't ready to call it quits. Still grieving Uvogin like he lost his brother in war, he refuses to leave without revenge. Franklin suggests they follow Chrollo's command, but Nobunaga starts to question if this is really what Chrollo wants. Chrollo doesn't just answer, he gets theatrical. He pulls out Neon Nestrad's fortune-telling ability. Yup, the guy actually stole it, and hands Nobunaga a piece of paper, asking for some personal info required for the ability to work. Once Nobunaga finishes, Chrollo reads his fortune, and it's pretty grim. He shares that the troop is set to lose even more members if they stay. Shizuku, curious and perhaps lacking survival instinct, asks for her own fortune. With Chrollo's help, she deciphers her fate and finds out she's likely going to die within the week, along with Shalnark and Pakunoda. The air in the room turns heavy as reality sinks in. Chasing the chain user now feels like running into a fire barefoot. Chrollo gently reminds the group that loyalty to the troop matters more than revenge, and that each member plays a vital role. Just then, Hisoka strolls in like it's open mic night and asks to have his fortune told too, because of course he does. Drama is his lifeblood.
You should tell the other members' fortunes now. It's quite possible that they could provide additional clues for how to avoid the prophecy.
Elsewhere, Kurapika is still set on collecting the eyes of his clan when he receives a chilling message from Hisoka. The corpses of the troop were fake. The realization hits Kurapika hard. He feels the fury and regret bubble up. He should have known better and should have seen the deception coming. Back at the troop hideout, Chrollo goes into full tarot card reading mode and tells the fortune of more members. Hisoka's fortune pops up and oh, it is juicy. Full of veiled references to him teaming up with Kurapika, leaking insider info, and eventually squaring off against Chrollo. When Pakunoda insists on reading it herself, Hisoka warns her that she might regret it. She reads it anyway, and something strange happens. The fortune changes. Whatever Pakunoda sees terrifies her enough to show it to everyone else. Nobunaga is livid, eyes blazing with fury. He storms at Hisoka, convinced he betrayed Uvogin from the inside. Accusations fly, tempers flare, and the fragile unity of the troop starts to crack. The next episode is titled Allies and Lies. While facing questions and accusations of betrayal, Hisoka sits like a smug magician at a poker table, casually shuffling his cards like this is all just another game. Shalnark and Franklin try to calm Nobunaga down, reminding him that fortunes can be avoided. Hisoka, ever the drama king, admits the first verse about his encounter with the chain user is true, but claims he can't talk about the rest. Nobunaga's ready to charge, but Chrollo teleports him out of range like he's moderating a heated group chat. Chrollo then takes the stage and starts playing detective, grilling Hisoka about the fortune. Hisoka stays tight-lipped about Kurapika, which only raises more red flags. Chrollo starts breaking down the verses like a poetry professor, figuring out that the chain user has one ability for restraining and killing, like what happened to Uvogin, and another for forcing people to obey rules. He thinks Kurapika is stopping Hisoka from speaking freely. Hisoka, in classic twisted fashion, is totally turned on by Chrollo's smarts. He wants to fight him even more now. Inside his own head, however, Hisoka is laughing like a maniac.
Yes, I knew you were brilliant. I'm definitely going to enjoy killing you.
He made up most of that fortune using his own Nen. He knows if Chrollo hadn't fallen for it, Hisoka would be toast. Then, Chrollo decides the troop is staying in York New for now. They need some much-needed answers. Kurapika agrees to let Gon, Killua, and Leorio join in the search for the Phantom Troop, hoping to turn their deaths from fake news to reality. They all sit together to make a plan. Killua will stake out the troop's base. Leorio is the getaway driver, and Gon will be the bait to distract Pakunoda, the woman with the dangerous ability to read memories. Gon thinks back to how insanely fast the spiders are and knows he'll have to give everything. To boost his resolve, Gon pulls a Kurapika and asks for a Nen blade to his heart in exchange for more power, just like the conditions Kurapika placed on himself. Killua and Leorio are floored. Kurapika kicks the other two out of the room so he can explain the real deal. He shows Gon his conjured chains and walks them through his Nen abilities. First is Chain Gel. It completely traps a troop member and forces them into Zetsu, shutting off their aura. Then there's Judgment Chain, a literal blade to the heart that comes with strict rules. Chain Gel is only for spiders. But Judgment Chain can be used on anyone, though it requires Kurapika's Scarlet Eyes to activate. All this to say, nobody else gets a Nen blade. Killua heads out to start his part of the mission, watching the troops' hideout. But when he gets there, he's greeted by not one, but 50 identical buildings. Thanks to Cortopi and his army of fake bases, Killua has officially entered a game of hide and seek on Nightmare mode. The next episode is called Beloved and Beledgered. It's a rainy day, and inside a car, Kurapika, wearing a disguise so the Phantom Troop won't recognize him, chats on the phone with Killua. Killua's hunkered down on a rooftop near the troops' hideout, soaked and tense. He's managed to track them, but now he's facing a maze of newly appeared buildings thanks to Cortopi's Nen ability. Meanwhile, all the spiders, Prolo, Shalnark, Finks, Franklin, Shizuku, Pakunoda, Machi, Nobunaga, Phaeton, Cortopi, Banolinov, and Hisoka, are having a real villain reunion. They're all talking about the Chain User, Kurapika's codename, and the bodyguards of the Nostrad family, who are protecting Neon. After Cortopi uses his power to make a copy of the Scarlet Eyes to track the Chain User, the troops split up to find anyone connected with Uvogan's killer.
Got it. There's something of the same shape in that direction, approximately 2,500 meters.
Back on the roof, Killua tries to stay hidden while keeping tabs on the hideout. Melody calls and explains her ability to hear everything. And I mean everything. Heartbeat, footsteps, breathing. With this ability, she hears the troop approaching the hotel where the Scarlet Eyes are located. Squala is the one guarding the eyes and some cute dogs. After he's tipped off by Kurapika that the troop are heading in his direction, Squala runs away with the Scarlet Eyes and the dogs. In response, Nobunaga, Pakunoda, and Cortopi tail Squala, who is unaware that the Scarlet Eyes he's carrying with him put a target on his back. Not too far away, Chrollo, Machi, and Shizuku notice they're being followed and decide to turn around. As they approach the hiding place of their stalkers, Kurapika's rage boils over. He's seconds from unleashing his chains, but Gon and Killua step out and surrender themselves to protect him. The troop ties them up, suspecting they're connected to the Chain User. Kurapika and Melody can only watch from afar. Kurapika starts shaking with guilt and fury. Melody gently reminds him he's the reason Gon and Killua got caught, so he's gotta chill out a bit. On the other side of things, Squala gets caught, and his life is now hanging by a thread. Nobunaga decapitates him for not cooperating, but only after they had gotten Squala's memories of the Chain User. Pakunoda uses her memory bomb ability, shooting Kurapika's image directly into Nobunaga and Cortopi's minds. Now they know exactly who to look for. Nobunaga, still burning with vengeance over Uvogan, lights up with excitement. The next episode is called Initiative and Law. The spiders are planning for a full group meeting at Hotel Bitacle with their new captives. Meanwhile, Melody, with her superhuman hearing and uncanny sense of danger, hears their plan and rushes there with Kurapika, who already has a strategy in place. Inside the hotel, the spiders stroll in with their usual deadly aura, and there's Leorio sitting in the lobby pretending like he's just there for coffee. He picks up his phone and begins a fake phone call. It turns out he's cleverly sending a coded message to Gon and Killua to signal what they must do. There's going to be lights out for a couple of seconds, and that's when they ought to escape. The boys catch on quickly and prepare to act. Chrollo, always thorough, asks Pakunoda to check on the boys' memories again. She steps up, ready to dive into their minds, but there's still 1 minute left until the lights go out, so Gon and Killua stall for time. Killua starts talking, saying her powers won't work since they're innocent. This tactic works out perfectly. Just as she's realizing the truth they've been hiding, the lights suddenly go dark. In that moment, chaos erupts. Killua dislocates his wrists and breaks free from Machi's threads, and without hesitation, breaks Pakunoda's arm. Gon follows up with a strong kick to her chin. Machi retaliates, yanking back her threads to stop Gon from escaping. Killua tries to help by going for Machi with his claws, but her muscles trap his fingers, locking him in place and rendering him helpless. Gon jumps in to save Killua, but Nobunaga catches him easily, ending his effort. Out of nowhere, a sword crashes through the window with a letter tied to it, as they notice that Chrollo has gone missing. Nobunaga opens the letter. It's from Kurapika, warning Pakunoda that if she reveals the boy's memories, Chrollo will be killed.
That guy was working with them?
Forget him. All we need now are these two kids, right? Our eyes will adjust shortly.
Pakunoda stays silent to keep the leader safe. The lights come back on, and not long after, Finks, Phaeton, and Shalnark arrive, ready to help and figure out what just happened. Finks suddenly gets a call. It's Kurapika, who wastes no time and gives them 3 demands they must follow, or else Chrollo dies. He asks to speak to Pakunoda and instructs her to meet him at a designated location. Then he tells Nobunaga that the rest of the troop should return to their hideout. Pakunoda listens, receiving detailed instructions before heading out alone. Back at the hideout, Hisoka sits with his usual smug grin. With Chrollo out of the picture, it's the perfect moment to finally fight him. But if he moves now, Chrollo dies, and that would ruin all the fun. So, without missing a beat, Hisoka picks up his phone and calls Illumi. I guess when you're caught in a deadly game and you need backup, you call your equally creepy assassin friend. The next episode is called Signal to Retreat. Pakunoda finally arrives at the secret meetup spot. Melody checks her out and gives Kurapika the all clear. Kurapika, being as intense and dramatic as ever, lays down the law for Chrollo. Condition 1, no more Nen powers. Condition 2, no texting, calling, or even thinking about the Phantom Troop. He seals the deal by using his terrifying judgment chain on Chrollo, like a ghostly pinky swear with fatal consequences. Then, Kurapika turns to Pakunoda. Her mission, should she choose to accept it, and she does, release Gon and Killua before midnight. No funny business, and absolutely no spilling secrets about him. She agrees, and bam, another chain is planted. They agree to having the hostage exchange at an airport. Pakunoda heads back to the troops' hideout, and things go from tense to full-on explosive when Finks demands to know where Kurapika is. Pakunoda, cool as ice, refuses and insists on going to the airport alone with the boys. This leads to a big argument, but in the end, Pakunoda is allowed to go alone. Just when things couldn't get weirder, Hisoka appears out of the shadows like a magician with a creepy grin. He calls Kurapika and politely asks to tag along in the airship ride to the airport. He wants a one-on-one with Chrollo. As both groups land and meet, Gon and Killua are checked to make sure they're not walking bombs or anything. They're clean, and the hostage trade-off goes out without a hitch. But Hisoka's big moment is a letdown. He challenges Chrollo to a duel, but Chrollo, now Nenless and basically on a spiritual house arrest, declines. All that build-up for nothing.
I can't use Nen anymore.
Hisoka, annoyed and disappointed, calls him a broken toy and walks away. Jeez! Back at the hideout, the rest of the troop is very confused to see Pakunoda back without their beloved boss. You see, Pakunoda had no leverage whatsoever throughout the hostage negotiation. Gon and Killua could have run away en route to the airport but chose not to. Kurapika could have decided to kill Chrollo after getting the boys back if he wanted. Even Chrollo didn't see himself as worth rescuing. After all, the spiders would only have to replace him and move on with their lives. But the human heart can be very fragile. Paku did what she did because she genuinely cared for her boss and would have done anything to secure his safety. However, instead of explaining all of that, she silently loads her gun and points it at the other spiders. But surprise, it's not bullets, it's memory bombs. And she shoots them one by one into Phaeton, Finks, Machi, Nobunaga, Shalnark, and Franklin, sharing her memories and feelings. Her parting gift, so to say. A second later, having broken the Nen contract, the judgment chain tightens and ends her life. Her final thought? That she hopes she's the last spider to fall. Not gonna lie, that sacrificial ending still hits me in the feels. In the next episode, titled Bid and Haste, Kurapika finally wakes up after a solid 2-day nap. The kind of rest only someone who's wrestled with death and kidnapped a crime boss could justify. As he catches up on everything he missed, the Greed Island game makes its big debut at the York New Auction. The crowd goes wild with bids, but one man, the intense and very rich Batera, crushes everyone. including Maluki, Killua's gaming-obsessed brother, by dropping the winning bid. After the auction, Gon and Killua stroll right up to Patera, confidently volunteering to play Greed Island for him and helping him obtain rare items in the game. Patera, unimpressed at first, turns them down flat. But when the boys casually show off a memory card and a ring that once belonged to Jing, Patera suddenly becomes interested. He brings in Segura, a veteran Greed Island player, to test the boys' nen. Unfortunately, Gon and Killua's ren levels are nowhere near strong enough to survive the game, and Segura gives them both a polite but firm rejection. Elsewhere, the Phantom trope gets sneaky again. Having lost interest in catching the chain user, Finks and Phaeton, who've been stalking Gon and Killua, manage to steal a copy of the Greed Island game and vanish into it from their hideout. Meanwhile, Gon and Killua decide it's time for a serious training montage. Killua begins sharpening his nen into electricity, going from static shock to portable power generator.
While we're finding my nen!
Gon, on the other hand, is stuck. He spends a good chunk of time trying to think of a special flashy move, but nothing is clicking. That's when Kurapika walks into Gon's room, refreshed from his coma and full of advice. He refuses Gon's request to train him because he has to leave town with his mafia boss. Instead, he nudges Gon towards his old mentor, Wing. Gon gives Wing a call, hoping for a shortcut to greatness. Wing explains that as an enhancer, Gon doesn't need a fancy ability to be powerful. Mastering the basics like Ren and Ten is already enough. He warns Gon not to rush or take the wrong path, hinting that following Kurapika's dark and vengeful route won't end well. Damn! Gon takes the advice seriously and begins his training. Using Gyo, he starts to see his own nen and manages to focus it into his fist. The nen surges, forming a physical mass, then promptly explodes in his face. Despite being knocked flat, Gon gets up grinning, thrilled by the progress. Killua, meanwhile, is out there becoming a literal lightning bolt. What started as little sparks has now grown into a deadly technique, and he's barely getting started. With these new power-ups, they're getting closer to being ready to take on Greed Island, one scorched fist and electric jolt at a time. The next episode is called End and Beginning. Kurapika and Melody leave York New City, soaring off on an airship to continue their work with the Nostrad family. Back in the towering auction building, Patera wins the final copy of Greed Island with an eye-watering bid of 60.2 billion Jenny. He now owns all 7 known copies of the game, a fact that soon becomes headline news. Unfortunately, not all is perfect. His first copy has already been stolen, putting a dent in his otherwise flawless achievement, no thanks to the Phantom Troop. The next day, Gon and Killua attend a screening for potential Greed Island players. Inside the testing area, Killua asks if he can demonstrate his Hatsu instead of Ren. Sugera agrees, and Killua unleashes a burst of electricity. The sheer power and the fact that he learned it in only 4 days leaves Sugera absolutely stunned. Killua passes the test with ease. While Killua waits in the next room, a loud crash interrupts the piece. Gon has apparently entered the test in the most Gon-like way possible, by smashing through a wall. The sight leaves Sugera alarmed, but also deeply impressed.
Allow me to be the first to congratulate you. The 21 people still here have earned the right to play Greed Island.
Gon passes the test as well. Afterward, Gon, Killua, and Leorio enjoy a celebratory meal together. But the joy is bittersweet, as Leorio soon departs to take a big step towards his dream of becoming a doctor. Gon and Killua send him off with warm farewells and high hopes for their next reunion. At exactly 5 p.m., the boys board a train headed to a luxurious mansion where the copies of Greed Island are ready to be played. Once there, they decide who enters the game first with a quick game of rock, paper, scissors. Gon wins the honor of going first, while Killua gets the 17th spot. Gon slips a special ring on his finger, brimming with excitement. In this virtual world, a guide named Ita appears and explains how the game works. The ring gives players 2 spells, Gain and Book. Gon tries Book, and a magical book materializes in front of him. Inside, there are 100 restricted card slots. Filling all of them is the key to beating the game. As for how to get the 100 cards, well, they just have to find and win 100 different items, which are then converted into cards. On the other hand, when a player utters the word Gain, an item in its card form will turn back into its material form, but cannot return into its card form again. Oh, and Jing left a message for Gon, welcoming him to the game he himself created with his friends. so Gon finally has the opportunity to find his dad or vital clues leading to his whereabouts. We move on to the next episode called Invitation and Friend. Gon enters Greed Island as the first player, pumped and ready, but he doesn't move a muscle until Killua shows up. Eventually, Killua joins him, and the two best buds start walking together across a big grassy field. Everything seems peaceful, a little too peaceful. They both get that weird tingling feeling like someone's spying on them, but they can't figure out who or why. Meanwhile, at the Phantom Troops hangout, Shallnark is bored out of his mind. With nothing to do, he asks Shizuku and Kortopi if they want to play Greed Island too. They shrug and agree. Why not? May as well cause chaos in-game for a change. The next episode is called Reality and Raw. We're now in a game world with NPCs and random quests. Gon and Killua are in the final round of a rock, paper, scissors championship. Killua wins with rock and scores the grand prize, the legendary Sword of Truth. The sword immediately turns into a card and slides neatly into Killua's magical binder. Our boys are hyped until they remember they have 0 defense spells. Right on schedule, a jittery player appears and nervously asks for the sword card like he's borrowing sugar.
Hand over the Sword of Truth right now! Look, I don't want to have to rough you up, so just do what I tell you!
Gon and Killua give a firm no. The guy then pulls out his book, which is such a rookie move by the way, and plans to use the thief spell. But before he can speak out, Gon snatches the card right out of his hand. He did return it back though. Killua thanks the guy for the free lesson, because now they know that spells don't work until you say them out loud. So basically, it's magic with subtitles. Then Biscuit or Bisky, a character who's been watching them from afar, finally makes her move and asks to join them. Killua immediately rejects her, saying she'd slow them down. Biscuit keeps smiling, but inside she's going Super Saiyan with rage. Meanwhile, Shallnark, Shizuku, and Kortopi are poking around the mechanics of the Greed Island game. Shallnark realizes something huge. This isn't a virtual world. It's the real world with game mechanics slapped on it.
This game isn't taking place in a virtual world. It's based somewhere in the real world.
The body gets teleported in, not the soul. So technically, they can steal stuff from the game and bring it out. His goal now is to grab a card called the Eye of God. Somewhere else in the game, Finks and Phaeton are out in the field, happily robbing and murdering like it's a holiday special. Back to our boys. They're running through a forest with Biscuit still hot on their trail, and then at night, Killua's impressed she's keeping up, while Biscuit secretly admires their strength. Suddenly, some dramatic ninjas jump out, only to fall to their knees, coughing like background characters in a flu commercial. They beg for help. Their village is being wiped out by disease. Their medicine stash is empty, a sick child has no clothes, and people are dying. It's the Oppression Olympics out here. Gon realizes this is clearly a game quest and they are likely to get something in return. But nope, they get nothing.
It's probably just part of the gameplay.
Even after donating their shirts. The boys then run into some monsters. Biscuit starts giving them orders on how to use Gyo to fight them. Killua's then like, why is she giving us orders again? He keeps grumbling, so she casually announces that she's a 40-year-old Nen master and their new self-proclaimed teacher. Gon is amazed. Killua calls her an old hag and instantly gets punched into orbit. Gon stares at Biscuit in awe, finally realizing this tiny sparkling woman is about to whip them into shape. Training arc activated. The next episode is called A Hard Master, and we learn that Biscuit is a pro hunter, but don't let the cutesy name or tiny grandma-like appearance fool you. The boys are shocked to learn that Wing was her student. Basically, she's their teacher's teacher. What a small world.
What a coincidence, huh?
So Wing's become a master now, has he? Time really does fly, doesn't it?
Biscuit tells them bluntly that they won't survive Greed Island without her help. But before she can explain further, she suddenly senses an enemy with a bunch of scissors nearby. She baits him into a one-on-one showdown and swats him like a mosquito, even without Nen. After that's done, Biscuit tells the boys she's actually in the game hunting for a rare jewel called the Blue Planet, but agrees to delay her treasure quest to train them. As part of their training, she introduces their new punching bag, the creepy-faced scissor guy, Beanold. If he's able to survive Gon and Killua's attacks for 2 weeks, then he can leave. The training begins. Killua rushes in but gets slashed in the face. Gon charges too, but he almost gets scissored. Then they resort to pelting Beanold with rocks. After 10 days of rock throwing and scissor dodging, Beanold breaks down and quits. Biscuit then says it's time to head to the in-game city of Macedora. Once they arrive, they hit up the local department store and Biscuit buys 3 mysterious cards, which turn out to be tools for digging. They head back to the rocky region and Biscuit casually tells the boys to dig their way back to Macedora, this time in a straight line, which means they have to burrow through rocks to reach their destination. The boys start digging, and eventually they hit a chunk of rock too hard to break with normal force. That's when Gon gets a big brain idea, using aura to boost the shovel. Killua follows suit, and boom, their digging goes next level. Biscuit beams and tells them they've just learned Shoo, a technique that coats objects in aura, thereby completing the first stage of training. Congrats, boys. The next episode is called Strengthen and Threaten. After the digging is over, Biscuit says it's time to start training with monster cards. Sounds cool, right?
You now have the physical strength to beat every enemy you might encounter here. But what you lack is strategy.
First up, Gon has to chase a giant bouncing puffball. It takes a while, but he catches it and gets its card. Then, Killua has to catch a melanin lizard. He totally beats it in seconds like it's no big deal. Next up is punching practice. Biscuit shows them a super strong move called Ko, where she powers up her punch using her aura. Gon has to try to block it without running away. At first, her punch looks super slow and not scary, until it hits. Gon goes flying like a rag doll. Biscuit says if he didn't use his aura, he'd be a pancake. So now, Gon and Killua train hard to make their auras stronger using something called Ken. Ken is the ability to maintain one's Ren for an extended period of time. Gon could only hold it for about 2 minutes at first, but eventually, he levels up to 30 minutes without passing out. Next up, Biscuit teaches them how to fight smarter using a move called Ryu. Basically, they have to shift their power to their fists when attacking, and back to defense when blocking. They start sparring, and within 2 weeks, they're fighting super fast. Their progress is astonishing. Meanwhile, in a cave somewhere on Greed Island, a group of players have gathered to form an alliance with the Nyx Alliance. Between them, they've gathered 133 cards, and 90 of them are super rare. Then, a guy named Genthru shows up and calmly informs them that he put invisible bombs on everyone present.
I've already planted bombs on each and every one of you.
To remove the bomb, they have to touch him and simply say, "I caught the bomber." One guy tries to fight him, but ends up with his face exploding. Eesh. Genthru offers them a deal. Give him the rare cards, or go kaboom. He then uses a magic card to disappear. Ah, damn. The next episode is called Evil Fist and Rock, Paper, Scissors. The Phantom Troop finally steps onto Greed Island, this time from a physical port of entry. But before they can start causing problems, a super buff guy named Razor shows up. Razor is one of the creators of Greed Island, and he's not here to play nice. He pulls out a special Eliminate card and tells them they can't just sneak into the game like they own the place. Thinks, who can smell trouble from a mile away, can tell Razor's super strong. Razor says if they come in the right way next time, then maybe they can fight him to win a cool item. Then boom, he teleports them off the island and blows up their boat with an epic punch of Nen energy like he's playing dodgeball with a cannonball. What a badass. Meanwhile, Gon is punching a giant rock into little pieces for training. It's awesome. Then he tries his new attack called Paper, and it totally flops. Turns out, Paper is an emitter move, and Gon's more of a smashy enhancer type. He wants to try Scissor next, which cuts with aura, and he says he got the idea from, wait for it, Rock, Paper, Scissors. You know, it's always the simple things that make a huge impact. Biscuit isn't sure if it'll work, but she loves the creativity. Killua then shows off his lightning powers, which impresses Gon and totally freaks out Biscuit. They take a break when Gon remembers the next Hunter exam is about to start, so this is Killua's chance to retake the exam. Killua leaves and Gon continues his training with Biscuit. As they train, they run into a guy named Abengane. They spot a creepy bomb mark on his shoulder, and he explains how Genthru, aka the Bomber, tricked a bunch of players, including him. He hopes Gon and Biscuit can avenge the victims of Genthru.
And if it comes down to it, I want you to try to avenge us. At the very least, do not let him clear the game.
And then he disappears to warn others about the bomber. Abengane is then shown using his spooky exorcist powers. He throws a wooden doll into a fire, and a gross giant worm monster comes out to eat the bomb off his body. Ew. The worm doesn't go away though. It sticks to Abengane like a clingy shadow until he either touches Genthru or defeats him. On his part, Genthru is busy being a serial killing maniac. Along with his two minions called Sub and Bada, he makes preparations to take out all his victims, even after taking their precious cards. After confirming everything is in place, he and his two goons shout the magic word, release, and boom, the bombs explode. So many people are gone in an instant. Only Abengane survives, and he still has that creepy worm stuck to him.
But I'm stuck with this guy until Genthru reverses his ability or dies.
Seriously, that worm needs to take a chill pill. Anyhow, Gon wants to go fight Genthru right away, but Biscuit says not to worry, cause trouble like him always shows up sooner or later. They start collecting magical spell cards to protect themselves, just in case. The next episode is called Strategy and Scheme. Killua heads off to take the 288th Hunter exam and, unsurprisingly, ends up passing.
Congratulations! You passed!
Back in Greed Island, Gon and Biscuit are waiting for Killua. They proudly show off all the spell cards they collected to protect themselves from thieves. Killua suggests using a card that shows a list of people they've met in the game. To their surprise, the name Chrollo appears on that list. That shocks everyone, since Chrollo is supposed to have his Nen sealed by Kurapika, and you need Nen to even enter the game. In similar news, the Phantom Troop also notices Chrollo's name in their list and gets suspicious. They figure out that Chrollo might have made it to Greed Island, gotten kicked out by Razor, and hired someone else to use his name to send them a message. They decide they need to find a Nen Exorcist to help their boss get his powers back. A Nen Exorcist is a Nen user who has the ability to remove Nen from another user. In this case, the Nen Exorcist will be able to remove Kurapika's judgment chain from Chrollo. Then, Hisoka suddenly shows up from the shadows. Turns out, he's the one who used Chrollo's name to enter the game in order to pass a message to the troop members on the troop leader's behalf.
You should be praising my initiative. If not for me, you never would have understood Chrollo's message.
Killua gives Kurapika a call and finds out that the Nen seal on Chrollo is still active. Meanwhile, Kurapika is dealing with some drama of his own. Light Nostrad, his boss, is super stressed out because his daughter Neon still doesn't have her fortune-telling powers back. Without those, the Mafia bosses aren't getting their precious predictions, and the family's power is falling apart. Oh well, everything good must come to an end. In episodes 67 through 70, titled 1515, Pirates and Guesses, A Heated Showdown, and Guts and Courage respectively, Greed Island co-founder Razor decides to host a sports-themed challenge which prompts Hisoka to team up with Gon and Killua. Gon finally asks Razor the big question: is his dad Jing anywhere in the game world? Razor deflects and simply reveals that he has a message from Jing, and the message is that Razor is not going to take it easy on him. Gon grins like someone just challenged him to an eating contest. The most intense part of the sports challenge is the dodgeball bit, which soon turns into an aura deathmatch. Gon develops his own unique technique called Jajanken, inspired by rock, paper, scissors, and Killua gets his hands wrecked. It's a really crazy sport and you get no thanks for playing. Episode 71 is called Bargain and Deal. The final dodgeball match goes pretty hard, but now it's Gon's turn to show off. He starts glowing with so much aura you'd think he was about to go Super Saiyan. Razor realizes that Gon had been holding back before, and now he's going full throttle. This is Jajanken. Gon winds up and punches the ball so hard it becomes a cannonball of pure willpower, flying straight towards Razor. Razor's instincts scream.
So catching it's not an option, but I can't shy away either. Come on!
Don't catch that thing unless you want to kiss the stratosphere. But he still tries to take it head on like usual. Only this time, he aims to bounce it back at Gon. Razor's betting Gon won't dodge it, but Gon's already passed out from the sheer effort. Thankfully, Hisoka's still standing, and not about to let all that dramatic energy go to waste.
The win must be flawless, right?
He uses bungee gum to snag the ball mid-air like Spider-Man saving a baby, and flings it right back at Razor. The ball, still sticky with gum, clings to Razor's arm when he tries to return it. Next thing you know, bam! Razor is yanked out of bounds. Game over. Gon wakes up later and finds out Hisoka saved the day. Razor, now cool and chill, walks over and gives Gon his respect. He admits defeat and tells Gon that nope, Jing isn't on Greed Island. Yeah, like nobody saw that coming. But he shares some old stories about Jing that make it clear the guy had a major impact on him. Apparently, Jing helped turn Razor's life around. Imagine that. Deadbeat dads do make things right with other people's children. Anyway, with the game over, Gon's team finally earns the rare card they were after, Plot of Beach. Afterward, Hisoka pieces out. Just when they think they can breathe, Genthru, aka the Bomber, and everyone's least favorite psychopath, rings them up. He demands they hand over the Plot of Beach card. Gon challenges him directly after learning of Genthru's murderous escapades. However, he buys some time to properly heal and recover. Episode 72 is called Chase and Chance. While Gon continues to strain every muscle in his body, Killua pulls Biscuit aside and asks her to reveal her secret technique. Biscuit doesn't hesitate. She unveils her magical esthetician ability, which conjures a magical girl masseuse.
What are you, an idiot? That crap is completely worthless!
You're crazy! It's obviously the most useful power in the world!
Killua is far from impressed. Meanwhile, Tsugaru, who's on Team Takedown Genthru, keeps hitting Genthru's group under the cover of night. It's like a mosquito buzzing through Genthru's camp. Just enough to irritate, never enough to squash. Unfortunately, Tsugaru learns that Greed Island buyer Batera had pulled the plug on the entire operation. The mission to clear the game is over, just like that.
I just want to be left alone, I beg you.
The reason Batera spent so much obtaining copies of Greed Island was to hire enough players to find a special card called Angel's Breath that could fully heal his lover who's been in a coma. But tragically, she passed away, making everything he worked for feel meaningless. Oh boy. The next episode is called Insanity and Sanity. With Gon fully healed, it's now time to deal with the Genthru problem. According to the plan, Genthru's group, aka the Bombers, are to be separated for one-on-one battles. The classic divide and conquer. Gon offers Genthru a deal. Whoever surrenders first gives up all their cards. Genthru is not in the mood to negotiate. So the chase begins. Gon and his team use the Accompany spell card, a card that lets one teleport to previously visited places, while Genthru's team uses the same spell card to pursue. Biscuit uses Accompany to yank Bada away for a one-on-one fight. Once isolated, she transforms into her hulking, absolutely terrifying true form, and flattens Bada with a single punch.
First, never show your hand. And second, I absolutely despise my appearance.
At the same time, Killua is facing Sub and showing off a new weapon, steel yo-yos that weigh 50 kilos each. Sub does his best to dodge the first attack, but Killua reveals a second yo-yo and clobbers him with a surprise hit. He finishes the job by zapping Sub with electricity, knocking him out cold. The following episode, Victor and Loser, begins with the final battle. Genthru tries to blow up Gon's hands using his little flower ability, but Gon manages to protect himself with his aura. Gon then pulls out a mysterious card that dumps gasoline all over Genthru, so now he can't use his bomb ability. Genthru laughs it off, saying he doesn't need Little Flower. He's got something even better. Countdown, a deadlier ability that's impossible to block. Before he can activate it, Gon punches the ground, creating a pit that both of them fall into. Gon then triggers another card, this time releasing a massive boulder aimed right at Genthru. Genthru narrowly escapes into a tunnel, but Gon is waiting for him on the other side. Before Genthru can react, Gon finishes with a final Jonken punch, knocking him out cold.
Hold on! I surrender! I surrender!
With the Bombers finally defeated, they hand over all their cards. Gon uses Angel's Breath to heal his injuries. With that, Gon, Killua, and Biscuit complete the full Greed Island card collection from number 1 to number 99. Only one final card now remains. The next episode is called Jing's Friends and True Friends. The last part of the Greed Island game is a quiz for everyone, because nothing ever goes as expected in this game. Anyhow, Abengane, who's a Nen exorcist, goes over to Genthru, touches him, and removes the Nen bomb placed on himself. Having finally been purged of the creepy-ass demon worm, he plans to go back to the real world and make lots of money removing Nen curses.
I'll be heading back to the real world now, to make a fortune on an exorcism.
Oh, and look at that. We see an image of him walking to meet Hisoka. Hisoka versus Chrollo may end up happening after all. That's great. As the quiz goes on, after getting 87 out of 100 questions right, Gon gets the highest score. He receives a letter and the final card, number 110, called Ruler's Invitation. However, only he is allowed to use it. Gon intends to teleport to the castle where the game is supposed to end, so he uses a special card called Drift, which lets someone go to a city or a place that they haven't visited yet. Gon goes into the castle alone, while Killua and Biscuit wait outside. He meets a game official called List, who brings him to another official called Dwoon. The room is a mess, but Dwoon clears a spot for Gon and explains that only 3 cards can be taken out of the game. List and Dwoon also explain that the name Greed Island comes from the initials of its creators. The letter G stands for Jing. Dwoon says his name actually starts with a W, but Jing changed it to fit the game's title.
I thought we were talking about the letter D.
It's W, okay? W. W-D-W-U-N-E. Spells Dune!
Gon finds all of this interesting and enjoys hearing more about his dad through Jing's old friends. With the game now complete, there are fireworks, parties, and celebrations all over the island. Gon, Killua, and Biscuit enjoy a big meal and then decide which 3 cards to bring back to the real world. Yeah, in case I didn't mention this before, the players who complete the game are allowed to do that. Biscuit quickly chooses Blue Planet, a beautiful gemstone. Gon says he noticed a strange name in his book. Among the list of players he's come across, someone called Neeg. He believes he may have met this person before, possibly when he was just a baby.
My guess is that when I was just a baby, I must have come here with Jean.
Yeah, Neeg and Jing. I truly wonder who that is. Gon and Killua say goodbye to Biscuit and use a company to travel to Neeg. They then arrive in a misty forest-like area and spot a figure sitting under a tree, fishing. The boys stare in amazement, hoping this man might finally be Jing. The next episode is called Reunion and Understanding. Having left Greed Island, Gon and Killua find themselves in an unknown location, next to a stranger who may or may not be the elusive Jing Freaks. The figure drops his fishing rod, whips around, and suddenly charges at them. Before they can even say hi, he summons his Nen ability, Crazy Slots. A clown head roulette appears and spins before popping out a gun. He opens fire right at Gon. Killua, fast as ever, dives and yanks Gon out of the way just in time. But as he hits the ground, Killua notices something crawling nearby. A wounded insect, weird and kind of creepy. The man quickly explains that he wasn't trying to hurt them, he was actually saving their lives. That insect? It's a Chimera Ant, one of the most dangerous creatures around, and currently under Class 1 quarantine. Basically, a top-tier level threat. If he hadn't acted, they'd have been swarmed by a whole nest of them. And surprise, surprise, they're standing right next to that nest.
If I hadn't fired the moment I did, an army of Chimera Ants would have consumed the both of you by now.
Once things calm down, Gon takes a closer look at the man. He suddenly remembers meeting him years ago on Whale Island. This guy isn't Jing. He's Kite, one of Jing's students. Gon's surprised, but happy to see him again. Later, sitting around a campfire, Kite starts telling his story. Turns out, he didn't have the easiest start. He was a thief, stealing bread with the help of some animal friends. One day, when he returned to his hideout in the sewers, Jing was there waiting for him.
Hey, so do you live down here with these guys? It looks fun.
Instead of turning him in, Jing gave him a choice. Kite asked to be trained, and over time, he learned Nen and began to grow stronger. Eventually, Jing told him, "If you really want to learn more, catch me if you can." And so Kite did just that. setting off on a long journey to track down his elusive teacher. That path led him to Whale Island, where he ended up saving a young boy who would later grow up to be Gon Freaks. That's when Jing finally revealed the truth to Kite, that the boy he saved was his son. Kite now suspects Jing planned it all from the beginning, and honestly, it sure looks that way. Gon agrees, mentioning how Jing also set up the fight with Razor back in the game. Gon then asks Kite if he'd ever been to Greed Island. Kite says he was brought into the game, but wasn't sure if he used the alias Neeg. That's when it all clicks. Jing must have instructed the game managers to set the accompany card to lead Gon to Kite instead of to Jing directly. Why? Because Jing wanted Gon to meet him alone, without any friends tagging along.
If he uses magnetic force to see me on his own, I guess I'm willing to meet him. But if he's a wimp who needs to bring his friends along, forget it.
Classic Jing, always one step ahead. Kite offers to tell Gon where Jing is now, but Gon turns him down. He wants to find his dad on his own, no shortcuts. Meanwhile, somewhere very far away, in a dark cave, a strange and powerful creature is regaining her strength. She's eating fish and preparing for something big. She's known as the Queen, and soon she will give birth to the king. The next episode is called Unease and Sighting. It's the next morning for Gon and Killua, who were having a chill conversation with Kite. Kite tells them about his job as a biological surveyor, someone who studies new species. Killua, curious as ever, asks about Chimera Ants.
It's under a designated quarantine, level 1. It's a dangerous insect that normally no one's allowed to be near.
That's when Kite turns serious. These insects are Class 1 dangerous. He had been observing a nest, but things got so bad he had to wipe them out. Just then, Kite's quirky team of surveyors arrives. There's Stick Dinner, Banana Cavaro, Spinner Clow, and Monta Yoras. They are all amateur hunters who have been working with Kite for years. Kite mentions that 2 other members of the team, Lin Koshi and Podungo Lapoi, are off on other research. Then, Monta brings out something eerie, a Chimera Ant claw, and it's massive, too massive. Kite's unsettled by it. The claw was found on a faraway continent, and a researcher had called in hunters to investigate this bizarre find. In another investigation, the group had even come across a giant insect arm in a secure vault. It looked like it could have belonged to a person-sized bug. Quite eerie. Back in that cave, the queen finishes off a bat, deciding it's not enough. She needs bigger prey, something more nutritious.
Not enough. I need more prey. Bigger prey.
While driving to the next search location, Kite's team starts theorizing about why the Chimera Ants are growing so huge. Banana shares an idea. It's all the result of phagogenesis. That's when the queen eats a creature and passes on its traits to her offspring. Each generation gets stronger, faster, maybe even smarter. And since an ant can lay 5 eggs at a time, it's easy to see how they're evolving fast. Killua does the math. Judging by that claw size, the queen's offsprings might be over 6 feet tall and strong enough to hunt humans. Cut to the forest, where a boy named Kurt protects his little sister Reyna from a snake. They head home for dinner with their mom, and Kurt promises to always keep Reyna safe. The next morning, after catching a bunch of fish, Kurt and Reyna are attacked by a monstrous crab-like ant. Kurt tries to fight, but there's no chance. The queen feasts on the children, and it's her favorite meal yet. All that's left are the kids' clothes lying on the ground.
This is delicious. And so nutritious. The best fodder. I must consume more of this species.
Oh, she wants more now? Okay. At the search location, the surveyors arrive with Gon and Killua. They fan out to search the area. Banana uses her dog to help track signs of the queen, and Gon joins in. They search all day but come up empty-handed. Kite decides they'll have to check other shores nearby. Back to the cave, the queen has been busy. Her next offspring is different. This one looks almost human, more evolved, more capable. His name is Colt. She orders him to lead the other soldier ants and bring back the food she craves. The next episode is titled Very Rapid Reproduction. In a nearby village, a man working in the fields spots something strange in the sky. It's a swarm of Chimera ants. He barely has time to react before panic spreads. The villagers run in fear. Colt tells his soldiers to only capture adults, then flies back to the Queen with the captured humans. We learn a bit more about how Chimera Ant Queens work. They wander until they find a good place to settle. Then they start birthing worker ants, then soldier ants, and eventually build a whole new nest. Once the Queen is settled, she never moves again. She just keeps making more ants until she dies. Now, back with Kite, Gon, and Killua. Spinner is on a computer trying to track any missing person reports. Kite suspects that humans are now on the menu of the Chimera Ant. Kite asks Spinner to check the ocean tides from when the giant ant arm was found. She goes back 10 days, and they figure out the current might have carried the ant arm from the Balsa Islands. That includes the Mitene Union, where a mysterious country called NGL is located. NGL stands for Neo Green Life. It's a country that strictly lives without machines. Bringing any tech in is illegal. This kind of isolation creates the perfect environment for the Ant Queen to set up her nest. At the nest, a soldier named Alligator challenges Colt, bragging that his squad can capture more humans. Colt doesn't care. He only follows the Queen's orders and reminds Alligator that quality matters more than quantity. Alligator shrugs it off, saying Colt is too stiff. But Peggy and Turtle kind of like that about him. They also wonder what kind of person Colt used to be before turning into an ant.
He's as loyal as he is dedicated to the cause.
I presume that the human from which he was created was also quite earnest.
Meanwhile, more human bodies are piling up as food in the Queen Ant's nest. Turtle shows up to report cases of human resistance and asks Peggy about human weapons. Peggy is kind of the smartest ant around, and he has his own library. Turtle asks about names. He's quite curious. Then the Queen sends out a painful signal that all the squad leaders can feel in their heads. When they arrive, the Queen says she's now focused on birthing the king. Turtle speaks up and tells her about the humans fighting back, but she just tells the soldiers to handle it. Turtle also asks if they can start giving themselves names. The Queen agrees and seems curious about how human-like they've become. She then heads deeper into the nest, where 3 giant eggs hang. These are her royal guards, and she will name them herself. Can't wait to see these bad boys. The following episode is titled No Good NGL. We meet Pockle, who's now a keen magical beast hunter, riding alongside Ponzu and some others. As they scout NGL's vast wilderness, Pockle speculates that what they're hunting might not even be insects, but a new form of life altogether. Meanwhile, Kite's group reaches the NGL border, a threshold framed by ancient, tangled trees. Officials greet them with suspicion. Only 5, Kite, Gon, Killua, Stick, and Podongo, can pass, free of metal or implants.
If your clothes, belts, shoes, even your underwear contain any plastic, chemicals, or metal, you must remove them.
The rest will have to wait in the nearby town. After intense body scans and interviews, the team crosses into the nation where machines are forbidden and secrets are buried in soil. Inside NGL territory, Pockle's group stumble upon a corpse ridden with inhuman wounds. Despite being from NGL's underworld, the man had clearly been killed by something unnatural. Before they can act, Chimera Ants attack. Pockle's Nen ability, Red Arrow, murks one enemy instantly. He tells his team to run. When Ponzu trips, Pockle comes to her rescue, arrows blazing. They regroup, shaken but alive, and Ponzu is sent to warn the others. The hunt had begun. The ants were no longer just a rumor. They were evolving, multiplying, and spreading like a plague. And the hunters, they were already too late. The next episode is called Evil and Terrible. Chimera Ants are bulldozing through NGL. The adventurous Pockle and his ragtag hunter crew are now being hunted by these creatures. While trying to punch a spider ant to death, Pockle gets stung and tranquilized. Ponzu, the bee-loving sweetheart, makes a break for it and sends a bug-powered distress signal, only to be immediately gunned down by a trigger-happy ant with no respect for side characters. Kite, Gon, and Killua arrive just in time to find Ponzu's shredded outfit and a bullet. So much for no technology. This is not the welcome they were expecting. The next episode is called The Fight Begins. Gon, Killua, and Kite arrive at a village where they come across a gruesome scene. half-devoured horse corpses torn apart with savage hunger. Before they can process the sight, Ramot, a vicious Chimera Ant, appears. His eyes burn with rage as he claims the carcasses as his own and charges at the trio. Gon and Killua are momentarily stunned by the sheer force of his presence, but Kite remains unfazed. Rather than stepping in to finish the battle, Kite pulls back. He tells Gon and Killua to face Ramot alone, a test to prove they're ready to confront the dangers ahead. Gon and Killua step forward, unleashing their Nen. Ramot senses a shift in the air. The boys are no longer ordinary opponents. He still pushes them back at first, using brute strength to overwhelm them, but Killua reacts quickly, striking with a burst of lightning and paralyzing Ramot.
Thunderbolt!
Gon follows up with a powerful attack that sends the Chimera Ant flying. Just when it seems the tide has turned, Colt swoops in from the shadows, grabbing Ramot and escaping into the forest. Ramot screams threats, promising to return and devour the boys. Gon and Killua realize that despite their best efforts, their attacks didn't do much damage. Still, Kite is impressed. He asks if they want to continue the mission with him, and the boys eagerly accept. The next episode is called Kite and Slots. After their clash with Ramot, Gon, Killua, and Kite find themselves in a hidden factory. Inside, they run into a centaur-like Chimera Ant called Yunju. He struts forward while holding two naked men on a leash. One of the men cries for help. In response, Yunju stomps him to death, claiming he's grown tired of his pets.
Help me!
Don't look away. If they shoot, you won't be able to see the projectile.
Suddenly, two more Chimera Ants emerge from side tunnels, Mosquito and Centipede. Yunju announces his intentions proudly. He'll tame the trespassing hunters, break them, and make them his new pets. Kite calmly divides the battlefield. He'll take Yunju, Gon will face Centipede, and Killua, Mosquito. As the battles ignite, Mosquito flutters above Killua, mocking him. In the blink of an eye, Killua dismembers Mosquito in one swift strike. Furious and injured, she strikes back with her stinger, which Killua dodges with ease. But her true weapon, a poisonous tail, catches him off guard and pierces his back. Mosquito starts gloating. The venom is potent, and Killua falls, but it's just an act. As she turns to find Centipede, a snapping sound echoes through the corridor. Killua now stands behind her, having broken her neck.
I guess this is what happens when you aren't strong enough.
Damn. While that's happening, Kite activates his Nen ability, Crazy Slots. A clown-faced roulette wheel appears, grumbling that Kite only calls on it in dangerous moments. The wheel spins and lands on number 4. It's a rifle. As Yunju rushes in, Kite pulls the trigger, ending the centaur's life. The once hesitant Centipede finally attacks, but Gon cleaves the ant in half with his scissors attack. The creature pretends to be dead, hoping to launch a final strike when Gon approaches. But before he can strike, a shot rings out. Kite, rifle in hand, finishes him off. Kite turns to Gon with a stern warning. Chimera Ants can survive a full day with just a head and a torso. If you want to kill one, you have to crush the head. Back in the Queen Ant's nest, something monstrous stirs. Ramot's skin bursts open, glowing with Nen aura. It's an evolution that Colt and Peggy watch in stunned silence. Episode 83 is titled Inspiration to Evolve. The Hunter Association learns about the growing threat of the Chimera Ants. World leaders order Chairman Netero to eliminate them quickly. Netero agrees, knowing they'll blame the association when things go wrong. Meanwhile, Kite and his team gather intel on the Ants' hierarchy. Queen at the top, followed by royal guards, squadron leaders, and captains. Once the king is born, he replaces the queen and seeks a new one.
The queen remains in the castle, periodically giving birth to more kings.
In the ants' nest, Ramot, drunk on his newfound power, unknowingly awakens Nen after being hit by Gon. Colt realizes this and confirms that ants can now learn Nen. To test the theory, he asks Ramot to punch him, and immediately regrets it. The next episode is called A Fated Awakening. Peggy, the Chimera Ant with the most science degrees, And now Ramot, now convinced he's destined to be king despite having a personality built out of bad decisions, head over to the local butcher's place. Why? To ask about a rare human, aka Nen user. Unbeknownst to everyone, Pakal is still alive, doing his best impression of a skeleton in a Halloween decoration pile. Peggy interrogates the butcher with increasing desperation while Ramot internally monologues about becoming king by mastering Nen. Unfortunately for him, that fantasy is squashed faster than a roach under a shoe when a terrifying aura explodes through the area. The unmistakable birth of one of the Queen's royal guards.
Something is coming our way.
The royal guard, now fully awakened, begins moving through the nest. It finds Pakal still curled up in his bone blanket, and instead of eating him, decides it's time for brain surgery, Chimera Ant style. Using its creepy antennae, the royal guard pokes into Pakal's skull like it's updating software. Pakal, who is now basically a meat robot, spills every detail about Nen. The royal guard absorbs the information with glee and then casually invites Ramot to try water divination, because even monsters love a little magic personality quiz. Ramot turns out to be an enhancer. Then the royal guard gives it a go. The leaf doesn't move. It withers. Specialist. Peggy freaks out, realizing this terrifying bug monster didn't even need to fight a rare human to awaken Nen. Nature, apparently, just gave it a cheat code.
One of us was actually born possessing Nen ability without having to fight a rare to obtain it.
Then, in a tone that definitely implies bad things are coming, the royal guard introduces itself. Neferpito has entered the chat. The next episode is called Light and Darkness. Back at the nest, Ramot has taken it upon himself to awaken his fellow ants Nen by punching them really hard. It's not pretty, but apparently it works. Suddenly, Neferpito's ears twitch. They sense something intriguing. Without warning, she abandons the meeting, leaving Peggy in charge and launching herself towards the source. Kite, sensing a wave of menacing aura approaching, goes full-on battle mode. He drops low and tells Gon and Killua to run. Pitou launches from the nest with terrifying speed. Gon and Killua freeze for a moment too long, and in that instant, Kite's right arm is torn clean off.
Get away!
Gon loses it, unleashing all of his Nen in an explosive emotional meltdown. Killua, thinking quickly, knocks Gon out to stop him from rushing in and dying on the spot. Kite acknowledges Killua's smart decision and prepares to take on Pitou alone. He activates Crazy Slots and rolls a 3. No one knows what that means, but hopefully it's something sharp. Killua, carrying Gon, escapes into the forest, weighed down by fear, guilt, and the horrifying realization that they are way out of their league. Once past the NGL border stop, Killua contacts Kite's backup team. A truck arrives and outsteps Netero, looking lively for someone who could probably bench press a mountain, along with Morel, a pipe-smoking bear man, and Nove, who looks like he's about to do your taxes but actually opens a portal to horror dimensions. Killua briefs them, saying the aura from the enemy was stronger than anything he's felt, even worse than Hisoka or Illumi. Later, Gon wakes up and instead of blaming Killua, thanks him for stopping his reckless reaction. Gon insists that Kite is still alive and probably hiding due to his injury, and that they need to get stronger so they can rescue him.
So now, we get strong, and we find him.
Killua, moved by his friend's determination, agrees. Back at the ant's nest, Colt requests a freezer to store more than 100 humans. Pitou then sits down with Kite's severed head resting in her lap, quietly contemplating her own power. Watching this scene completely broke me. The next episode is called Promise and Reunion. Chairman Netero has given Killua and Gon an assignment. In order for both of them to regain access into NGL, they must defeat 2 hired assassins and collect their wooden tokens. On their way to find said assassins, they're approached by Palm Siberia, a walking red flag who needs to be introduced to a comb. She is a student of Nove, and is supposed to stay with the boys in the meantime. She invites them for tea, where she proceeds to gush about Nove, her teacher, her crush, and apparently the unwilling star of her future fanfiction. Killua finally asks the real question: is she their opponent? She says no, that honor goes to Knuckle and Shoot, the students of Morel. The rule is simple. If Gon and Killua want to enter NGL, they have to beat those two within a month. And just to raise the tension, Knuckle is already out in the city yelling into a megaphone, ready to fight anyone who so much as blinks at his tokens.
Extermination team candidates! I challenge you to a duel! Midnight tonight, and don't be late!
They return to their temporary base, only for Gon to get sucker punched through the door. Surprise! It's Biscuit, back to deliver tough love in the form of physical assault. Thanks to Palm's invitation, Biscuit agrees to train them, though she warns that Netero's 1-month challenges are like airline Wi-Fi, just never actually what they promise. We take a brief detour into the ant nest, where Neferpitou is chilling with Kite's body like it's an action figure they're trying to fix. Back with the boys, Biscuit has assumed full training demeanor and sets a goal for our MCs. Maintain Ren for 3 hours. Killua taps out at 55 minutes, Gon just shortly after. Biscuit isn't mad, just disappointed and casually violent. She asks Palm what Netero's elite squad is up to, and Palm says they're working on weakening the enemy's forces before the Ant King is born, because apparently, the king has a countdown like a doomsday clock. We move to the resistance forces comprised of Netero, Morel, and Nove. They know P2's N makes infiltration impossible. Nove suggests stealth extermination, like pest control. With his ability, he opens a portal, hands Morel a giant pipe, and lets him summon smoke bunnies as spies. Yes, smoke bunnies. P2, not a fan of bunnies, instantly senses the tiny fluff invaders and gets ready to strike, but is stopped by the smooth, mysterious arrival of Shiapoof, another royal guard.
I am one of the Queen's royal guards. Call me Shawapoof.
He speaks telepathically, dropping a hint that another royal guard, Yuppie, is about to wake up. The next episode is called Duel and Escape. The Chimera Ant Queen, now fully dedicated to her royal maternity diet, is scarfing down 250 human meatballs a day like she's at an all-you-can-eat buffet that serves screaming entrees. She's in the final stretch before popping out the king, and it's looking less like a birth and more like a cursed summoning ritual. Meanwhile, Gon and Killua are still deep in training mode. They're working themselves into a sweat-drenched puddle under Palm's ever-watchful, slightly unhinged gaze. The second they collapse from exhaustion, Biscuit claps her hands and tells them they're going to fight Knuckle, like, right now. It's past midnight and Knuckle is hanging out in the park waiting for his opponents. He's just finished telling a heartfelt story to a puppy when Gon and Killua show up looking like they just crawled out of a gym apocalypse. Knuckle tosses the dog aside with dramatic flair and gets serious. Though that seriousness takes a turn when he realizes his opponents are kids, actual children. He figures they must be joking and launches into an overly intense monologue about how this is a fight to the death and how they should take it seriously or else.
There's no way you punks can defeat me.
He challenges them to move him off of his feet, which Gon does delightfully with Jajin Ken. Fast forward to the next day. Knuckles wakes up in bed, sees Gon and Killua training nearby, and realizes he's been adopted by the kids he was supposed to defeat. He apologizes for underestimating Gon and offers up his token, but Gon refuses. He doesn't want a pity prize, he wants to earn the win. Knuckle tears up, because he's quite a softie beyond the looks. Despite the good vibes, Knuckle makes it clear that Gon and Killua still don't stand a chance of beating him in the 20 days they've got left. Across the map in NGL, Morel and Nove are busy thinning out the Chimera Ant herd. Their plan? Open magic doors, yeet ants into them, and let Netero squash them on the other side like oversized cockroaches. Colt and Peggy notice their squad members are shrinking and start panicking. Peggy suggests moving the castle, but Colt insists the queen mustn't be disturbed, probably because she'll eat whoever wakes her up.
In her current condition, we should avoid troubling her at all cost.
Instead, they leave P2 in charge of castle defense, which is fine, except P2 is too busy playing mad scientist with Kite's body to answer the door, let alone fight off an army. The next episode is titled Rock, Paper, Scissors, and Weakness. Gon and Killua are absolutely wrecked after round 1 with Knuckle, hobbling with walking sticks like retired grandpas. Watching creepily from behind a tree is Shoot, who thinks he's a cold-blooded assassin but ends up crying because he's a chicken. The boys continue training their Ren, pushing their limit to 2 hours while Biscuit nods approvingly. At some point, Palm goes from crushing on Nove to crushing on Gon, and I reserve my comments. Elsewhere, Chimera Ant soldiers are vanishing in smoke traps set by Nove and Morel. The unlucky ones get dropped into a white room where Netero, surrounded by ant corpses, is warming up like a grandpa stretching before a marathon. The extermination strategy is working, but the queen is still alive and the king's birth is almost due. The boys face off with Knuckle again. Gon attacks with fierce determination, but Knuckle is still overpowering him with ease, dodging, countering, and critiquing his Nen. Gon's trying to land his rock, but Knuckle calls out its weakness mid-fight, treating Gon like a ragdoll in slow-motion ping-pong.
Behind you!
Damn, how many training arcs are there in this series? Jeez. Now we move on to episode 89, called Compassion and Strength. Knuckle breaks down the 2 fatal flaws of Gon's Jajangken technique. It takes forever to charge, and focusing all his aura into his fists leaves Gon wide open for a smackdown. Then Gon makes a bold move. He charges his emitter-type paper attack from a distance. Knuckle waves it off as weak and casually bats it aside, only to sense Gon suddenly behind him with a charged rock attack ready to blow. For a moment, victory is in sight, until Gon collapses from pure exhaustion before landing the punch. Knuckle, completely unharmed, watches Killua carry his unconscious friend away.
You tell Goon that tomorrow I'll fight him for real!
That's when Shoot appears from the shadows, unimpressed with the fight so far, and tells Knuckle he's being way too soft. Knuckle fires back that at least he's doing something instead of just lurking around like a creep. Back at the inn, Biscuit promises to whip Gon back into shape with her massage technique, which probably requires a signed waiver. But she's way more concerned about Killua, who still hasn't fought anyone yet. Before departing, she decides it's time for tough love and challenges him to a fight herself, transforming into her muscle monster form and pummeling the lesson into him. The next morning, Gon is fully recovered. Killua, not so much. His face looks like it went through a wood chipper.
Whoa! What happened to your face? I was training with Biscuit.
Are you sure she wasn't torturing you?
Killua reflects on the fight with Biscuit. She called him out for always backing down when things look tough, warning him that this mindset might lead to him abandoning Gon when it matters most. She even used a literal graph to explain how strategy and willpower can bridge the gap between stronger opponents and weaker fighters. But Killua has only ever known one way to deal with fear: run. After all, running away from stronger opponents was what his brother Illumi drilled into him at the Hunter exam. Now Biscuit gives him an ultimatum. If he can't beat Shoot, he has to leave Gon for good. Damn. The next episode is called Slow and Cursed. Deep in the forest, Gon and Killua meet Shoot and Knuckle for their final showdown. The winner gets a ticket to NGL. Knuckle bolts into a zigzag, probably to confuse Gon, or just because he thinks he's Sonic. Gon tries to catch him with N, but he gets smacked square across the face instead. Surprisingly, no blood, no bruises. Just a fuzzy marshmallow creature hovering nearby, showing the number 210 on its forehead. Gon is understandably confused. The number ticks up to 231, and the puffball balloons like it's charging rent.
Hello, it's time. You've accrued interest.
Knuckle explains that he lent Gon aura with interest. Okay. So, this strange ability is called Hakaware, and the marshmallow is Knuckles' personal finance mascot called APR, or Amortizing Power Redirector. Here to keep tabs on Gon's spiritual credit score, APR can't be destroyed, ignored, or unsubscribed from. Now, hold on. Let me explain as best as I can. Think of the ability like the worst baked transaction ever. Knuckle lends Gon his aura by hitting him. The interest on the aura loan accumulates by 10% every 10 seconds. Then, if Gon doesn't pay back the aura debt, that is, if the borrowed aura eventually exceeds the total amount of aura that Gon has at a given time, he goes bankrupt, and that's when APR transforms into IRS, or Individual Ren Suppressor, which puts the victim into forced Zetsu for 30 days. Essentially, spiritual bankruptcy. In other words, the endgame of this ability is to put the opponent in a state of Zetsu where they can't use Nen for 30 days, which means you're screwed.
That's why he didn't use this ability before. He held back for my sake.
As APR floats above him, Knuckle keeps whacking Gon. increasing the loan like a ruthless loan shark. In all this craziness, Knuckle doesn't take any real damage from Gon, because any hit will simply be treated as aura repayment. Gosh, I hope that explanation helped because even my head is exploding right now. Meanwhile, Killua and Shoot stroll ominously side by side in the forest. Shoot radiates an upsetting green Nen, and Killua instantly gets the familiar urge to sprint in the opposite direction. He fights the instinct, reminding himself that Shoot probably doesn't even know what he's doing either. Then Shoot disrobes, like he's revealing a magic trick, and shows off his disturbing ability. Floating hands and a creepy birdcage. One hand, two hand, red hand, missing left hand. Killua busts out the yo-yos and goes into defense mode, batting the floating hands away like a haunted game of whack-a-mole. Killua sees Illumi's creepy smile in his mind and freezes, mentally held hostage by his brother's brainwashing. He tries to summon electricity, but gets smacked in the face instead. Shoot notices the fear and relates. He too is a nervous wreck, a coward in combat. The battle becomes a psychological meltdown for both sides. Killua runs, again.
One day, you will leave Gon behind to die.
Illumi's voice taunts him. Biscuit's lecture echoes mentally. And then, suddenly, his left eye goes dark, like someone turned off the lights in half his brain. Kinda terrifying. The next episode is called The Strong and the Weak. The Chimera Ant King finally busts out of the queen's belly and Bro instantly destroys her vital organs. Talk about a rough delivery. The first words out of his mouth, "Where's dinner?" Not a hi, not a thanks for the birth canal, just full-on hangry. Peggy, the scholarly birdman, waddles in late, sees the queen looking like an expired meatloaf and panics. Big mistake. The king, who clearly doesn't believe in verbal warnings, kills Peggy instantly with his tail. Then he orders Colt to clean the blood off his tail. Turtle Dude politely offers his handkerchief, which apparently counts as insubordination. He gets instantly unalived.
I just so happen to have my trusty handkerchief with me.
The king reminds everyone, only Colt may clean the royal tail. Colt, now shaking like a leaf in a blender, tiptoes forward and wipes it clean while praying to every deity his partial humanity can remember. Colt begs Pitou to save the queen, but Pitou's basically like, sorry, new management, who dis? Up on the roof, Poof is playing the piano, while the third royal guard, Youpi, who is part minotaur, part temper tantrum, tries to fly and crashes straight into a wall. The king, now mid-snack, samples a dish from ground-up humans and instantly gags. He says it tastes like garbage. Pitou reminds him that they don't season the food here. This isn't Hell's Kitchen by any means. The king recalls tasting actual good meat in the womb, and Pitou explains that those were the high-end special humans. In other news, Colt speed flies to Morel and Nove, waving a literal white flag. He still maintains loyalty to the queen and wants the humans to save her. He tells them the king has been born, and his majesty is not a chill guy. Morel and Nove, upon hearing this, are on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Back with his majesty, the king makes a surprise stop in a village, his version of a drive-thru, and kills a couple right in front of their child. He then tastes them and instantly spits them out in disgust. Pitou recommends trying the brain next time. The king takes that suggestion a little too literally, turns to the traumatized child, and scoops her up like an appetizer. He eats her brain, shrugs, and thinks it's average at best. Pitou tries to help again, but the king slaps her across the face with his tail for being too chatty. The slap was strong enough to kill, but Pitou only ends up with a beauty mark, proving she's built like a tank in a cat costume.
You are quite strong indeed. I intended to kill you with that blow. You have earned my respect.
Meanwhile, Colt is still trying to convince Morel and Nove to help out, pleading that if the queen dies, every soldier is going to go off and start their own personal monarchy. The ecosystem will collapse and Netflix documentaries will be made. Sufficiently terrified, they agree to follow Colt to meet their boss, although they're still side-eyeing him like he might bite. Elsewhere, at the NGL border stop, Knuckle and Shoot prepare to head back while Gon and Killua get benched like middle school basketball players. Gon, with the IRS agent APR still clinging to his shoulder like a tick, gives Knuckle a tearful goodbye and makes him promise to save Kite. Once they're alone, Gon breaks down crying, telling Killua that he never realized how soul-crushing it was to be weak. Meanwhile, Killua silently vows to protect Gon during his 30-day Nen suspension, but also admits to himself that he plans to ditch Gon after that because he still believes he's too broken to help. Oh no. In the next episode, titled One Wish and Two Promises, Netero informs his contacts that the Chimera Ant King has been born and demands top surgeons to try to save the queen. He cuts part of his hair to mark the seriousness of the situation, suits up in his heart battle shirt, and prepares to head out with Nove, Morel, and Colt. Colt leads them into the nest while Netero charges his Nen, filling the room with intense aura. When asked how he compares to the king, Colt admits the gap is so wide he wouldn't even survive a royal guard.
You'll be killed by one of his royal guards before you can even get close.
Morel and Nove are unnerved, but Netero laughs, happy to finally be the underdog for once. He sends for Knuckle and Shoot and departs to meet an old acquaintance. At the nest, the queen is near death. Surgeons try to help, but Colt's offer of his own organs is useless due to genetic incompatibility. The queen speaks telepathically to her offspring, naming her son Meruem and expressing hope that he will one day rule the world. With her purpose fulfilled, she passes away. Colt mourns, blaming himself for failing to protect someone he cared for. Knuckle gets emotional like the usual softy he is, while Nove is confused by the ant's depth of feeling. An ant explains that Chimera ants retain human memories and personalities, which influence their behavior. Just as the doctors leave, Colt notices movement inside the queen's body and discovers a tiny, crying baby. He vows to protect it. Morel makes him promise never to eat humans again, and in turn promises protection. Colt agrees, recalling memories of his mother and sister.
I will protect this baby. I swear it.
Turns out, Colt was actually Kurt, the little boy who tried to protect his sister Reyna when the ants first attacked. In another scene, Knuckle and Shoot soon arrive in the nest and scout the area, but are attacked by a strange figure. Kite, now a puppet-like shell of his former self. That's so sad. The next episode is called Date with Palm. It opens with Meruem, now strutting through the Republic of East Gorto, a sovereign country, like he owns the place, because he basically will in about 5 minutes. Inside, the reigning monarch Ming Jolik is living his best weird life, surrounded by catgirls and zero dignity. Until the royal guards barge in. His Nen-wielding guards line up ready to defend him, only to be turned into fresh salsa by one flick of the king's tail. He samples a bite of the Nen soldier like it's gourmet sushi, and he loves it.
That's it. The flavor I seek.
P2 takes mental notes like a food critic. In this world, Nen eaters grow stronger. Meruem instantly deletes Ming from existence, then claims the palace for himself. Meanwhile, Gon and Killua return to their HQ to find the vibes off. Palm, who has clearly gone full slasher flick heroine, is stabbing Gon's effigy like it insulted her taste in anime. She slowly turns, eyes glowing demon red. Turns out, Gon broke his promise to take her to NGL, and her solution is obvious. A date. Gon agrees so fast it's suspicious, shocking Killua, who's now wondering if he ever really knew this guy. Palm wants to go right now, but Gon says he needs to prepare for a proper date. Knuckle calls with huge news. Kite has been found. Gon asks how he is, and Knuckle eventually admits Kite is being controlled by the enemy. Gon, still in full denial mode, says he'll be fine. The next day, Gon waits for Palm while Killua hides in the bushes like a bodyguard with trust issues.
I can't just leave Gon alone when he's vulnerable.
A glamorous woman approaches Gon. He doesn't recognize her at first, but it's Palm, post-makeover, looking like she just walked off a K-drama set. They go to a whale show, an aquarium, and dessert, all while Killua tailgates like the world's most intense chaperone. As they reach the woods, Killua senses an ominous Nen presence. Not wanting to ruin the date, he runs off alone. In the forest, Ramat has come back for revenge. With Gon powerless, Killua prepares to face him solo, hoping his lightning skills are charged up and ready for round 2. The next episode is called Friend and Journey. Gon and Palm are on what can only be described as the most emotionally confusing nature walk ever. Gon stares at a tree like it holds the secrets of the universe, while Palm is trying to figure out if he's having a moment or just stalling. Suddenly, fireflies light up the tree like a Disney ending, and Palm is moved to tears. Right before Gon lets her know he won't be emotionally available until Kite has recovered and the Chimera Ants are defeated. Palm, thinking of this as a swift rejection after a pity date, loses her mind.
What the hell?
Back to Killua. He's getting stomped on like a doormat. Crying on the ground, Killua thinks of Gon. Illumi's creepy mind control kicks in, and he hits emotional rock bottom. Ramat decides it's time for the killing blow, but Killua stabs himself in the head, yanks out Illumi's sinister little mind control needle, basically exercising his trauma, and is immediately reborn. Ramat's face goes from smug to uh-oh in record time. Killua offers him a chance to flee and warn the other ants, which Ramat declines like an idiot, so Killua promptly slices off his head and crushes it like an empty soda can. Back at the house, Palm is not in a good mood. She feels betrayed after Gon rejected her, so she chases the boys out of the house with knives.
So you think you got the better of me?
Back inside, Palm does some creepy witch stuff and uses her magical crystal ball to track Gon and Killua's location. Lady Palm is not going quietly. Up next is episode 95, Grudge and Dread. In this one, Knuckle, Shoot, Gon, and Killua assemble in a dark room that practically screams bad idea. It's time to unveil the tragic state of Kite. Shoot explains his ability, Hotel Rafflesia, which is essentially trapping body parts like a morbid Pokemon game. He had to injure Kite to an unsettling degree just to lock him down. Zombie Kite is released and Gon approaches him. Kite hits him and Gon simply takes it. He lets Kite punch him again and again, silently enduring it. Eventually, Gon dodges one punch and hugs Kite, which works like a cheat code. The zombie stops.
I'm so sorry. You're only like this because of us.
However, it's revealed that Kite is being controlled by another Nen user, and touching him again would be deadly. Gon, now emotionally cooked, withdraws and declares his determination to fight P2 instead. Time skips forward. Just one more day until Gon's Nen returns. The team heads toward the Republic of East Gorteau by train. At a restaurant near the border, the squad learns that the king plans to summon every citizen for a creepy mass screening, using the zombified body of the deceased Mingzhou Lik like a puppet. They also receive word that Netero is already in the country, and if they don't hear from him soon, they should assume the worst. Naturally, Netero calls them at that exact moment, casually announcing he's about to try taking down the king solo and leaving the royal guards to the rest of them. At midnight, Gon's Nen returns with dramatic timing. Morel decides to test Gon's resolve and challenges him to attack as if he's facing P2. Gon powers up his Jajanken with enough force to make the ground tremble, and Morel instantly regrets the decision. Just as Gon's about to unleash a possibly fatal blow, Killua steps in to stop him. Gon's suddenly aware of what he was about to do, apologizes, though the damage to everyone's nerves is already done.
Sorry, Mr. Morel. I really was just about to kill you.
Damn, my boy's getting scary. The next episode is called A Lawless Home. The Phantom Troop sees the chaos and collectively decides it's extermination o'clock. They return to their hometown, Meteor City, which is now crawling with Chimera Ants turning citizens into ant-human mashups using Chimera Ant Zazon's tail sting ability, Sexy Stinger of Rebirth. Yes, that's its real name. No, it's not from a perfume commercial. The troop storms the ant base, but because they're extra, they turn the mission into a contest. Whoever kills the queen first becomes the boss for the day. Phaeton gets the boss fight with Zazon, while Bonolenov summons an actual planet to squish an ant. And we are reminded again to never mess with the Phantom Troop. The following episode is called Carnage and Devastation. We see more matches and more bug exterminations thanks to the spiders. Yay, cool. Moving on. Episode 98 is called Infiltration and Selection. The Chimera Ants are trying to consolidate their dominance by carrying out a selection, where humans are gathered and the royal guards force them to use their aura. The few survivors will end up in Meruem's army of human Chimera Ant hybrids. Gon and Killua are infiltrating the Republic of East Gorteau with a mission to prevent this from happening, among other things. After coming across a mass grave in a village, they believe the selection has already started. What neither of them knows is that they're being watched by Melioran, a Chimera Ant who's been quietly following them.
He's strong, just as I thought, but I'll just keep watching for now.
He's impressed by Killwa's ability to sense him even while he's hidden, which just makes Melioran more intrigued. He follows Gon as the two boys separate. Episodes 99 to 101, titled Combination and Evolution, Tracking and Pursuit, and Icalgo and Lightning, deal with the adventures of Gon and Killua as they make their way to Meruem's location. They encounter different ants and gain a few allies along the way. Up next is episode 102, titled Power and Games. Gon and Melioran have one thing in common: revenge. Melioran wants to team up because he wants to defeat Meruem. The reason? The king beheaded someone very dear to him. Long story short, our dear old scholar Aunt Peggy used to be Melioran's human foster parent. Melioran then shows off his ability, God's Accomplice, which lets him and his partner turn invisible together as long as they're holding hands. With this, he says they can get to the king and murk him for good.
I'm just not the partner you want.
You know someone who'd be better?
Back at the royal palace, Meruem is having an intense board game showdown with a shogi champion because he's bored and apparently has no better way to pass the time. Meruem, in his classic fashion, asks the guy why he hasn't conceded yet. When he doesn't get an answer, he cuts off the dude's ear because Meruem is not about repeating himself. When the guy tries to run off, he gets killed. Poof then announces that the next challenger is a national Go champion. Meruem's totally into it because he's trying to be the world champion of everything at this point. After hours of intense playing, Meruem wins. The Go champion gives a bunch of excuses for not being in top shape, so Meruem kindly gives him 8 hours to recover. If he loses again, he'll die.
Lose again and I won't be interested in your excuses. So rest like you mean it.
Poof, being all impressed, praises Meruem's ability to pick up games so fast. Meruem explains that it's not about following the rules of the game, it's all about figuring out the rhythm of the opponent and then disrupting it. Poof suggests that they find something else to play, and of course, Meruem is all in. Then Poof brings up Gunji, a professional board game that East Gorteau has never lost. Meruem's all over it. He thinks that by beating the 5-time reigning champion, he'll be the best in the world. Unbeknownst to Meruem, this is the one game that'll change everything. The next episode is called Check and Mate. A little blind girl called Komogi enters to face Meruem in Gunji, chatting non-stop while he tries to read the rulebook. Annoyed, the king tells her to zip it, and then she obeys so literally that she nearly passes out because her nose is clogged. They start playing, and the moment Komogi makes her move, she transforms into a Gunji beast. Meruem is stunned, not just by her skills, but by the fact that she's blind and yet she can open her eyes. At any rate, Komogi crushes Meruem using what he thinks are beginner strategies. She compliments his learning speed, but he's more annoyed than flattered. After losing again, he lets her leave.
I have a rematch. Once I'm finished with him, you'll have your turn.
But not for long. When Yuppie reports that the last Go champ hung himself, Meruem laughs and demands Komogi return. He's now hooked. Unfortunately for him, the spanking never stopped. Meruem tries everything, even strategy, and still gets dunked on. He can't believe he's losing repeatedly to a blind, powerless girl. He loses and demands another rematch for the umpteenth time, spiraling further into a Goji-fueled identity crisis. The next episode is called Doubt and Hesitation. Thanks to P2's puppeteer ability, the ants have set up an army of mind-controlled human soldiers blocking off any kind of infiltration into the palace where the king resides. Nove goes full magician and vanishes into thin air by using his hide-and-seek ability. Think interdimensional Airbnb with 21 rooms and no windows. It's clean, secure, and teleportation enabled.
By placing his hand over a wall or on the ground, he can open a portal to an end dimension. What's more, he can then send people or objects through that portal to the other side.
He uses his master key to pop out near the palace, while Morel's puppets continue to throw random junk at enemies like passive-aggressive roommates. Back at Gunji Central, Meruem plays Komogi, throwing pieces like he's trying to beat her through sheer enthusiasm. She counters with calm precision, and every time Meruem thinks he's getting clever, Komogi casually obliterates him. She even names his proud new strategy Cocorico, something she invented a decade ago. The king is flabbergasted. Komogi is overjoyed. Shiapoof is literally seething in a corner. Meruem storms off like a kid denied a rematch but tells Komogi to rest up. No more snack breaks next time.
Once we begin again, you will not get any more breaks, so be prepared.
In his mind, Meruem is salty about losing but has to admit, just maybe, he's having fun, which only makes it more confusing for him. The next episode is called Resolve and Awakening. When Meruem gets back to where he left her, Komogi is still sitting in the same spot, sleeping and drooling. Once they start playing again, he suggests that they make a bet. If Komogi wins, she can ask for anything, but if she loses, he'll take her left arm. Komogi takes her time to think, but ends up going even further, betting her own life.
I bet my life. If I were to lose to you, I would much prefer to pay the penalty with my life.
She explains that as a Gunji player, she's not allowed to lose. Her whole family depends on her, and so losing would mean her life is worthless. Meruem is intrigued. He tries asking what she'd want if she wins. She says she'll tell him after the match. Hearing this, Meruem laughs, realizing that Komogi has no fear and no selfish wants. He'd imagined that Komogi would want to take his life if he lost the bet. Feeling guilty, Meruem calls off the wager and tears off his own arm. Poof rushes in to help and keeps fussing over the arm, but Meruem gets annoyed and slaps him across the room. Oh boy. Then Poof offers to bring Pitu to heal Meruem properly. However, the king asks Komogi to continue the game, but she refuses. She won't play unless he gets treated first.
I won't say it again. Now move.
I will not!
Frustrated, he finally gives in and tells Poof to bring Pitu. Meanwhile, in the city, Nove and Morel notice something strange. All the mind-controlled human puppets are gone. Nove suspects something's happened to the royal guards or even the king. This might be their golden opportunity to sneak into the palace. It could also be a trap, but they believe the royal guards wouldn't risk the king's safety. Nove decides to create a portal close to the palace. Their plan gets detailed when surveillance dragonflies from the enemy spots them. Back in the palace, Pitu arrives and uses her healing ability, Dr. Blathe, to fix Meruem's arm. While this is happening, Meruem continues playing Gunji with Komogi like nothing's wrong. Poof asks how long the healing will take. Pitu says about 2 to 3 hours, and during that time, she can't use her other abilities like Puppeteer or her powerful N to detect enemies from far away. Poof offers to keep watch, but admits his N is way weaker than Pitu's. Outside, Nove confirms that there's no N active, meaning the coast is clear. He gets confident that he can sneak in under the cover of night. He rips out bushes to camouflage himself and moves closer to the palace. He plans to set up 3 exits around the area for infiltration and escape. Nove successfully makes it to the palace and prepares to sneak inside. The following episode is called Nove and Morel. Nove finally reaches the palace and sees something really disturbing. Strange trees standing outside. But these aren't just trees. They're actually cocoons with people trapped inside. The humans who were selected to be turned into weapons for the king. Horrified, Nove uses his portal ability to create an exit, vowing to stop this terrible plan. Eventually, he reaches the central staircase. But just as he's about to go further, he suddenly senses a terrifying aura from above. It's so intense and evil that he freezes.
What is that aura? It's like it's full of everything sinister in the world.
The thought of being captured and tortured scares him so much that he decides he can't go any further. He opens one last exit and escapes. Meanwhile, Morel runs into Liol, a cocky Chimera Ant who controls the surveillance dragonflies. They trade some jokes and introductions before Morel suddenly turns and runs in the other direction. He's not being a coward. He's trying to distract Liol to give Nove a chance to sneak in. But what Morel doesn't know is that Nove is not in the right state of mind. At the same time, a convoy of trucks is headed to the palace. Nove watches from afar and knows that Palm is hiding inside one of them. She's trying to gain access into the palace by posing as a prostitute so she can see the king and his royal guards.
I have to find a way out of here. I must see the king and his royal guards myself.
Once Palm sets her eyes on someone, she can track their every move using her crystal ball. While Palm quietly follows her mission plan, she reminds herself that if she gets caught, she'll end her life before she can be used by the enemy. Now, far away from the palace, Nove finds a quiet place to hide. He's shaken to his core and mentally begs Palm not to do anything reckless. He remembers how terrifying that aura was. It completely broke his will. He's amazed that Gon and Killua have been able to face Pitou head on. In tears, he admits he can't go back to the palace anymore. The next episode is titled Return and Retire. Morel vs. Liol concludes with a big dose of just plain carbon dioxide. Morel used his lungs and smoke to fill the air with CO2, basically choking Liol out without ever needing to throw a punch, and thus drowning him in a giant pool. Meanwhile, under the palace, Palm uses her ability to sneak around. She gets to the same central staircase Nove reached earlier, and just like him, she freezes when she senses that terrifying aura. She literally can't move.
I can't go any further.
Then, the aura suddenly vanishes, only to be replaced by a new, different, even scarier one. Palm is left paralyzed in fear. Aren't we forgetting someone in the show? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Elsewhere, Killua wakes up in some random underground clinic with an octopus ant friend named Ikalgo by his side. He's totally confused. He's been asleep for 2 days. A couple episodes back, Killua was almost killed by ant siblings playing a game of darts on his body. In the end, he beheaded them and nearly bled to his death. Ikalgo, a new friend he made, saved his life. Killua tries to get up, but Ikalgo warns him that his wounds could reopen. Just then, a nurse shows up and tells Killua he can't leave without paying. Yeah, even near-death experiences don't get you out of medical bills. Killua grabs a phone and calls Gon, asking him to send over the money and update him on what's going on. Killua tests out his body, healing fast as usual, and even Ikalgo is shocked.
His wounds, they're already healed.
Okay, ladies, hey, we're done with the fan service. The nurse comes back, tells him the payment went through, and Killua is free to go. But before leaving, Killua invites Ikalgo to tag along, saying he wants to introduce him to others. Ikalgo is stunned. He's never had friends before, which makes him tear up. For someone who always wanted real friends, this hits hard. Together, they leave the clinic. Killua talks about how friends help each other, and about what it really means to be a hunter. Ikalgo, feeling seen and valued, follows Killua. He's ready to join the rest of the crew. The following episode is called Gunji of Komugi. Meruem and Komugi are still deep into their Gunji matches, and it's clear they're both changing because of it. While they play, Poof watches from the sidelines, completely stressed out. Komugi starts feeling tired, so Meruem steps out to let her rest. As she leaves the room, Poof actually thinks about killing her, but stops himself just in time. He knows Meruem would be furious if he lost his chance to beat her fair and square. Realizing how crazy that assassination idea was, Poof suddenly breaks down crying and starts playing a sad tune on his violin.
I shall pay for this with my life. Once I ensure that the king will rule the world!
Jeez, this guy is full of drama, I tell ya. In other news, Killua and Ikalgo have reunited with the rest of the hunters. They start planning out how to deal with the royal guards so that Chairman Netero can sneak past Neferpitu's N and confront the king. Right after the plan is laid out, Gon brings up Palm, wondering if there's any way to contact her. Killua tries to keep things real. He says that if Palm had escaped, she would have contacted them already. She probably took her own life to avoid giving up information. Shoot adds that even worrying about her now might insult her resolve. Killua doubles down, saying that worrying won't change anything. They still don't have a rescue plan. Back at the palace, Meruem and Komugi are back at the Gunji board. Poof tries to talk to Meruem about the human selection process, but the king shuts him down hard, saying he doesn't care. Uh-oh, someone is getting sidelined. Feeling a bit bruised, Poof sits with Yuppie. They chat about the king's games, and Yuppie thinks Meruem is about to win. But Poof says it's not that simple. Both Meruem and Komugi are changing, and the outcome is totally unpredictable now.
So I'm no longer able to predict the outcome of this contest.
Well, it's still just a matter of time before the king wins.
At one point, Komugi asks for a break to write down their game's moves. As she's about to leave, Meruem suddenly asks for her name. She tells him, and asks for his in return. Meruem is thrown off, He doesn't have a name, or so he thinks. He immediately calls in all 3 of his royal guards and asks if they ever gave him one. They hadn't, they just call him king. And Meruem decides he'll stick with that. Later, Meruem goes through an entire monologue about his absolute power, then goes to Komugi's room, thinking he's about ready to kill her and end their game for good. But as he opens the doors, he finds her being attacked by an eagle. She's bleeding and hurt. Without thinking, Meruem rushes in, kills the eagle, and checks on her injuries. Komugi starts crying. No one's ever shown her that kind of kindness before, and for the first time, Meruem calls her an important guest. But deep inside, he begins to question everything he thought he knew about himself.
What is this creature? And me? What do I want to do with her?
The next episode is called Taking Stock and Taking Action. Ikalgo wakes up to see Killua and Gon already suiting up like they're about to raid a fortress. Killua is going over the plan for the umpteenth time, clearly stressed out like a team leader before a school project that's due in 5 minutes. The plan? Killua and Gon will head for the central staircase and make their way toward the throne room, while Ikalgo takes the spooky elevator to search for Palm. Of course, Killua keeps warning that the plan may not go the way they want given their enemies. They contact Colt, who is now living his best side character life in a mansion. While he's on the call, a kid casually tosses a ball past him. Colt explains that Neferpitou has healing abilities and used them on Kite, and that this kind of Nen healing needs full-on laser beam level focus. Putting the puzzle together, the crew figures out that the king himself might be injured, because Pitou would never waste time healing anyone else.
He injured himself? Wait, how could that have happened?
We don't know what's going on here yet.
Killua relays this juicy theory to Morel. Right then, an announcement blares through the capital, and suddenly, the entire population shuffles outside like they're late to a cult meeting. Pitou's creepy Nen puppets lead the way, and nobody looks remotely concerned about it. In just a couple hours, the selection will finally start. About 5 million citizens of East Gorteau are now on their way to the palace. Sadly, they have no idea what awaits them. At the palace, the royal guards are keeping watch. Pitou mentions that stronger enemies have arrived, while Poof starts having another mini freakout. He's convinced that they're being surrounded and insists that someone has to guard the king during the selection. Suddenly, Pitou senses that all enemy auras have vanished. What's really happening is that the extermination team, that being Morel, Melioran, Shoot, and Knuckle, is hiding out in Nov's Airbnb dimension, a minimalist war room where they're finalizing their infiltration strategy. Meanwhile, Meruem confronts Pitou about not saving Komugi when she was attacked. Pitou admits to watching it happen, arguing that since the king was safe, there was no need to act. Meruem is not thrilled, and tells Pitou to protect Komugi from now on, or else.
I saw no threat to you, sire, so I ignored it.
From this point on, you'll keep an eye on Komugi as well, and deal with any threats at once.
Pitou nods and leaves quietly, possibly to scream into the void later. The next episode is called Confusion and Expectation. The extermination team decides it's about time to head out, and they plan to use the nearest exit through the palace staircase. In another room, Komugi sits quietly in front of her gunji board, tears in her eyes. She's heartbroken and wishes she could play with Meruem again. Outside the palace, 5 million people have gathered. Meruem, the king, walks around with Youpi following him, but the king gets annoyed and knocks him out. Pitou senses what happened and finds it funny that the king keeps speeding up his royal guards. Yeah, it's 3 for 3 now. Youpi flies over to Pitou and asks them to stop using their aura field or N around the king, since it bothers him. Pitou comes up with a solution. Just keep the king in one place. But Meruem refuses and tells them to stop using N inside the palace altogether. Of course, this means Pitou won't be able to sense any intruders coming from underground. But Meruem says, if anyone dares to infiltrate, he'll handle it himself.
I will dispose of them personally. You will not come unless summoned, so disturb me at your own peril.
As for Komugi's safety, Pitou says there are still 11 guards in the palace. The king wraps up by ordering that Pitou can only use her N on the first floor of the palace, and no one is allowed on the second floor. The royal guards pass along the message, but Poof is uneasy about it and decides to head toward the palace. Back in Nov's dimension, the extermination team regroups. They wait for 7 minutes as they prepare for their next move. Knuckle and Melioran go over the plan again. Meanwhile, Gon, Killua, and Hidalgo go over their own plan. With just about 1 minute left, everyone gets ready.
Counting down from 10. Is everybody ready?
It's almost time to raid the palace. The next episode is titled Charge and Invade. Just 2 minutes before the invasion starts, Netero and Zeno leap off a massive flying Nen dragon, diving straight toward the palace like a pair of fearless skydivers. Pitou is the first to sense the incoming threat and immediately redirects their end to focus on it. At the exact 10-second mark, the extermination team exits Nov's safe zone just as the Nen dragon bursts into a cloud of smaller dragons. This is Zeno's ability called Dragon Dive. Poof, acting on instinct, rushes back toward the palace to guard the king. Pitou finally spots Netero, hovering calmly mid-air. Without wasting time, Neferpitou activates Terpsichore, her full-power combat mode. The scene suddenly cuts to Zeno as he begins a calm narration. He reflects on Netero's mysterious Nen, calling it silent but deadly. Zeno recalls how Netero was already an old man when he himself was just a baby. By all counts, Netero is in a different league. His most dangerous technique is the 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva. Damn, that's too powerful to even pronounce. Still, in mid-air, Netero slowly begins moving his hands with a graceful, fluid motion. It almost looks peaceful, but it summons a massive aura attack that comes down on Pitou at lightning speed. Neferpitou can't even dodge. Yeah, it's that fast. The story suddenly jumps back to 60 years ago. At age 46, Netero began a brutal training routine. 10,000 punches of gratitude every single day. Each punch took about 5 to 6 seconds, meaning he spent nearly 18 hours daily on this alone. He would pray, prepare, and then punch. After 2 years, he noticed a dramatic change. By the time he was 50, he could finish 10,000 punches of gratitude in less than an hour. That is crazy. Back in the present, Pitou is blasted across the sky from Netero's attack. Desperate to stop flying through the air, she summons Dr. Blythe, her healing ability. This strange nurse-like entity connects to their tail and can't move from its summoning spot. While falling back to Earth, Pitou looks on in horror as Zeno's mini-dragons rain down on the palace. Inside the palace, Youpe is chilling at the main entrance, unaware of what's happening. Then, a portal from Nov's dimension opens, and the extermination team emerges. Melioran, Knuckle, Morel, Gon, and Killua head straight up the stairs, ready for battle.
Where they had hoped they would encounter no one at all, they found someone. And that someone was Youpe.
At the same time, Hidalgo, now disguised as a different ant, sneaks off to begin his mission to find Palm. Everything is now in motion. The next episode is titled Monster and Monster. The extermination team climbs the palace's main staircase and runs right into Youpe, who's standing guard. Killua stays calm, expecting the worst and trusting his instincts. Youpe doesn't waste any time. He transforms into a monstrous form with extra limbs, calling himself the King's Shield. He's basically turned into a walking fortress. Shoot is supposed to fight him, but he doesn't have the gall. Facing a royal guard head-on is enough to make anyone panic, and Shoot is no exception. As he finally starts moving his floating hands and cage, Zeno's Nen dragons come crashing down, tearing apart the palace around them. The team is stunned by the destruction, except for Killua, who immediately realizes these dragons are his grandpa's work. Youpe gets ready to fight, but is suddenly punched by Knuckle, who appears out of nowhere. Thanks to Melioran's invisibility ability, God's accomplice, Knuckle is totally hidden. Even Knuckle's APR ability is invisible when it attaches to Youpe. The poor royal guard is completely confused. He just got hit and has no idea how or by whom. As Gon, Killua, and Shoot rush past, Youpe's body starts to shift again. His head sprouts a bunch of eyes to keep track of everyone. Knuckle, still invisible, quietly assesses the situation and realizes how just insanely strong Youppi is. His aura power is estimated to be over 700,000.
His aura is unlimited!
That's so much that even with APR attached, it'll take forever to wear him down. Meanwhile, Pitou, who doesn't have wings, continues falling but uses her N to search for the king. She locates him with Komugi and also spots Zeno and Netero approaching. Realizing the enemies are also using N, Pitou coils mid-air like a spring and prepares to jump back. But the moment she feels the king's powerful aura, she freezes. Down below, Meruem is holding Komugi in his arms, blood still flowing from her injury. Pitou, Zeno, and Netero arrive, but nobody moves. The air is heavy with tension. Meruem calms his aura and gently places Komugi in front of Pitou.
You will heal Komugi. I'm counting on you.
Pitou, overwhelmed and emotional, begins the healing process with Dr. Blythe. Zeno and Netero don't interfere. They know this moment matters. Once healing begins, Meruem turns to Netero and silently invites him to fight elsewhere. Netero agrees. This was the plan all along, to get the king alone. But as Pitou's healing ability activates, both Zeno and Netero are so focused, they don't even realize the king has already walked right past them. Damn, that's incredible. The next episode is called An Indebted Insect. In the throne room, Poof is having a full-on emotional meltdown. He's upset and blaming himself for not protecting the king better. His loyalty is eating him alive, and it's making him both fragile and dangerous. He starts crying, dancing, and talking about how much he despises Komugi, a mere human who seems to hold the king's heart. As he tries to leave, he spots Morel waiting for him inside the throne room. Before he can escape, Morel traps him with a wall of smoke, so Poof calms himself down, stays put, and activates his spiritual message ability to figure out what Morel is up to. Poof's ability allows him to sense the emotions and mental state of others and potentially hypnotize them. Outside, Gon is sprinting through the palace and finally reaches a tower close to the throne room. He sees Morel's smoky jail ability from afar and realizes neither the king nor Neferpitou is inside. Just then, the king, Meruem, steps out of the tower with Zeno and Netero right behind him. Netero spots Gon, gives him a little smile, and gestures with his thumb to point where Pitou is. Gon gets the message, loud and clear. The following episode is titled Divide and Conquer. Up in the throne room, Poof is spreading his glittery, mind-bending wing scales all over Morel's smoky jail. Morel's not having any of it. He remembers Nov's warning that those scales mess with your head, so he holds his breath. Poof starts reading Morel's emotions before wrapping himself up in his own wings like a sad butterfly burrito. Morel decides to wait. Whatever hatches from that thing, he'll be ready. Well, probably. Meanwhile, in the tower, Killua shows up and sees his grandpa Zeno across the rooftop. Realizing he accidentally nuked a civilian earlier, Zeno bows out of the big fight like a gentleman. He summons another massive dragon to carry Netero and Meruem off to a secret location for their epic showdown. As the dragon lifts off, Gon leaps from the tower like a man on a mission and heads straight for Pitou. Inside the smoke-filled battlefield, Shoot is on full survival mode, ducking and dodging Youppi's rage-fueled attacks while looking like he's running on a one-man obstacle course. Knuckle, watching his best bro get slapped around, is fighting back tears and every instinct to jump in. Soon enough, the APR mascot pops back into view and adds some interest to Youppi's aura loan. But when Shoot takes another brutal hit, Knuckle can't hold back anymore. He tries to charge in like a hero, but Melioron tackles him down just in time. Still, one of Youppi's flailing limbs clips Knuckle, which completely resets APR's interest buildup.
Damn it!
Oopsie!
Ouch! Knuckle and Melioron fall back so Melioron can catch his breath and restore their invisibility. But it's too late. God's accomplice wears off. Now, APR is glowing bright and obvious like a giant floating scoreboard. Youppi finally notices it and realizes something fishy has been happening all along. Then, from the smoke, Knuckle finally steps into the light. He's done hiding. He's done watching. He's ready to throw hands. With interest. The next episode is called Duty and Question. Can't really say much about this one, but while on his mission to find Palm, Ikalgo has now drawn suspicion from other ants, and more importantly, Gon and Killua finally reach Pitou, who is still healing Kogumi. As Pitou turns around, she feels Gon's overwhelming and dangerous aura. Oh. The next episode is called Revenge and Recovery. Gon and Killua arrive at a quiet room where they find Neferpitou focused on healing Kogumi, who lies unconscious and seriously wounded. Gon introduces himself, full of intent and rage, but Pitou doesn't respond. Her attention stays locked on Kogumi. Killua immediately picks up on the strangeness. Pitou isn't acting like a threat at all. She seems protective, even desperate to save this girl. Remembering what his grandpa told them, Killua pieces it together. Kogumi must have been caught in the crossfire of the dragon dive attack. But Gon is beyond reason. To him, Pitou is still the monster that destroyed Kite. Pitou promises to do anything Gon asks of her, but only after Kogumi is safe. However, Gon doesn't trust her.
Are you kidding? Why the hell should I wait for you?
Pitou snaps her own left arm to prove her sincerity. Gon is stunned, confused, and furious all at once. Why would this creature, who once tore Kite apart, be acting so protective of a human? Gon slams the floor, crying in frustration, his aura erupting again. He begins charging up his Jajanken. Killua, trying to keep the mission from falling apart, reminds Gon that the goal is to save Kite, not let rage take over. But Gon lashes out at Killua, accusing him of not caring, of being detached.
Must be real nice for you. You can stay calm. Because it's not your fight.
Now that's a bit harsh. The words hit Killua hard, but Gon starts to calm down. He asks Pitou how long the healing will take. Pitou says a full recovery needs 3 to 4 hours. Gon says that's too long. Pitou begs for at least 1 hour to treat Kogumi's most critical injuries. Gon agrees. 1 hour, no more. After that, Pitou has to come with him to heal Kite in Peijin, the capital of East Gortou. Gon sits down in front of Pitou, watching her every move, determined to wait. Meanwhile, Killua silently walks away, disappearing down the corridor. The next episode is titled Insult and Payback. Killua has left the room, still shaken by Gon's harsh words that he acts like the mission doesn't matter to him. Youpi is still fighting Knuckle, and Morel is waiting for Poof to come out of his weird cocoon. We quickly move on to the next one. This episode is called A False Rage. Inside the throne room, Morel is chilling in a cloud of smoke, planning to delay Poof with some classic stalling energy. But Poof isn't just any overgrown moth. He's in full cocoon mode and playing 4D chess. He sends literally trillions of Nen microorganisms through the gaps in the smoke. Ikalgo reaches a weirdly sketchy private warehouse and puts on his best official messenger face to talk to the girls who are being held captive. Then, Ikalgo stumbles on a secret Nen message from Palm, detectable only with Gyo. Her note basically says, "If I don't come back before the raid, assume I'm dead. Good luck." This is bad news, no other way to spin it. In other bad news, Knuckle is torn between worrying about Shoot who's injured and giving Youpi the knuckle sandwich he deserves. Suddenly, a lightning bolt crashes down like Zeus decided to join the fight. Youpi is shocked, literally, and Knuckle uses the opening to land 8 beautifully crunchy punches. Then, he sprints away while Youpi stands there trying to reboot his brain like a frozen laptop. Up above, Killua finally makes his entrance, all cool and crackling with electricity. Now this is how you make an entrance.
Sorry, but I'm a little pissed off right now. So I'm just gonna take it all out on you.
Looks like Killua's ready to fry some Royal Guard sushi after that scolding from Gon. The following episode is called Strong or Weak. Killua drops down and immediately flips the switch on his Godspeed mode. In seconds, he's zipping around Youpi like a human lightning bolt, landing hits before the guy even knows what's happening. But Godspeed doesn't last forever, and before long, Killua runs out of juice. Realizing he's not about to win a fistfight with a building-sized rage monster, he bolts for the surface. Just as Yuppie's about to close the gap, Killua suddenly vanishes into thin air. Surprise! Meliorin was nearby, and he used his invisibility ability, God's Accomplice, to whisk Killua away before things got messy. The following episode is called Fake and Real. Morel finally gets tired of staring at Poof's sparkly cocoon and decides it's whack-a-moth time. He smashes it, only to find out Poof already Houdini'd his way out of there earlier. Apparently, Poof had been floating around the palace in mosquito mode like a psychic pollen, reading everyone's plans and feeling way too smug about it. Poof then uses his Nen ability, Beelzebub, to unleash a swarm of tiny flying Poof clones. Imagine being attacked by a cloud of self-righteous winged drama queens. Morel, being the smoke wizard he is, counters with a literal army of 89 smoke puppets thanks to his deep purple trick. The fight becomes a weird magical puppet show, but every time Poof's clones get hit, they just reassemble like nothing happened. Great, now they're immortal drama queens. While Morel's busy juggling smoke and tiny winged narcissists, Poof himself casually pops up behind him and snatches his pipe like he's stealing a lollipop. Morel is left pipeless, which for him is the equivalent of being naked in battle. The next episode is called Defeat and Dignity. Pitou draws the line and signals Poof to stay put, clearly not in the mood for his melodramatic nonsense. Poof is taken aback. We also hear from Nove, who is now completely bald and visibly aged by all the stress.
The king can just wave his hand and turn all of them into evil spawn.
Like he's been through 10 years of taxes and trauma. He helps teleport Morel away to safety and assures everyone that Shoot is getting medical attention too. Then comes a bit of good news. Chairman Netero's plan worked. The king has been separated from his royal guards and led to the designated battle location. But before everyone can finally breathe, Nove asks the question that throws everyone back into worry mode. Where on earth is Palm? Like seriously. We then move on to the next episode, called Pose and Name. Netero and Meruem arrive at their battle destination via Zeno's personal Dragonhead Uber. The location is a remote weapons testing site. Basically, the perfect place if you're trying to fight someone without worrying about collateral damage. Netero, always the gentleman of battle, mentally encourages Meruem to go all out. But Meruem isn't in a rush to fight. Instead, he launches into a full-blown philosophical speech, laying out his vision for a new world.
Originally, you pathetic humans were no more than livestock to me. But I've changed my mind.
In his ideal society, the strong would protect the weak, but only the truly exceptional humans, like Komugi and Netero, would be considered worth sparing. He even offers Netero a chance to back out of the fight, promising to let him live if he does. Well, looks like someone had a change of heart. Back at the royal palace, Pitou is busy updating Poof on what's gone down since the invasion started. Pitou adds a few details Gon wasn't privy to, and casually drops that the king left the palace on his own. He even gestures towards the direction His Majesty went, giving Poof exactly the clue he needs. Never one to miss a dramatic exit, Poof activates his Beelzebub Nen ability. He splits his body. 6/7 of him head toward the king, while the remaining part sticks around to maintain appearances with Pitou and Gon. Back at the battleground, negotiation has failed, and that's when Netero finally makes his move. He activates his 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva, a giant golden construct with multiple arms ready to throw down. He starts with a move called First Hand, a powerful palm strike that lands squarely on Meruem. The result? No damage. Meruem stands there completely unfazed. Netero goes in with another attack, Third Hand, a powerful clap that Meruem easily avoids. But this time, the king lets some of his own aura leak out, and it's so intense that Netero instinctively backs off. Still, Meruem doesn't counterattack. He just sits down again, sticking to the idea that words, not fists, are the way forward. Netero, now playing mind games, comes up with a plan. He offers the thing Meruem might care about, his own name. Netero explains that his comrades were present at the Chimera Ant Queen's death, and she spoke the king's name with her last breath. The catch, however, is that Meruem has to defeat Netero in order to hear it. That finally gets Meruem's attention. The king accepts the challenge, and now the real fight begins. The next episode is called Centipede and Memory. As usual, we cut away to other characters and what they're up to. Ikalgo finally learns about Palm's whereabouts. She's been trapped in a cocoon meant for the selection. She finally breaks out looking different. She's part human, part Chimera Ant. Damn! The following episode is titled Breakdown and Awakening. Palm has risen from her cocoon in the soldier's lounge like a gothic mermaid reborn. She's shimmering with fish scales, fins on her forearms, and that iconic crystal ball gleaming on her forehead. She's not just awake, she's transformed. She runs into Killua, who, like everyone else, also didn't expect this reveal. Killua steps out to confront her. She clearly still recognizes him, but when she demands to know where Gon is, he refuses to say. He's terrified of what Gon might do if he sees Palm like this. With Gon's emotions already hanging by a thread, this could be the thing that finally snaps him. At any rate, neither of them back down. The tension boils over and they start fighting. Palm activates her Black Widow form, wrapping her long hair tightly around her body. It morphs into a flowing black dress and an ominous white-brimmed hat, like she's a witch straight out of a stylish horror film. She charges at Killua, but in the middle of the clash, Killua breaks. Tears stream down his face as he shoots out the real reason he's hiding Gon's location. It all spills out, his fear, his guilt, and the crushing pressure of keeping Gon from collapsing.
I can't help him anymore!
Palm freezes, and that's when the hat starts moving. A mini chibi-sized poof pops out from under it like a terrible magic trick, and now he orders Palm to finish Killua while he's vulnerable. Through a flashback, we learn that Palm actually attempted to take her own life rather than be captured, but she received treatment and became the first subject of the selection experiment. Now she's starting to get her senses back, which is confirmed when she throws a clean, no-nonsense punch and flattens the chibi poof on the spot. No drama, no speeches, just a swift goodbye to the bug in the hat. With that, the fight is over. Palm releases her Black Widow form, her memories return in full, and she looks at Killua not as an opponent, but as someone who's been fighting just as hard in his own way. She thanks him for helping her remember who she truly is, and acknowledges that Gon needs him more than ever. The next episode is called Great Power and Ultimate Power. Back in the palace, P2 apologizes to Gon for Poof's antics, and Gon cuts straight to the point. He gives P2 exactly 10 minutes to heal Komugi. No extra time, no extensions. P2 accepts, knowing that 10 minutes is plenty to finish healing her. But internally, there's a new worry. Who's going to watch Komugi once the healing is done? Because when that timer hits 0, P2's full focus is on one thing, taking Gon out.
It seems that I must risk my own life. Because if I don't, his fangs may yet reach the king's throat.
Meanwhile, in the heart of the battlefield, Meruem and Netero are facing off in what's basically a divine martial arts match. Meruem takes his stance. Netero launches himself into the air and calls down his Nen monster, the 100-type Guan Yin Bodhisattva, and unleashes the 99th hand, like a spiritual wrecking ball. Meruem gets slammed, hard. The force of this move is so massive it tears the battlefield apart, sending both of them crashing into an underground chamber. Netero calls it Meruem's tomb. How subtle. We move to the next episode called Zero and Rose. In case you haven't noticed, the battle between Chimera Ant King Meruem and Chairman Netero isn't your typical Aura versus Aura blockbuster. I mean, we all know who'd win in that kind of fight. But after getting smacked around repeatedly by enormous hands, the Ant King has to respond at some point. So he starts analyzing Netero's attacks like he's playing Gunji with Komugi. Timing, rhythm, patterns. It doesn't take long before he catches on to the trick. Netero has to press his hands together to activate each attack. That's the opening. The Ant King praises Netero's strength, but Netero isn't having it. The idea of an ant complimenting a human is downright insulting.
Why, you little... An insect like you should never talk down to humans!
But isn't that assuming we're still at the top of the food chain? Anyway, Meruem cranks up the speed, pushing Netero to the limit. For the first time, Netero's defense starts to crack, and the king's confidence grows. In a flash, he rips off Netero's right leg like it's no big deal and tells him to stop the bleeding or die. Then he does the unthinkable. He calls Netero human with genuine respect. It's weirdly heartfelt, if you ignore the missing limb. But Netero isn't backing down. Instead, he fires up even more. Meruem attacks again, and just like he said, takes the left arm too. At this point, Netero's looking like a complete disaster. I mean, old anime grandpas are tough, but geez, make it stop. When Meruem questions how he'll keep praying with only one hand, Netero just smiles. Prayer doesn't need two hands, it needs heart. And with that, he unleashes his trump card, Zero Hand. The Guanyin Bodhisattva rises up for one final massive strike, exploding in a blast of pure nen that levels the entire tomb. Netero finally collapses, while Meruem, scorched and battered, survives the hit. He praises Netero's strength, and in what might be the closest he's come to a eulogy, promises that under his rule, humans will have a place. At least the ones he deems worthy. The rest? Well, free lunch. The king asks one final time for his true name, and this time, Netero gives it up. Meruem.
It's Meruem. That's the name your mother gave you.
Then, just when it seems like it's truly over, Netero's aura flares one last time. A chilling, overwhelming surge. Meruem suddenly feels fear for the first time in his life, and that's when Netero jabs 2 fingers into his chest. It's not a prayer, it's a trigger. Netero had one final move should he be defeated. That move is called the Miniature Rose, or the Poor Man's Rose. A weapon so devastating, it guarantees mutual destruction. Think nuclear weapons, but with an extra glaze of poison. The moment it activates, Meruem realizes he's been cornered from the start. An explosion lights up the sky, wiping out the battlefield in a blinding flash. Netero's last message to the Ant King is that humanity won't go down without a fight, and they'll take the king with them if they have to. Damn, I always knew the old man's death would be epic. The next episode is called Hostility and Determination. We learn some more about the Miniature Rose. Despite being banned for its catastrophic kill count, over 80% of nations gave it the thumbs up anyway, which means there are thousands of these time bombs just chilling in storage, waiting for their moment to shine. And shine it does, right in the face of the Chimera Ant King. Meanwhile, back in the palace, Gon's hit his boiling point. He tells Neferpitou that their time is up. As Dr. Blythe disappears, Gon heads for the door, just as Komugi wakes up and starts asking questions. Caught between duty and destruction, Pitou hesitates for just a second too long, and Gon makes it clear. Delay me again, and Komugi dies.
Next time you speak out of line, I promise I'll kill her.
Holy this boy is insane. With that brutal ultimatum, Pitou quickly falls in line. Komugi, utterly confused, tries to piece together what's going on and where her king could be. Meanwhile, Youpi and Poof finally arrive at Ground Zero. The land is scorched, molten, and eerily silent. Poof starts mentally spiraling, losing all composure. Youpi snaps him out of it and sends him off to scatter his clones and search the skies in case Meruem was blown far away. Moments later, a guttural scream echoes out, and Youpi emerges from the magma, holding something barely recognizable. It's Meruem, burned, broken, but alive. The king, though brought to the brink of death, is not quite ready to leave the game. The next episode is titled Unparalleled Joy and Conditional Love. The royal guards have found the king. Poof immediately sacrifices part of his own body, feeding Meruem some juicy royal guard life cells. The king starts to recover a little, and Youpi, not to be outdone, liquefies his own cells like a big protein shake and pours it down Meruem's throat. It works. Meruem begins healing and tells his boys that they can now call him by his name. Oh, and he can fly now. Youpi and Poof sacrifice their bodies just for this moment.
He's even stronger than before! It appears that our flesh was of help to him. We are a part of him now.
How lovely. Meruem's body is back in top form, but his memory? Totally fried. He doesn't remember the explosion, doesn't know what's going on, and when he sees that Poof and Youpi have shrunk down to fun-sized bee version of themselves, he's got questions. Poof reluctantly confesses that they offered up their own bodies to save him. Meruem doesn't lash out. He listens, nods, and decides it's time to head back to the palace. Youpi suggests the stroll, but Meruem says forget walking. He's got wings now. Thanks to absorbing Yuppie's power, he launches into the sky like a majestic predator with both guards hanging onto his tail like very nervous kites. Meanwhile, in the palace, one of Poof's sneaky little clones is already on the move. With Meruem still foggy-headed, this clone has one goal: find Komugi and eliminate her before the king remembers anything.
If I eliminate her now, all of this is finished! He'll never even remember who she was!
But before he can do anything, the clone gets smacked down hard in a stealth attack by Knuckle and Melioran. Up in the sky, Meruem suddenly notices that Knuckles' good old APR is tailing them, which makes him raise an eyebrow. Poof nervously explains it away as an enemy's ability still active. The next episode is called Formidable Enemy and Clear Objective. The king is barreling toward the palace at terrifying speed. Up in the sky, Meruem notices something weird still following him. Knuckles' lovable yet incredibly annoying APR. Yuppie explains it's from the enemy and how you can't get rid of it. Meruem decides to test that theory by blasting it. But after the smoke clears, the APR is just chilling there, completely unfazed. During their interaction, there's a noticeable difference in the way Meruem talks to his loyal guard. It almost seems like the king has become more empathetic. Is that a side effect of getting nuked? I'm really curious. Poof's clones are still trying to find and kill Komugi before the king remembers her. Suddenly, Killua appears at the top of the palace tower with Komugi on his back, instantly grabbing the clone's attention. As Poof moves to attack, Killua activates Godspeed and dodges like a lightning bolt. As they flee, Poof tries to manipulate Komugi verbally, painting Killua as her captor. Killua, however, knows that Meruem cherishes Komugi and is determined not to let her fall into the enemy's hands. At that moment, one of Poof's clones lunges. Komugi collapses, and Killua carefully places her down, drawing a circle around them. Once Poof crosses the line, he instantly pays the price. Killua fries his eye with a jolt of electricity, explaining that even a clone is made of cells, and electricity burns. Then he dares Poof to try crossing the line again. Far away, Meruem senses Poof's frustration and offers assistance. Poof, trying to stay composed, politely declines and instead distracts the king with a group of humans standing by the palace for the long-awaited selection. Meruem remembers them, but something else tugs at his mind. A blurry image, a girl, a name just out of reach. Poof, realizing the king's memory is about to return, scrambles to destroy any evidence of Komugi's existence, particularly the Gunji board. And before the episode ends, we learn that Gon and Pitou have finally reached the place where Kite's manipulated corpse is hidden. I can already tell this won't end well for somebody. The next episode is called Magic to Destroy. Gon and Neferpitou finally reach the room where Kite is kept. Just as Pitou heads towards the door, she gets a phone call. It's the voice of Komugi telling her that she's now safe, but we quickly learn that it's not actually Komugi, it's Poof. It's just a little ploy to get Pitou to stop worrying about the blind girl and get rid of Gon for good.
And now, Pitou is also under my spell.
Pitou opens the door to reveal Kite's lifeless, kneeling body. Gon demands Pitou heal him. Pitou, without betraying any emotion, delivers the gut punch. Kite is dead, and there's no chance he's ever coming back. Gon's world breaks. He flashes back to all their memories, blames himself, and falls into a storm of grief, guilt, and denial. Pitou calls Dr. Blythe, and Gon's hope reignites, until Pitou just uses the healing power to fix their own broken arm. Okay, that's just being rude. The next episode is called Anger and Light. So, after feeding Pitou a big fat lie about Komugi being safe and sound, Poof sends one of his clones to crash the Killua babysitting session. The clone dramatically announces that Gon's gonna die unless Komugi is handed over. Killua does not take that well. His eyes go dark, and he straight up deletes the clone from existence. Killua, now in serious big bro mode, hands Komugi over to Palm and zips off with his speed of lightning to catch up with Gon. Meanwhile, in the Peijin ruins, Dr. Blythe finishes fixing Pitou's arm. Now fully healed, Pitou turns to Gon and casually drops a new update, which goes, "Sorry, but I gotta kill you now, for the king." Gon's not even listening. He's too busy being shattered by the truth that Kite is really permanently dead. No resurrections, no Nen miracles, just straight up dead. Then it happens. Gon's emotions combust, and his aura goes into overdrive. Candles go out. Darkness fills the room, and then Gon, sweet, spiky-haired Gon with the fishing rod from episode 1, starts transforming. We're talking 10 feet tall, muscle-packed rage monster Gon. P2 is completely stunned as she admits that Gon's aura now rivals the king's. He vanishes from the rune, only to reappear at the door, kinda suggesting that they handle business outside as to not wreck the venue. Nice manners considering the circumstances. Outside, P2 tries to analyze what the heck is going on and realizes Gon basically aged himself up with pure rage and Nen to match P2's power, just to settle the score. As an enhancer, he can pull this kind of stuff off. P2 lunges, but Gon casually sidesteps and knees her into the sky. As she falls back down, Gon winds up his Jajanken, punches P2 square in the face, and sends her rocketing across the forest for what felt like an hour. I mean, look at that. Can't tell the difference between P2's face and a pancake. Gon, with dead eyes, still catches up with her and starts smashing her head repeatedly into the dirt. Meanwhile, Killua shows up in the forest, feeling this wild energy and wondering who it could possibly be. Spoiler, it's Gon, but not the Gon he knows.
An unfamiliar silhouette, one he had never seen before, and a fist stained with blood from countless blows.
He finds Gon kneeling over P2, just pulverizing the royal guard. Gon delivers the final blow, Jajanken style, and mutters to Kite that he kept his promise. Does Gon believe in something called overkill at this point? Bloody hell. Killua's in shock. Gon's current form reminds him of Biscuit's transformation trick, but way darker. Before anyone can process any of this, P2's body suddenly twitches. Yeah, her Nen puppet ability kicks in even after death. Because of her insane loyalty to the king, her corpse literally gets back up to finish the job. Zombie P2 lunges, and before Killua can react, she tears off Gon's right arm. But Gon acts like he doesn't feel anything, totally chill about it. He even smiles and says it doesn't hurt, because now he's more like Kite.
Finally. I can be just like Kite was. In the end.
Somebody get this boy a therapist, because it gets more insane. Gon grabs his severed arm and stabs P2's body with it, then powers up for the scariest Jajanken of all time, until Killua yells his name. That one word snaps Gon back to himself for a second, just long enough for everything to explode. Literally, the forest goes boom, and nothing will ever be the same again. Whew, that was rough. The next episode is called Flash and Start. While Gon is off becoming a one-man natural disaster, Meruem enters the palace with Poof and Yubi by his side. He's trying to recover his memories, especially whatever's been bugging him about this particular place. But something's missing, and he can't quite figure out what it is. Yubi mentions that he'll go find P2 since she feels bad about not being able to protect the king earlier. But the moment the name P2 slips out, Meruem suddenly gets hit with a wave of memory. The mention of that name triggers something important. Poof's heart drops as he realizes that Meruem's memories can be triggered not just by images, but also by words. Poof signals to Yubi to warn P2 not to say anything if they cross paths with the king, but Meruem starts having another headache. He recalls that he gave P2 a task, something important.
I asked P2 to do something for me, but what was it?
He orders Yubi to bring P2 to him immediately. Who's gonna tell him? The next episode is called Deadline to Live. The king is aware that there are intruders in the palace, so he unleashes a massive N, which still didn't detect Komugi because Palm wrapped that little girl in her hair. Meruem suspects that his royal guards are not being very truthful. Additionally, both royal guards have fallen terribly sick. Yubi is now lying motionless, and Poof is coughing blood into his hand. Uh-oh. The next episode is called The Word Is You. This episode kicks off by shining a grim little spotlight on humanity's dark side. The narrator has something else to say about the miniature Rose. It's not just your average nuke. It's a toxic overachiever. Even if you survive the explosion, congrats, you've won a slow, horrible death. The poison doesn't just sit there. It keeps cooking up fresh batches of misery inside you until you're well and truly gone.
The rate at which the poison killed was exquisitely timed. and allowed it to create a chain reaction of mass casualties.
Seriously, whoever designed this bomb hated everything and everyone. Back at the palace, Poof is falling apart. Literally. He's coughing up blood and desperately trying to hide it from Meruem. But the king? Oh, he's not buying the act. He senses something's off and gets even more curious about whatever secrets Poof is hiding, as well as what happened to Youpi. But all of that gets forgotten immediately when Meruem hears the mention of Komugi's name by another ant. The moment that name drops, Meruem freezes. Lost memories come flooding back. The Gunji games, her blind determination, all the time they shared. Everything Poof tried to bury comes bursting back like a broken dam. The king remembers it all. Poof starts crying after seeing just how much Meruem values Komugi. He offers himself up for punishment, but Meruem simply tells him there's no need, because they are one now. I mean, he did inherit the abilities of the royal guards, so that's a fair assessment. The next episode is called This Day and This Moment. Meruem, the Chimera Ant King who once wanted to conquer humanity, is now just trying to find one person, Komugi. His nen spreads across the underground like a gentle fog, and he quietly enters a house where one of the intruders, Palm, is hiding in a wardrobe. Meruem calmly explains that the battle is over and he's dying. He just wants to spend the little time he has left with Komugi.
You know that I have precious little time left. I wanted to ask you, instead of searching myself.
Palm is skeptical and thinks there's no way he truly cares. She even offers herself up for torture instead, but Meruem refuses. When he starts to kneel in front of her, she is overwhelmed by how much he's changed. Eventually, she agrees to take him to Komugi, but only if she's allowed to watch their final moments together. Outside, Poof is officially out of the picture. His body lies next to a pile of hypnotized humans, his dramatic cape blowing in the wind like a final act of flair. Meruem finds Komugi asleep in a crate. For once, he smiles. Komugi sets up a Gunji board and narrates what happened to her during his absence. She assumes Meruem saved her, but he tells her it was one of his subordinates. He feels he doesn't deserve their loyalty anymore. Komugi promises to thank them if she meets them, and Meruem says he'll pass along the message. He'll be seeing them soon anyway. They begin another game. Meruem finally tells her his name. He also warns her that he's been poisoned, and staying near him might kill her too. But Komugi doesn't care. She believes this moment is why she was born, and why he was too. As they continue playing, Meruem's aura starts to fade. He quietly asks if she's still there, and she assures him she is. He loses the match again, but Komugi says they're just getting started. He tells her he needs to rest and asks her to stay with him until he wakes up.
Will you keep holding my hand? Komugi? Komugi, are you there?
He thanks her, and before he fades completely, he asks her to call him by his name one last time. She does, and tells him goodnight. And with that, both of them, Killer King and Blind Gunji Genius, share their final, peaceful moment together.
Good night. Meruem, it'll be alright. I'll be joining you soon.
It's the most unexpected love story that I've ever seen for sure. The next episode is called Homecoming and Real Moment. With the death of King Meruem, the Chimera Ant problem officially hits the credits. The Republic of East Gorteau and the NGL basically get wiped off the map. International peacekeepers swooped in, took over like the substitute teachers after a food fight, and the 5 million surviving citizens were all declared refugees. Elsewhere, Killua stands guard outside the room where Gon is undergoing surgery. And let's just say, he's going through it emotionally. He flashes back to Gon's dramatic rage monster transformation and wonders why Gon did everything solo. Sure, Killua didn't exactly have a deep bond with Kite, but still, Killua kind of wishes Gon had asked him to come along, even just as moral support or a buddy to carry snacks. Despite all that, Killua promises to heal him up, but he's not letting it slide. As soon as Gon wakes up, Killua's demanding a proper apology, probably with tears and cookies. And then we cut to a special posthumous video from everyone's favorite battle grandpa, Chairman Netero. He recorded his little goodbye like it's a YouTuber's final vlog. In it, he officially resigns, tells the Hunters Association that they're on their own now, and drops the bombshell that the next chairman will be decided by election.
The next chairman will be chosen by special election, and I am setting the condition that all hunters must cast a vote.
Democracy, baby! He even explains the confusing voting process like a teacher giving out a group project no one asked for. The Zodiacs. His hand-picked group of top-tier pro hunters get to figure out the details. Oh, and by the way, this whole thing is somehow classified as a pretty basic D-rank mission. D for democracy, I guess. Feeling inspired, or maybe panicked, the Zodiacs immediately assemble at Hunter HQ to sort things out. And yes, even the elusive Jing Freaks shows up, so you know it's serious. The next episode is titled Debate Among Zodiacs. Nothing much happens here, but the Zodiacs hold their first meeting, and we also learn from Illumi that there is another Zoldic who has yet to be officially introduced. This episode is called Request and Wish. The name of this hidden Zoldic is Aluka. She's the reason Killua has gone back home to plead with his father so that he can use her special gift to save Gon. Her powers are nuts, and this is how Killua explains it. Basically, when someone fulfills 3 of her requests, like little favors, she'll grant them one big wish. There doesn't seem to be a limit on how big that wish can be, but here's the catch. The bigger the wish, the harder and more dangerous the next 3 requests will be. It's kind of an unfair exchange. The more you get, the more someone else has to pay later. It's not the person who made the wish that pays the price. It's the next person she asks for favors. If they refuse to do what she asks 4 times in a row, they die.
I'm afraid I can't. Young man.
Along with the person they love the most. So at a minimum, 2 people will die if someone fails her requests. In other words, please keep this character hidden from us. The next episode is called Aluka and Something. The episode starts in a bar, where Illumi is having a drink with Hisoka. He starts telling him all of the Zoldic family secrets, particularly about Aluka, Killua's younger sibling who can grant wishes. Illumi is really worried, because he thinks Killua is naive and will end up putting the family at risk. Given the degree of Gon's injuries, if Aluka ends up healing him, then it'll be almost certainly impossible to fulfill Aluka's next requests, and many people will have to die. That is the amount of sacrifice to be expected in exchange for a wish to save Gon's life. Even Hisoka could be in danger, which prompts Illumi to ask him to kill Aluka before they all end up dead. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association's election is now in full swing. The Hunters have already voted 3 times, and still no clear winner has emerged. One of the election rules says that at least 95% of Hunters have to vote each time, but they keep missing that benchmark. The guy in first place right now is Paristan, the sneaky vice chairman with a smug and punchable face.
It's almost like he enjoys having obstacles to overcome.
He's got 39% of votes, and clearly he's loving the drama of politics. Back at the Zoldic mansion, Killua finally goes to see Aluka, who has been locked away underground. He feels bad for not visiting sooner and wonders if Illumi's mind control needle had something to do with it. Aluka is super happy to see him and starts making fun little requests. The first request is that Killua should die, which he does by playing possum. The second request is that Killua should wake up, which he does, and Aluka starts laughing. The third request is that Killua should play a game with Aluka, which he obliges. Now that 3 requests are done, Killua can finally make a wish. He also notices something important. Aluka calls him Big Brother in a sweet voice, but when the other personality, Nanika, comes out, she calls him by his name, Killua. That's how he can tell the 2 apart. Just when they're about to leave, Killua's dad, Silva, refuses to open the door and demands that Killua makes his wish right then and there. By the way, for Aluka's healing powers to work, she has to physically touch the injured person. So Killua knows he can't make his wish right now. Instead, he says something shocking. He tells Nanika to kill their mom if they're not out of the mansion in 30 minutes.
30 minutes from now, if we haven't gotten off this mountain together, I want you to kill our mother.
Silva, realizing Killua is serious, lets them go. Now, Killua and Aluka are finally free and heading out to save Gon. It's risky, and some might be against them, but Killua isn't giving up on his best friend. The next episode is called Joining the Fray and Open Hostilities. We begin with Killua making a personal vow to not just save Gon, but also Aluka. Because Aluka's powers are so dangerous, Killua's dad is freaking out. One wrong move and the whole Zoldic family could go extinct. So, Silva sends a small army of butlers to keep watch over the two kids. First up are Goto and Canary. Then comes Tsubone, a tough old lady built like a truck, and her quiet granddaughter Amane. Now it's a full-blown butler squad. But it doesn't take long before Aluka requests Tsubone's pinky fingernail.
She made a demand of Tsubone. The timing couldn't be worse.
Tsubone hands it over like a champ, but realizes she better stay close and hidden so that Aluka can't make any more weird requests. Good news is, Aluka can only make requests from one person at a time. Meanwhile, over at the hospital, things aren't looking too good for Gon. Nen exorcists are useless. Not even the mention of his old pal Kite can wake him up. Leorio's there too, and he's super worried. He calls Killua to get an update, but their phones end up in the hands of Morel and Goto, respectively. Goto tells Morel that they're coming, but the hospital needs to be empty when they arrive. No doctors, no nurses, no visitors. Absolutely nobody can see what's about to happen. Still, Leorio is not having a good day. On top of Gon's condition, he finds out Gon's dad Jing is nearby, but hasn't even stopped by to check on his son. Instead, Jing is chilling a few blocks away at the Hunters Association HQ playing politics and acting like nothing's wrong. Sheesh. Leorio goes on to crash the election meeting with an impassioned speech criticizing Jing for his parental negligence. Then, in the most satisfying moment ever, he throws a Nen-powered punch and blasts Jing off of his chair.
You asshole!
The crowd goes wild with applause, and boy is it fun to watch. The following episode is called Magician and Butler, and it's official. Leorio vs. Jing has gone viral on the internet. But wait, aren't displays of Nen powers supposed to be kept hidden from the public? Anyway, as the fourth round of the Hunter Chairman election comes to an end, the results show that Leorio has catapulted to the number 3 spot overnight. Never underestimate the power of punching deadbeat dads in the face. Meanwhile, on the road, Illumi uses his mind control needles to cause a massive car crash for Team Killua. While going over their plan, Illumi tells Hisoka to only target the butlers. Out of curiosity, Hisoka asks if Killua is fair game, and Illumi's immediate reaction is everything.
Hisoka, I will kill you. Right here. Right now.
As Killua and the butlers disperse, Hisoka makes his move against Goto, setting the stage for a fierce battle between the magician and the butler. The next episode is called Needles and Debt. After using bungee gum to catch a stream of coins fired by Goto, Hisoka remarks that his bungee gum ability has the properties of rubber and gum. Goto wonders why Hisoka is explaining his ability so casually, to which the magician replies that it doesn't matter anyway because Goto will die in the end. And he's right. Goto gets distracted by his own coins for a second, and that's all Hisoka needs to finish him off. As for Killua, he's trying his best to outrun the butlers who are on his tail. At one point, Tsubone transforms into a motorbike, with Amane and Canary on top of her. They soon realize that he's on the way to Paraste, the city where Gon is. After all that running, Killua bumps into Amane and Canary at the airport, but instead of dragging him home, they decide to help their young master. They set up decoy airships to trick Illumi, who's also after Killua. Smart move. Illumi is not out of options, however. He uses his mind control needles to create a whole army of human puppets. He sends the needle people after each of the airships that have left the airport.
If I stick them in someone, they'll work for me until they die.
Killua briefs Morel on the current situation, asking for backup to stop these needle people before they catch up. Episode 143 is called Sin and Claw. Things aren't looking great at the start of this episode. A group of rookie hunters were sent out to stop Illumi's creepy needle people, but let's just say the needle people won that round, thanks to Hisoka and Illumi going absolutely wild. Anyway, using the needle people, Illumi finally catches up to Killua and Aluka, which totally throws Killua off. He wasn't expecting his big bro to be here so quick. Then, out of nowhere, Tsubone pops up out of the bushes. She confesses that she was being used by Illumi to spy on Killua the whole time and apologizes for it. But Aluka isn't here to play. She immediately asks Tsubone for 2 more fingernails. Kinda gross, but she gives them anyway, and that makes 3 requests done. So now Killua gets to make a wish. Illumi is confused. How is Killua able to make wishes back to back like this? That's not how Aluka's powers are supposed to work. He wants to know what Killua's hiding, but Killua stays cool. He wishes for Nanika to heal Tsubone's poor fingers. And while that's happening, he tells Illumi that Nanika isn't a curse. It's people who make selfish, greedy wishes that are the real problem. He also reveals that Nanika never makes a cruel request in exchange after healing someone.
Nanika is kinder than anyone. The cursed ones are the ones making the wishes.
But even with this new info, Illumi's not satisfied. He's sure Killua's still hiding some kind of secret, especially about how he's getting away with making multiple wishes. But he lets his kid bro get away this time. At least now he knows that there won't be a catastrophic end for the Zoldics after Gon is healed. The next episode is called Approval and Coalition. Jing is just strolling through Hunter HQ when Cheadle, one of the top contenders for Hunter Chairman, corners him. She's fed up with the protracted election process and asks if Jing is really about to bail on both the election and his dying kid. Jing shrugs it off and says he's leaving because he already had his fun. Meeting Leorio was his highlight, and he plans to vote for Cheadle. Jing, being as helpful as he can, tells her that Pariston doesn't want to win or lose the election. He just wants to play and drag things out forever. As a friendly advice, Jing points out that Cheadle's too predictable, always following rules and morals, which Pariston can read like a book and use to his advantage. This makes Cheadle furious, just like Jing knew it would. Meanwhile, the 8th election round begins in the conference hall, and no one's leaving until there's a winner. But in more positive news, Killua finally arrives at Gon's location. The place is guarded like a fortress. Aluka's fast asleep, so Killua carries her inside. It's just a matter of time before the big wish happens.
Almost there. Just a little longer. Gon.
Back at the election, after a couple dropouts, there are now just 4 candidates left. Pariston, Leorio, Cheadle, and Mizai Stum. Each of the 4 candidates have to make a final address to the hunters. Mizai Stum speaks first, throwing his support behind Cheadle. Then Cheadle surprises everyone by backing Leorio, an unpredictable move intended to rattle Pariston. Leorio panics but ends up giving a heartfelt speech, begging everyone to help save Gon. The crowd loves it. Finally, Pariston steps up. He smooth talks the crowd, praising Mizai Stum as the most qualified. Cheadle realizes that she hates Pariston, not because of what he says, but because he never reveals what he really thinks. It's almost like he's a politician or something. The following episode is called Defeat and Reunion. The votes are in for the 8th round of the Hunter Chairman election, and guess what? Leorio's leading the pack with over 44% of the votes. It's down to him and Pariston now, heading for a final showdown. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Aluka finally wakes up. And here's the big reveal. Killua's been keeping a secret this whole time. All those scary rules about Aluka's powers, they don't apply to him. He can just ask her to heal Gon. No creepy requests needed. We also find out that whenever Aluka's asleep, Nanika is awake, and vice versa. But Killua wants all of this to end. After Gon is healed, he wants Nanika to sleep forever so Aluka can live a normal life. As Nanika touches Gon's hand, her power activates, and a giant pillar of light blasts up into the sky. The whole area glows like crazy, and every hunter and their dog feels the insane aura. Back at HQ, Pariston feels it and smirks, before he starts poking at Leorio, asking what his plans are if he becomes chairman. Before Leorio can answer, Morel comes crashing in, eyes full of tears, and behind him is Gon, now back to his old self again. Leorio and Gon spot each other, yell each other's names, and leap into a big emotional hug right in the air. How beautiful. But for some reason, Morel whispers to Leorio not to tell Gon about Killua's role in saving him. Now that Gon's okay, Leorio's completely over the whole election thing, so Pariston wins by default. And while everyone's caught up in the moment, clapping or celebrating, Gon finally sees him, the dad he's been chasing all of this time. The next episode is titled Chairman and Release. At long last, Gon finally comes face to face with his dad Jing. Overcome with emotion, Gon bursts into tears and apologizes for not being able to save Kite.
And then later on, I ran into Pito again, who told me that okay, I get it.
Jing, who clearly isn't great with feelings, gets super awkward. He tells Gon that the one he should be apologizing to is Kite. Yeah, okay, so remember that little baby that the Ant Queen birthed after Meruem? That's Kite, reborn as a human-looking ant. Anyway, Jing and Gon agree to hang out again soon. But the crowd? Oh, they are not impressed. People start shouting at Jing for being such a horrible father. Because seriously, where has he been all these years? So now that the election is over, Pariston declares victory. He announces Cheadle as his vice chairman, and then abruptly resigns from the position. What a troll. Meanwhile, over in Zoldic world, Illumi is up to no good. He's cooked up a plan to use Aluka's power through Killua. Now that he knows only Killua can tell Nanika what to do, Illumi wants a piece of that action. But Killua's done letting anyone use Nanika. He tells her to send Illumi packing back to Kukuru Mountain. And she does just that. Instant teleportation. Nanika, sweet as ever, just asks Killua for a little praise, because that's the only thing she ever wants from him. But Killua, thinking he's protecting her, tells Nanika not to come out anymore. Poor Nanika starts crying, but she listens and disappears.
Don't ever come out again! You hear me?
When Aluka wakes up, she's furious at Killua for being so mean to Nanika. Killua, realizing he messed up, apologizes and tells Nanika she's free to come out whenever she wants. But no more granting wishes. Nanika appears again, still teary-eyed, and agrees. It's a touching little moment of healing for everyone. The next episode is called Salvation and Future. Gon finally catches up with Kite, except, surprise, Kite's now in a female body, no thanks to Chimera Ant shenanigans. Gon starts pouring his heart out, saying sorry for not saving Kite from P2, but Kite's actually super impressed that Gon managed to take P2 down, even if it nearly destroyed him in the process. After settling things with Kite, Gon heads back to the Hunter Association HQ to look for his dad. But, of course, Jing's already peaced out. All he left behind is a note telling Gon to meet him at the World Tree, which is like the tallest living thing on the planet.
I did my best to stop him.
That's okay. I guess he didn't say he'd wait for me here.
On his way to the World Tree, Gon links up with Killua and Aluka. Killua finally fills Gon in on Aluka's secret powers and tells him the truth. It was Aluka, or really Nanika, who saved his life. Now that Gon's found his dad, Killua figures it's the perfect time to give them space and go off on a little journey of his own with his sister. The last episode is called Past and Future. It's morning again, and Gon sets off to climb the World Tree. Before he even starts, he has to sign a waiver basically saying that nobody's getting sued if he falls to his death. A guard warns him not to trust the old handholds, but Gon's too busy being amazed by the scenery and the tree's energy. Gon finally reaches the top where Jing is waiting for him. Up there, Gon asks Jing about his dream. Jing gives a vague answer, as his goals tend to change all of the time. For example, he once wanted to explore this super secret royal tomb that only hunters could get into. So what did he do? Became a hunter, of course. At 15, he started a non-profit, got his license, gathered a group of folks who weren't in it for the money, and off they went. The best part? It wasn't finding the tomb's secrets. It was the friendships, teamwork, and high fives along the way. That's what made it all worth it.
The most important thing, by a long shot, I already had.
Gon thinks about all this and remembers his own adventures with Killua, Leorio, and Kurapika, the OG gang. Jing also drops a bombshell. The World Tree they're standing on is just a baby. A fully grown one would suck up magma and stretch beyond the clouds into space. And Jing hints at a whole other world out there, the place the Chimera Ants came from. Getting there takes permission, crazy resources, and all kinds of contracts. But Jing's not in a rush. He tells Gon to enjoy the detours, because that's where the real fun is. As for the others, Killua's off enjoying some time with Aluka on an airship, while Leorio's busy hitting the books to become a doctor. Kurapika is shown alone in the dark, staring at the stolen scarlet eyes of his clan, still haunted by his mission. And in one last touching scene, we see Meruem and Komugi, hand in hand, together forever. Gon, meanwhile, enjoys a peaceful moment, watching the swans fly with Kite and friends. And that, my friends, is the end of the 2011 Hunter x Hunter anime recap. But don't worry, the story doesn't stop here. The world of hunters, it only gets bigger, weirder, and more mind-blowing from here on out. So until Togashi graces us with more content, we'll just be here, endlessly rewatching and hoping. Well, up until next time then, have a good day, and as usual, thanks for watching.